hele a kawaine ui me haka leo I ke kule a ohe hawala awana manu wala I kanona me ka malui hele loa mai noa ako mo mai loko nei o ka ale o ka inoa no hoi o ku uhale ku mai la ipuna o mauli ole ano kau noi ho ike mai la no kau make make ho I au me o I ko hale o halau a ole ke ai aku nei au I kau noi oi ai he mai ke noi o e mai nei ka ne u he aloha lai aloha wa nei o e I a ka lai I a ka I ka polia o pele lai aloha o e pele ho nua me alai mena kini a ka mahula e kane ku a ka mahu pule lola e hua ina pau paapu paapu lai ka honua ka levalani levali ili ilai ka nei a ka honua e alai ka balili pu vai he aloha lai aloha e na hoa o ka vau e ke kini a ke akua ke kini a ka naka ke kini a na mamo ka hua a ke ola ola oe ola ola ka koa mauloa o e mai nei ka ne ue aloha lai aloha wa nei o e I a ka lai I a ka I ka polia o pele lai aloha o e pele ho nua me alai mena kini a ka mahula e kane ku a ka mahu pule lola hua ina pau paapu paapu lai ka honua ka levalani levali ili ilai ka nei a ka honua e alai ka palili pu vai he aloha lai aloha e na hoa o ka vau e ke kini a ke akua ke kini a ka naka ke kini a ka hua a ke ola ola oe ola ola ka koa mauloa hula
We came from far away to share our love of the game while the island sunset glows, making new memories with my Ohana my family. And come on, my, it's time to go. And come on, my, it's time to go. And come on, my, and let the games begin.
Now you're the next in line. Now it's your chance to shine while the island sea breeze blows.
2024 Pokemon World Championships. We're here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii, with the best to ever play the game. But you never know.
Could be you on Dixie.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo Moon and our amazing dancers. That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience of Pokemon trainers. Thank you again. And Ekumo Mai means welcome, come on in, and welcome to Hawaii.
I know I'm going to be singing A Como Mai all weekend long. Tell us a little bit more about that first dance.
The opening hula was about Pele, who is one of our goddesses. We have many gods and goddesses that embody all of our elements that surround us. Pele embodies fire and volcanoes, creation of new land, and that opening number was about her and her sisters and their competitive relationship with each other. And
I love that. And I can't wait to learn a little bit more about Pele later. I know I'm going to be singing those songs all weekend long. Thank you so much. I'm just filled with that Hawaiian spirit.
Ekumo Mai simply means welcome, but also it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community. So thank you so much for having us in the Pokemon community.
Yeah, we're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you so much. Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 of the best trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Hello, Pokemon trainers!
ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024を迎えることができ、大変嬉しく思っています。
I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
この世界大会はポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして楽しむイベントです。世界中から集まった皆さんが互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは私にとって大きな喜びです。
The Pokemon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokemon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
私は今日から皆さん一人一人を応援したいと思います。まずはこの場にたどり着いたことを心からお祝いいたします。世界チャンピオンになるために全力で頑張ってください。
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend. Congratulations on making it here. And please give it your all and strive to become the world champion.
そしてトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。皆さんのサポートはトレーナーたちが目標を達成する上でかけがえのないものです。
I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals.
また私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハロの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会を開催できたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokémon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
さて、トレーナーの皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは日曜日閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara! Now, we are just moments away from kicking off the Pokemon 2024 World Championship. To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play tables, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next dance, you will see the power of Pele's family. Her favorite sister, Hi'iaka, is known for fighting giant dragons like Mokoli'i, now an islet of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hi'iaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story and inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokémon World Champion.
Awana mo koli ike kai wa hele apuana e ake kanaka hele ikali ula o ko halai o vi ai ole vi makai ole ya no kai kai ka hei kai ka no e ai e o i e ai e o i e Pilia mo o kai ko o i ka palilai Ua mo o kualo alai o i o Kai po po i kumu pali ka ne ho alani Kula na ka ho i mo koli i ta e hua ke kai Mo ka pua wa ke aya ho o ho kulai Kuka pi o aloa pi o a nue nue ai e o i e ai e o i e Ki e kane ho alani Ho bue bue ana mo koli i te anu He keiki makahi apo i ana ko o lau Lau e nā te o ne o kane Lau nā ko ama o ki o he ia E ia ula wa ke nai ka ino ai e o i e ai e o i e Maka ino mo o ka mo o vivi O a ka a o ka pau O a ka huelo hale hale O pa i pali ku i ko o lau Ku ele po a ke ko o lau a hine I honi ho ku alo no mai Ua ta o lau e ai e o i e ai e o i e Oh hai hai ke ka bao ke le Oh hai hai ma ka ni holo bali lai Oh hai hai ka ma ko ka da hine Oh hai hai ka hu a kai make Halulu e ue, 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 halulu e ue.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! You're tuning in to the most prestigious event of the entire season, the Pokemon World Championships. We are here in Honolulu, Hawaii, where Pokemon are not only etched into our shirts, but they're going to be brought to life here at this event and on your screens at home. I'm Shelby Boo. I'll be one of your commentators this weekend, taking you through all the action, making sure you don't miss a second of the incredible accomplishments that will be made in this room this weekend. And joining me on that amazing journey is the expert level, super skillful, knowledgeable Kyle Sablehouse here. Kyle, you're looking a little fruity today. How you feeling?
Yeah, you know, pineapples. We're going to rock that, of course, with my boy Munchie over here, getting the job done. We're so excited to be here. What an amazing event. Of course, all year we're waiting for this opportunity to crown our world champion. And there are some hungry competitors out there, Boo.
There's a lot of them.
They're excited to show us those tricks up their sleeves and get this party started.
Absolutely. I am so excited. Looks like you've gained a couple more freckles since I last saw you.
Well, 1 or 2 or 400. Yeah, somewhere around there.
You've been enjoying the sun out there in Hawaii?
It doesn't like me, but I like it. That's how a lot of relationships go.
That is great to hear. Well, we are so excited. I mean, what an opener to have to this event, the 2024 World Championships. This is us in Hawaii again after, I believe, 17 years was the first time we were here, and now we're back. It is going to be incredible, but let's take a quick look at the journey our competitors who are in this room have made throughout this entire 2024 season. Because there has been a lot, Kyle. There's been a lot of events happening, but these are events that are actually happening here at this event.
Yeah, it's been a long road to get here, but here we are. It is day 1, Friday, and we are starting off strong. Of course, that incredible opening ceremony that you just witnessed, some amazing performances And that is just the beginning. The Pokemon action is coming up here soon. Got a little bit of a delay there, but we will get into that round 1 coverage shortly. And we have 8 rounds of coverage coming at you today.
Absolutely, yeah. It is going to be absolutely intense here. We have Friday, Saturday, and of course the coveted Championship Sunday as well that we're all awaiting for all of our games here at the Pokemon World Championships. But it's been a long journey, as I said, to get here for our players. And in order to secure an invite into this event, you have to earn enough championship points. That was the tournament structure that we've been working with all season, and you see our different regions here on the left side of this graph and what championship points they had to make in each age division to be able to earn this invite that they're competing on today.
Yeah, tall order, but so many players got it done. We have over 1,000 competitors in the Masters division alone, a few hundred in each of the juniors and seniors divisions that we'll be watching along this weekend as well. It's going to be very exciting to see which of these players start to branch out and make their way to the top here. And there were also a few other players that had some auto qualifications,
yes.
Players that did well at the event last year. The top 4 will be secured, and we've seen a few of those names floating around here, so I'm going to be excited to see those players too.
Yes, absolutely. We have a couple of different tiers that our players can earn through their championship points depending on what placement they have in their region. So some players have actually even earned a turn or a round 1 bye, which means a free 3 match points going into this weekend.
That's pretty good. It's going to be very helpful when you don't have to sweat out this opening round of competition. Yeah. You might get a little more information too as you get to see and scope out the rest of the players. Maybe you'll have a couple of ideas of what some of those tech cards are, and we know how important that could be over the course of a tournament.
Yes, I mean, this tournament is going to be intense. There's a lot of changes that have happened this season, especially with the structure of this tournament coming up. But let's take a quick look at the format that we're going to be playing in to give you a quick little sneak peek at that.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokemon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $2 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will continue with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Wow, there you go. Sneak peek at the format we're going to be playing in here at this tournament. But even more important than that, what are our players playing for? Ooh. I mean, this is an incredible amount of money here on the line.
Yeah, they didn't do this back when I was playing. This is unreal to think about, the amount of money that you can make winning the Pokemon World Championships. Even the top 32 placing.
Yeah.
I mean, that is that was a regional win a few years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, not only that, but you get a lot more outside of just all of this money here on the line. You, of course, get that beautiful trophy depending on your placement there. There's a hat, there's a play mat, there's a promo card. There's so much on the line here for our players. A lot of souvenirs that they get to take home to record that they were either the winner or placed here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be epic, Kyle. I cannot wait to kick off this weekend with our first round very soon.
That's right. Of course, we have the forecast of this tournament to think about as well. What is going on in the minds of our players as you have to make that deck choice and decide what could potentially be the one that you sign to get into all of your local retailers.
That's
you are
true.
going to be known all around the world for this achievement. Is it Gardevoir? Is it Gardevoir, the deck that we've seen play second so often? Does it have an opportunity now to break through crack that threshold
Yeah.
and finally become world world champion again. It's done it before.
Yeah.
We've seen different iterations of Gardevoir find success. They love the card. Why not now?
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Gardevoir has had a long run. Not this specific version, but very similar for a long time now. And we just saw at the North America International Championships, it took 6 of the top 8 placements there, but it still was not able to take it down. It was stuck between a lost box sandwich, and it got second from Stefan Ivanov. So it was taken down second. Will it be able to finally win this competition? That is a big question I have on my mind, because Gardevoir is the type of deck that rewards mastery. And we have a lot of masterful players out there. I mean, this is the best of the best here in this room. So I think we might be seeing potentially somebody pilot that deck. Do you think it's a bit of a risky choice going into this specific metagame, Kyle?
It is. It absolutely is. There's a lot of decks that have found a little bit of help here along the way. We've seen that Shrouded Fable is going to introduce some sneaky damage placement that might get you in trouble. Maybe a Kyurem comes out of nowhere,
Yeah.
a copied attack by a Regidrago perhaps to wipe out half of your board state. So a lot of things to think about
Scary.
as a Gardevoir player. Those tech cards are going to be ever so important to making that path to the top a little bit easier. But you do get to draw cards. A lot of cards, Boo.
A lot.
Those
That's a lot of
Curlias
cards.
do work.
They do, yeah. They're churning out those cards for you, for sure. I mean, that's a good point, though, Kyle. We have sort of a very refined list of Gardevoir. Do you think going into this tournament with such a refined list kind of also puts a target on your back, because people sort of know what you're going to be playing, because there's not really that much spice that's been added to Gardevoir, especially because we do have a brand new set as well that we are going to talk about very soon. Don't worry, we didn't forget, but it didn't get a lot added to Gardevoir from that set, so
yeah,
you know, it's pretty refined.
There's a lot of susceptible Pokemon on the bench in this current iteration of the list. There's so much damage counters that are already placed on board by yourself that you have to really think about, how do I minimize the impact that my opponent can have based off of this self-inflicted damage?
Exactly.
So obviously, you have to start using some of those helpful Pokemon. You got the Monkey to help you out now. Can spread a lot of damage. You can spread that across, reuse that Cresselia once more. Go back to that classic style of Gardevoir. Remove all damage counters from your side, put them on their side. Hopefully that strategy works out. Usually if there's damage counters over there, you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to see how Gardevoir shapes up, even how many people decide to pilot that deck into this tournament. Another deck that we've had on the horizon, and I say that because it sort of debuted at the North America International Championships. There was only a handful of players that took it, I believe, and I think the best placement was like 14th with this deck. But it kind of was a bit of a meme. And now what's wild about that is it started as a meme, but then it became meta defining. So many players in this room right now have changed their decks or formatted their decks to beat this deck, and that is Regidrago V-Star. What do you think about the journey of this deck so far, Kyle?
Is 2024 the year of the Drago? That is our question now as we see this opportunity. This is a deck that previous iterations, way back when the Mewtwo and Mewtag
with the Duraludon in there.
there's that version, and then there's, of course, years back, you can go to the same style of deck.
True.
Throw away a bunch of great Pokemon and use their attacks as best as you can.
Yes.
The style of this deck, it's so tricky to make work, but sure enough, it seems like it's found its right placement. The Dragapult is incredible. To use that attack as early as the second turn, you can do a lot of work. You've got a really great V-Star ability as well. I think that this deck is primed and ready to show off exactly what it's made of, and potentially could see multiple of it in the top 8.
Yeah, it sort of spawned from NAIC, but now players have been working on it, playing it at either locals or their online events and such. And so it's definitely out there, and it's dangerous, that is for sure. Anytime you have a Pokemon that can copy other Pokemon's attacks, it's all dragon Pokemon, but it's going to be fierce for sure. And just talking about the deck structure, I feel like it strikes a really nice balance as far as players that can play it that know this game, ins and outs, masters of the game, versus someone who is relatively new could also just pick it up as well. What do you think about that?
It caters to both audiences, as you have that basic strategy of throw all my resources away and go for it, But there's a strategy in that as well, as you can hold on to some of those abilities, maybe hold on to some of those energy cards and draw with your Teal Mask Ogerpon at the right time, eventually find that huge turn where you use those energy switches and come up with a Regidrago that your opponent wasn't expecting and copy an attack they weren't ready for.
Yeah.
You have a Giratina V-Star that you can copy and take a big knockout out of nowhere that they're not prepared for. You have all these different Pokemon that, especially just the Dragapult dealing 200 damage and spreading those damage counters on the back end as well. It's so terrifying to think about the decks that are just susceptible to that and lose that early basic Pokemon on the bench. That can be devastating against a deck like a Charizard.
Exactly. Yeah, it has the power, it has the speed, it has the versatility. It's going to be a dangerous deck for sure. But bringing in the Shrouded Fable, or should we say it's a bit shrouded in mystery here, because this is the first time we're seeing Shrouded Fable on our big stages. And I am very excited for it. We're getting brand new cards that are being introduced into so many of our decks, and they can be quite powerful, as well as kind of spicing things up a bit. This brand new set was very heavily kind of based around poison Pokemon, dark Pokemon, and I'm excited to see some of that maybe bleed over into our World Championships here.
Self-inflicted damage all over the place. Not poisoning your opponent, poison yourself, or take knockouts on yourself with the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, but you get these huge benefits out of it. Maybe you can combine that to deal extra damage or surprise your opponent with a knockout that they weren't ready for. A lot of this doesn't look like a brand new deck, but it looks like a brand new style that you can build on with a previously built thing that we've seen at NAIC. So having that opportunity to take this deck and take it to the next level is really what Shrouded Fable seems to be all about.
Exactly. I'm very excited to see it. I mean, we have a couple of support Pokemon, as you said, ones that knock themselves out. Of course, Pheasantipity as well. Some draw support on the horizon. And all of our casters were kind of discussing how we think this card is going to be in a lot of decks, and hopefully it can secure those cards after your Pokemon is knocked out. You draw 3 cards, and that's going to help with the consistency for a lot of these decks that are being played out in our field, especially those ones who were kind of prone to being disrupted and then just declining after that. Now they have that extra support, and then you're kind of putting your Pokemon or your opponent in a pickle as well, because did they take out the draw support, or did they take out the giant thing that's attacking them right now? So it's a really cool card, and I'm excited to see it. Do you think it's going to be our most played card from Shrouded Fable, Kyle?
I don't know about that. No, I definitely think it's probably one of the bigger cards that we're going to see. The Iono is the big piece, having an answer to being limited in the hand size and just draw right back up. Your opponent's not going to stop taking prize cards. That's one thing you can guarantee is going to happen throughout the entirety of that game, unless they're Snorlax. But we don't talk about those people. So you know you'll have that ability to draw up those cards, and that's probably how you just continue on that prize structure that you have. You want to make sure that you have that guaranteed flow that you can just continue to take all the prizes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a lot of new spice on the horizon here, and I'm excited to see it be showcased in these decks from our incredible players out there in the field and on our big stage. We're so close to hopping into our first round, but let's discuss our caster picks. Us as commentators here, we have a little our own little opinions on the
rivalries.
Yeah, we got some rivalries out here as well. As you can see, all of the casters you're going to be seeing at the World Championships for the trading card game have made and locked in their decisions of what they think is going to succeed here. Do you want to discuss yours first, Kyle?
Yeah, let's go for it. So these are some decks that we've already seen well established going into the North American International Championships and well before then as well. But I feel like the tools that the Charizard deck has gained since Shrouded Fable really start to make it one of the top competitors in the room. Having the ability to use that Dusclops, even the Dusknoir sometimes, if you find that candy at the right spot, you can deal so much additional damage counters to your opponent's board, set up some really big knockouts, and you're also increasing the attack of that Burning Darkness for your Charizard. It starts to line up some knockouts that weren't possible beforehand, and just the opportunity of that definitely means that this card has a chance to surprise some players.
I think you're spot on with that, Kyle. How do you feel about the spread as far as these cards goes for all of our casters here.
I feel like this is perfect.
Covered it, I
You
think.
can see we've covered just about everything at this point. We have some of those helpful cards there, the Pheasantipity as well, but you see also the mix. Ross has that hero in there, the Reggie Drago. Kyle Sukovich with the Iron Hands drop. Man, there's a lot to think about when you see that board and all the different Pokemon, and that's what our competitors are thinking about too. They could see just about anything on the other side of that table.
Yeah, I mean, everything's very hush-hush before the World Championships because nobody wants to leak any details of what themselves or their player group are going to be bringing to Worlds because they want to win it all. And having a nice little surprise in your deck can definitely be that key piece to put you over the edge and make you a champion here at Worlds. But we want you to keep up with us. Who are you rooting for at our World Championships? Which games are you watching here? Which Pokemon do you want to see on our screens? Make sure to keep up with us on all of our social media platforms. Maybe we'll be able to feature some of your posts here as well. Hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Definitely make sure you tune in throughout the entire weekend to our cast.
Yep, we'll be following along with all those hashtags and seeing which decks you're looking forward to seeing, which players you're following along the way, maybe some fellow countrymen that we see, and there's so much action to follow. It's going to be very exciting to watch and see how you guys take it as well.
Yes, exactly. We're going to be jumping into this action very, very soon. I'm very excited, Kyle. But before we do, as we get the stage set up, we actually have a nice little recap of all of our champions from this season so far. Let's check it out.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is super fun.
Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
And Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit. Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate. Gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion. And he takes it.
The Charlotte Miracle. Todd Reclev is your 5-time international champion.
Shifu, close combat into the it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down, I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds.
We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been.
You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Rekles.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's got to be Gabriel Agati.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Brad Chen.
So I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So
So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
So many incredible players that we've seen all throughout this season, and they're going to be facing off here today at our World Championships all weekend long with one goal in mind. They want to become a world champion. I am very excited to kick things off. We're going to be heading into our round 1 here. Kyle, you ready to bring some hype?
Let's do it. Look at these players ready to go. It's unreal. We're already at this point. And yes, you spoke about it. Players that want to become the world champion. One of these players already knows how to do that.
Yeah, buddy. Robin Schultz here at our table, ready to face off in our round 1. I'm sure he's focusing up, ready to go with his deck. He's going to be piloting Reggie Drago V-Star, one of our topic discussions here at the top of the show, because it is a hot topic. Could it be the year of the Drago? We'll have to see. Let's take a look at these prize cards between our players, as we have Bastien Lamotte on the left side here as well.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an issue there with some of that prizing. The Mochi is going to be important if you want to get some of that additional damage down, but other than that, not terrible. And same for Robin. We see one copy of that Mew EX to draw some additional resources, but all in all, not too bad.
Yep, you see that Charmeleon there. That kind of hints to what Bastien's going to be playing here. That Charizard EX deck. I'm so excited to see this face-off. This is kind of a staple face-off that we've been waiting to see here, Kyle. How does Charizard compete against Reggie Drago? On paper, how do you think it shakes out, Kyle?
It depends. The style that you build your Charizard EX to be can completely change the style of the matchup. If you have copies of that Dusknoir line, then perhaps you can get some earlier knockouts before your opponent's prepared for that. But if we see Robin take an early knockout, there's always that opportunity for Bastien to sneak in some additional damage with that self-poison and that binding Mochi as well. And we saw that in the prize cards this time around, so maybe that first prize card would be a little difficult for Bastien.
Well, we're going to kick things off here in our round 1 at the World Championships on the trading card game table. I'm psyched to get into this as we see the Rotom V starting here on our screen in the active position, as well as that Reggie Drago V in the active for Robin. We're going to start off with this Earthen Vessel, discarding that Kyurem straight away to get these energy out.
Yeah, look at these Pokemon coming to life here on the main stage as we see that Earthen Vessel. And of course, searching out some of those energies, but most importantly in this deck, the importance of finding the discard pile for these specific attackers. That Kyurem has the ability to deal so much damage at certain points in this matchup. If you can ever chain together 2 of those attacks, you're basically taking 6 prize cards in a turn.
Yeah, exactly. This is a brand new card that we've added in from Shrouded Fable, as we see here. And it's going to the discard because that Reggie Drago V-Star is able to copy its move, Tri-Frost, pretty much for its own energy requirements there. So that's already in the discard pile. It is looking threatening here for any sort of evolution deck. And Bastien does have those low HP Pokemon to start out, starting with the Rotom V in the active, and is going to have that Buddy Poffin bring in some of those low HP Pokemon out, 70 HP or less being drawn out of the deck now.
Yeah, not nearly as threatening as a turn as it could have been for Robin. We didn't see any of those Teal Mask Ogerpon and the additional draws that come along with that. And for Bastien, this is a pretty solid start. Not only do you have the Rotom V to guarantee 3 additional cards at the end of this turn, you have the Buddy Poffin. It looks like there's a Nest Ball as well, and multiple energies. So the hand could certainly play out fairly well here.
Yeah, we need to see the setup here. We need to see the consistency from Bastien, and we're seeing that so far. The Buddy Poffin bringing out those 2 Charmander onto the bench. now for us, as well as a Nest Ball. Going to bring another basic Pokemon out here, and it's the Manaphy.
You think Bastion's read the cards on the other side?
Yeah.
I think there's no surprises when you see that Kyurem in the discard. Absolutely not.
The cards are on the table here, Kyle, that is for sure. And that does help. I mean, the cards do have to go into the discard pile, so it does give you a little bit of a lead up here. I'm going to protect my bench here with the Wave Veil ability on this Manaphy, preventing that damage to the bench Pokemon. Those Charmanders are having a good time on the bench here so far. Energy attachment to the Rotom V in the active position now here for that pivot that we're going to see. Manaphy joining us in the active position now. We're still churning through this turn.
Yeah, Manaphy, of course, solid Pokemon to promote at this point. It's already doing its job, so leave it alone. Let it handle this, and Charmanders need to be protected at all costs, along with that Rotom V. There was not much going on in that hand, and certainly now the question is even more as we see the Iono played.
Exactly. We saw that instant charge ending the turn there off that Rotom V for Bastien, and then Robin Schultz is just going to mix those cards up. They're going to be put at the bottom of each other's decks, or not each other's decks, their own decks here, and they're going to draw for each prize card still remaining for each player. So these are new hands for both of our players off of that Iono. Let's see what we can find.
Ooh, there's a lot going on here. This might actually be the Wombo combo. Sure enough, the Earthen Vessel, the Energy Switch, Ultra Ball. If the Teal Mask Ogerpon is involved in this, then certainly you have the Energy Accelerated. I guess the one piece missing now is you don't have that Regidrago V-Star to go along with it. But you could really just go for it at this point and use your V-Star ability and throw cards left and right if you see an opportunity to take some prize cards early.
Legacy Star, the V-Star ability there on that Regidrago V-Star once it comes out of the woodwork. Discard 7 cards out of the top of your deck, and then you get to choose 2 to put back into your hand, and they don't have to be from the ones just discarded. It's just in your discard pile at the start. I mean, you can have explosive turns here from the start, or you can use that ability further in the match as well to almost duplicate resources down the line. It really depends on what you're trying to do, how explosive you're trying to be here in the start for Robin Schultz, and we're going to see what happens now that this Ultra Ball is coming down onto the field.
Yeah, this is one piece where maybe that Mew being in the prize cards is difficult. So the ability to refresh your hand and draw some additional resources. It doesn't look like the cards you could select from the discard pile would be that helpful in this situation with all of the discarding that goes on with Ultra Ball, with Earthen Vessel. So at this point, you'd like to be able to add a little more resources to the hand, and just not seeing it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not a hugely combo deck, but you do have a lot of resources you have to pull together on these turns coming up in the future. And like you said, Kyle, good point. We still don't have that Ogerpon, which is a huge part of this deck, out on the field yet for Robin Schultz. That's going to accelerate the energy onto the field, draw you more cards for that consistency for your deck. You have energy switches in there to kind of throw energy around to be able to use multiple attackers or tank a Regidrago V-Star down the line. And at least we're going to see this Regidrago V-Star, and it's the rainbow one. Love to see it.
Well, now the question is, of course, we see the Canceling Cologne in hand too. This could have been an incredible turn.
Oh, yes.
If we see the ability for that Teal Mask Ogerpon. We need some help.
Oh my gosh, this is the Legacy V-Star power that we see here.
I mean, at this point, what was it? Just a Nest Ball would have gotten the job done. Nest Ball plus Earthen Vessel.
Oh my
would have pieced together the Canceling Cologne double knockout onto the Charmanders.
Yeah, the Kyurem's already in the discard pile. That is secured here, but Robin Schultz, unfortunately, not able to get there. Look at all these cards in the discard pile, but this is truly the vulnerability of using this V-Star power so early in the game. You don't know what you're going to be discarding, and you might not land those resources you need.
That's so brutal.
Still choosing these 2 cards out off of here. You get to choose 2, but then that's it. V-Star power is used for this entire game.
Of course, it's not over yet. We haven't seen much else. We see the supporter now added to the hand, but this is big trouble, missing out on that opportunity. Just has a pass of the turn. Yes, next turn, there's a great setup, but there's a problem. Bastion knows how to evolve.
Yes. Absolutely, Kyle. And Arvin is one key piece to that here, searching out an item card and a tool card for Bastion, as we see, and that rare candy being eyed up straight away, as well as that 4 seal stone. This is how Charizard EX decks work. They are definitely combo decks. They put all of these pieces together to get you into your Charizard EX, accelerate those energies with its ability Infernal Rain, and then we are slamming these Pokemon with a ton of damage coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the hand right here, not much going on, but thank goodness for Arvin, as this is going to save everything at this point. The Ultra Ball will line up to find that Charizard EX. The rare candies in hand, and now the 4 Seal Stone as well for one more additional resource that maybe we'll wait to see until next turn. But thankfully, there's something going on here, because there's a lot of Pokemon and a buddy offense going on in that hand. We don't need basic Pokemon here. We need to start putting on some pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We do need that pressure here, Kyle. We'll see what Bastion decides to do with this turn, bringing out the Bidoof here onto the field for that future Bibarel to add that extra support down the line with the Industrious Incisors ability in the future here for Bastion.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn now that we see for Bastion, as you have 2 options. You can either stay with a very thin board that doesn't spread out like this, that isn't susceptible as much to the Kyurem, or you can commit all these resources, also apply the pressure of the Charizard, and just say pick one of these options. If you ignore Charizard for too long, you're going to be facing some bad news.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty solid plan here. You want to play into your consistency as much as possible so that you have answers in the late game here, especially because Robin Schultz hasn't had the best turns. This is definitely not as fast as Regidrago decks usually work here, and Bastion is able to still accelerate these energies down now that we have that Charizard EX evolving, so we're at least getting all of the pieces really needed here for Bastion, and then also establishing that later game setup as well is going to be huge, I think.
Yeah, the difference here is that there's really a 1-turn clock for Robin to take advantage on that Manaphy. With the Prime Catcher in hand, with the Professor's research that was found as well, you know that Robin wants to play this entire hand out, grab the Manaphy, and then take the knockouts with the Kyurem. So if you wait 1 turn, maybe he has to throw away all those resources, and then you can take advantage of this. But we're going to see the wide board, and this is now that opportunity for Robin that we've been talking about. Can he capitalize and take multiple knockouts here while also still retaining some semblance of a board?
Yes, that is what we need to see. We're just seeing that Burning Darkness now. Bastion applying that pressure to that Regidrago V-Star, but it's on the bench here now after that Prime Catcher from Robin Schultz. The A-Spec has been used here so far. We're going to see the Energy Attachment, canceling Cologne as well being used before this Professor's research to draw us into another fresh hand of 7 cards.
Yeah, and you see the strategy here for Robin is targeting down 2 prize Pokemon 1 at a time, starting with that Rotom V. Just work your way through the Rotom, then likely 2 Charizards to get the job done. Using a lot of resources to get to this point with the double energy switch, but finally, the first Teal Masked Ogerpon ready to roll, and maybe we can see some drawing here, because it's been a tough go.
Yeah, I know. It's actually so sad to see. There's been so much debate online whether Regidrago is super ultra consistent or absolutely inconsistent. Where do you fall on that, Kyle?
I mean, if the light is shined on you, then you're going to have a great day. That's about where it is. It selects which player it wants to do well. And
yes,
Robin maybe needs to take a look again, because if we saw a nest ball there, I would have certainly said it's happening once more. Crown another world champion.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is such a powerful deck, but sometimes things just don't tend to go your way, especially after that Legacy V-Star just absolutely whiffing the resources needed. The Manaphy was so close in the active position, but now it's back onto the bench here. Rotom V, of course, in the active off of that Prime Catcher from Robin Schultz. With that Regidrago V-Star fully loaded up now here. And Robin Schultz still has some more play here. We see that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX that's going to be benched now coming up for Robin Schultz. The grass is already in the hands here as well to draw additional cards. But I think it's just going to make sure to keep track of all these resources already utilized, as well as the Pokemon that are in the discard pile that are able to be used as far as attacks go.
Absolutely, and we see here the Hisuian Gudra V-Star, a solid attack to use in this spot.
Yeah.
Knocking out the Rotom, but also with that added bit of protection that you have, reducing 80 damage from your opponent on the following turn. Potentially going to save Regidrago from some big issues.
Yeah, we saw that. Kapow, the Rotom V goes down with just enough damage there from that Hisuian Gudra's attack being duplicated there on that Regidrago V-Star. And that is 2 prize cards now for Robin Schultz heading into this turn from Bastion. We see the Ultra Ball starting us off, discarding 2 Pokemon here in that Pidgey as well as the Charmander.
Yeah, and this is why you play different lines. We see, of course, now the Bibarel is ready to be added into the mix, but also Pheasantipity is there too. If you want to draw even more cards after the Bibarel, certainly could see plenty of options. The issue that comes along with that is benching another 2 prize Pokemon in this spot doesn't sound fun.
Doesn't really sound that fun. I agree with you there, Kyle. But hey, at least we're going to see some extra draw support now that the Bibarel is out onto the field. That little Bidoof evolved. It has a whole stack of sticks now, and it is ready to draw some cards here for Bastion. As we see that coin being placed using that Industrious Incisor's ability, as you see displayed on our screen here. So that is going to draw into some extra cards. Let's see what we get in this hand.
Oh, well, there's a little more help. That stick was pretty good. Counter catcher
nice.
to help out and line up that knockout on the benched, damaged Regidrago V-Star. And now the issue. Uh-oh, this hand still isn't great.
No, we're lacking consistency here, but hey, I still believe in this Charizard EX. We'll have to see what happens here, but at least we're going to take some prize cards and still continue to keep up the pace, but still slightly behind, especially after kind of how this game started. I'm a bit surprised. We're seeing both players whiff a little bit here.
Yeah, the team yells cheer to help out maybe and add to some of that consistency.
Yeah.
Just a single Arvin at this point, but maybe it finds its way back to the top.
Maybe down the line. Bastion going to shuffle up here now as that Charizard EX sits in the active position. We still have that Charmander loaded up with 1 energy on the bench as well. How do you think our players are feeling right now, Kyle? This is our round 1 World Championships. They're in the stream match. Do you think they're a bit nervous?
Honestly, I'm not seeing it. I don't see the shaky hands that go along with it. No major misplays as well. Both players are doing a great job of showing off the power of their decks. It's just been missing draws for the most part. If you can find a little more help off the top of the deck, like maybe this Teal Mask Ogerpon could find, then perhaps there's an ability to take a big knockout. And as we say that, Raging Bolt added into the mix. Maybe that's the Pokemon that can get the job done here.
Yeah, we just need a way to discard. And look at that Ultra Ball, the perfect card here to discard both of those Pokemon in the Raging Bolt, as well as that Dragapult going into the discard pile. That's a lot more to work with here for Robin Schultz on this turn. Of course, Bastion did go down 2 prize cards after knocking out that Regidrago V-Star. So we are tied up currently in the prize cards. It's on Robin Schultz now to keep up this pace, take some more prize cards for this turn, and put on as much pressure as possible.
Adding those energies to the board, big for this spot, the Teal Mask Ogerpons. If you can chain them together, maybe find 2, 3 of these Pokemon along with the grass energy, keep the ball rolling. It leads into a Bellowing Thunder that can easily take a knockout on this Charizard. The problem is, how many energy can you keep on board? Can you retain a threat after this? And it looks like there's probably a chance there with that energy switch that can be held onto.
Yep, those energy being accelerated onto those Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to draw additional cards as well. All of this energy are out on the field to take a giant knockout here. It's 70 damage for each energy that you discard off of this Bellowing Thunder that's going to be copied by the Regidrago V-Star.
I just don't know if you can do it at this point, though. The prize cards, when you give up this many prizes, you see on the other end, the Burning Darkness just continues to grow. A rare candy Charizard away from Bastion, taking a return knockout and just facing off against a couple Teal Mask. I like that, those odds there.
Yeah, exactly. The Teal Mask Ogerpon, such a great supporter Pokemon, but it is only 210 HP, and that is plenty. The Charizard's hitting plenty to knock that out pretty easily.
Look at this!
Is that the energy switch?
Energy switch over to the Teal Mask.
Wow.
This has 2 attackers ready to go.
Yeah, trying to get some sort of recovery here, I guess, from Robin Schultz's side.
Safety first? Do we just go back to Gudra?
Yeah, that might be what we see here from Robin Schultz, kind of looking through the discard pile at these Pokemon that are there.
Don't hurt me.
Yeah, I know it is a bit scary when you're playing against Regidrago and you see those Pokemon start to hit the discard pile and you know that your time is just ticking when you play against this deck. And I gotta say, I've played a lot of this matchup being the Charizard EX, and I have usually not had a great time at all.
It's really difficult. if you see the Regidrago player continue to draw into all of the right pieces, find the basics to follow suit, we're basically one Regidrago away from the game being sealed. If that Pokemon's on the board, then Robin's in a great spot, but he's going to full send 350 damage for the huge knockout.
Go. A clean knockout here on that Charizard EX. One shot down from a ton of HP here, being knocked off the field. Down 2 prize cards now for Robin Schultz. Only 2 left to take, but look at the board state. All of this energy to the discard pile. Hits a ton of damage, 70 for each energy, but now we're just left with the Regidrago V-Star in the active and a nice little grass energy on that Teal Mask Ogre on the bench. I'm excited to see what that recovery looks like when we come back to Robin Schultz's turn. But for now, we're on Bastion's side of the field, the Manaphy being promoted into the active.
Yeah, what a world's difference we could have seen from Robin if maybe the opening attack was with that Kyurem, taking 3 prize cards in that opening turn, then just need 1 remaining prize card. I'd feel a lot better if Teal Mask needed to just take 1 prize than 2. 2 prize cards here seems pretty difficult.
Yeah, that's going to require quite a bit of energy there. Will we be able to see the retrievals happen? But Buddy Puffin going into the deck here now from Bastion. Jamming Tower as well as our stadium here now. I love that little graphic we see where we're at here, Kyle. We're in the Jamming Tower.
Help!
Help! Oh, that is awesome. But Buddy Poffin going to shuffle up the deck here. Nothing being sought out off of the Buddy Poffin, but we get a quick look at the resources, and now we're reshuffling here. That Buddy Poffin going into the discard. Nobody's going to be munching down on it today.
So many questions still need to be answered. Bieberl trying to help out, just 3 cards at a time.
Yeah, and look at that. We see the bench of the Pecharunt EX. This is a brand new card for us as well. Are you surprised to see that bench, Kyle?
It helps at this point. Honestly, you might be running low on energies to retreat, so an opportunity to promote this Pokemon, regardless of the poisoning effect, could be beneficial. Just looking for a little more help here, and Pheasantipity trying to do just that. We saw the Arven in hand, so maybe just that Ultra Ball or even drawing into that Pokemon itself, the Charizard EX, could help here.
Exactly. Pheasantipity going to be able to draw some extra cards here from Bastion. We're going to see how our first Flip the Script goes here, Kyle.
All right.
Flip the Script. That is the ability here, drawing 3 additional cards here for Bastion into the hand. What do you see?
Charizard!
We see the Charizard coming down here, the EX being drawn off that Pheasantipity. It's going well so far.
All right, let's keep flipping those scripts. We certainly need it here, as the script had Robin lined up as the winner.
Yes.
If it weren't for this combination. Arven to find the rare candy. Energies to go along with this should be in the deck, and Charizard will be the active Pokemon at the end of this turn, taking a big knockout here.
Exactly, that Burning Darkness move on that Charizard EX, that Terra-type Charizard. It's 180 damage base, but then it adds 30 additional damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. So as the game continues, your Charizard only gets stronger, angrier, and ready to strike down the line. And Bastion is in that key spot here for that damage. It can take huge knockouts. And we're seeing the pieces be put together thanks to that Arven first up for Bastion. Just taking a quick look at the resources in the discard pile from Robin Schultz, and then now going into the deck, getting that rare candy out here for Bastion.
Yeah, Charizard, he was born in the darkness. He's ready to attack, and sure enough, this is a terrifying sight to go along with the beauty of some of the cards that I've seen. Have you read some of the European cards that we have to feature here? With the Pepper Arven and the Super Bonbon rare candy? I would.
Oh, yes.
What it's like to be a European playing on the main stage. It's unreal.
Yeah, no, Super Bonbon is probably my favorite
Top tier.
But look at this. We actually see the Charmeleon come into play off of this this Charmander. It's going to hard evolve into the stage 1 Charmeleon, and that is going to be it, passing the turn over to Robin Schultz now.
I wonder if the energies weren't there. At this point, we saw a few to retreat along the course of the opening of the game. If there's any in the prize cards, perhaps. It's just the 6 energies typically in the list.
Wow,
Maybe
well,
not enough to get the job done.
I'll tell you what, superior energy retrieval is going to make sure Robin Schultz is not lacking any energy here. Discarding 2 cards, getting all 4 energy out of the discard pile, and those are going to be re-accelerated straight away off of this teal dance on this Ogerpon EX. We're dancing on the bench here, Kyle. We're drawing some cards, we're throwing some grass energy around, we're having a good time.
There's a lot of reasons to dance right now. One of them is not the Regidrago in the active spot. That's a big Pokemon, and you need to find a way to attack with something relevant in this spot. I'm thinking it might be teal time, but is there a boss's orders plus a switch to go along with this to knock out that Charmeleon?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. The Radiant Charizard was being drawn out as well here for Robin Schultz, being benched down now. That late game attacker, single prize Pokemon as well. But we're going to see some more draw here. Grass coming down onto that second Teal Mask Ogerpon. We have a third Teal Mask Ogerpon, and it's going to be accelerated straight away. Let's see what this card is drawn for Robin.
With the energy switch.
Nice. There we go. Fire energy coming down onto this Regidrago V-Star in the active position here now. The energy switch that we just saw drawn here.
Well, these are such vital resources. Of course, holding on to the energy switch can be vital if you want the Teal Mask Ogerpon to take a knockout on a Pokemon like that Charizard and take advantage of that grass weakness.
Yeah.
So it's gonna slow down at this point, past the turnover. Oh, this is getting scary.
I know, we're seeing these passes from both players. It's like we're playing 5D chess here right now between both of them. They have the skill to be doing that though, Kyle. We're gonna see another turn here for Bastion after that pass there from Robin Schultz, but the pressure is really mounting here from Robin's side of the field. As you said, the grass weakness from that Ogerpon EX being really scary when you are a dark type, Terra type Pokemon in that Charizard EX. So what do you think Bastion does from here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to have the Charizard to attack with. You need to continue to take knockouts. Your board state completely reliant on the Charizard at this point in time.
Yeah.
There's no Radiant Charizard to sneak into the mix. The bench space just isn't available. The problem is, which of these Pokemon is the biggest threat at this point? And do you have the cards to take it down? Boss's orders, yes, but we haven't seen the fire energy yet.
Exactly, yeah, let's see. We're taking a look at the deck right now. There's one single fire left here. Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards to grab that Pidgeot EX. That Pidgey has been lone on the bench here for this entire game. And could we finally see it become a Pidgeot EX?
Potentially, yes, but that goes... Well, yes, we see the rare candy to go along with that now.
Oh yeah, that's why we have the Charmeleon ready to go for the Charizard next turn. Pidgeot EX joining the fields now. Gonna allow Bastion to get another resource out of the deck here off of that quick search.
Now the question is there an opportunity for a card like Professor Turo to open up that bench space, include the Radiant Charizard as an attacker? But at this point, you're not attacking into a knockout. You have that Regidrago that you have to work into the 280 hit points.
Yeah, this is getting sticky, Kyle. I am not disappointed by our first match here.
There is Prime Catcher, so there's a world where Bieberl just draws into all the great stuff.
Oh, we're going to see Industrious Incisors here. Let's see what is drawn for Bastion.
Super Rod for some help. The Radiant Charizard to go along with it. I suppose the last card missing was the Prime Catcher to take a relevant 2-prize knockout with a 1-prize Pokemon at this stage of the game. But you're asking for so much. Pidgeot can search for one of the pieces, either the Turo or the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Trying to piece it together here from Bastion's side, but coming up just a little bit short. Yeah. Looks like eyeing up the Iono at the front of the deck here. Does see that Prime Catcher that's in the deck. It's going to be chosen now for Bastion off of that quick search.
Yep, if you use the Prime Catcher, you target down that Teal Mask Ogerpon with the 2 energies on it, and hopefully don't see that again. But Iono seems like the better choice here. You need your opponent to have no energies off the top 3 at this stage of the game.
Exactly.
If that happens, there is a world where Radiant or Charizard EX just roams free, and it's going to pause for now.
Yeah, there we go. It's just going to be a pass of the turn now over to Robin Schultz. Both of these players taking things nice and slow, making sure they want to secure their potential win here from either side of the field. I gotta say, I didn't expect it to be going this long for these two decks.
Yep, this is a spot that you don't see too often, where players just pass over the turn back and forth, waiting for that right opportunity, the right cards to be in hand for a combo like that boss's orders, along with the switching effect, the energy switch, whatever it may be. We're so close at this point. This might be the turn for Robin now. Multiple energies, triple Ogre Pawn, along with the final energy switch. If a boss's orders is found here, easy knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon. Here we go.
Exactly. 2 prize cards, all we have left to take on Robin Schultz's side of the field. A lot of energy in the hand here. But do we have it? It was just an Earthen Vessel now drawn off of that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. We're going to see another draw here. Can we get it?
Luminion!
Whoa, there we go.
Luminion,
we got the bench space,
there.
right?
There's the bench space. Boss's orders should be found here, and there it is. Big find. All the resources lining up perfectly in this opening game. Final energy switch to go. Pick your poison. Either way, you have a Game 1 victory here.
Exactly. That Luminion was exactly what Robin Schultz needed. Being benched, using Luminous Sign, getting that boss's orders, having the energy here to discard. Robin Schultz is going to take those last prize cards here.
Wow. Yeah, 28 minutes to get to that point. That is not what you expect when you see two powerhouse decks going at it at the opening round, but there's still an opportunity for a solid Game 2 here. Worried about a Game 3 potentially, but what a great showing from both these players in our inaugural game here.
Yeah, this is huge here, but Robin Schultz showing that world champion difference, taking down our first game in this set between our players. But we're heading into another one. As you said, Kyle, not much time left on the clock. Both these players are going to have to play efficiently here to be able to take things out. But I mean, honestly, from that first game, we didn't really see Robin Schultz's deck set up as I have seen Regidrago V-Star set up. And so I'm wondering if we're going to kind of see the opposite here now, potentially. It just absolutely pop off. I mean, it could have gone so differently depending on what happened after that Legacy V-Star power. And that's truly, that being whiffed, I mean, we missed a huge turn there, but Robin Schultz was still able to bring things out, and that just shows the power of Regidrago here in this format.
Yep, Bastion needs a lot to go right in those opening turns. Find the Manaphy, find those Charmander, find a way to continue to draw additional resources and lead into that initial Arven. Put the pressure on with that early Charizard, and hopefully your opponent doesn't have the initial answer of a Raging Bolt. And that was the case. Robin did not have any of those answers and wasn't able to take advantage of knocking out a big board state, and maybe there's an opportunity here once more. We'll see what the prize cards have to say about that, as we know how important that can be going into this second game here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, 1 or 2 key pieces prized for either player could lead to be absolutely detrimental, but I'm excited to see what we have in the prize cards, what these players are going to be missing out of their decks until they start to take these prize cards for us. But it looks like the match is underway here. We're going to get into our second game from our players now, starting a little bit differently this time. The Charmander is the active position here for Bastion, kicking off the turn with a Buddy Poffin. These are the prize cards.
Oh yeah, yep, I saw a little bit of that there. The pink is terrifying to witness, that Prime Catcher in the prize cards. That Radiant Charizard as well that we've seen be so important in mixing up some of that prize mapping. But I can't complain here. Opening turn, Buddy, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. You love to see it. The Buddy Poffin, Charmander, the Pidgey coming out. They're hungry here. They're munching down on the Buddy Poffins. We're going to see the Ultra Ball as well, discarding some resources here from Bastion. It's going to be one of those Fire Energy. How many Fire Energy do we have? 6, right?
We can take a peek at that. I believe it is 6. It seems to be the typical answer there. And once more, the Ultra Balls to go, the Ultra Ball to go along with this, the Rotom V on that opening turn. That first instant charge is absolutely free, and we take those.
Exactly. Last time it was kind of sent away by an early Iono there, but anytime you can end your turn with 3 additional cards in the hand is going to set you up nice and neat for these future turns. Lots of Pokemon off that instant charge draw there from Bastion. Oh wait, that was a Nest Ball? Oh no, we're seeing a Nest Ball.
No. For Robin.
Yes, this is Nest Ball for Robin Schultz here now, kicking off this turn.
Big piece missing from the last game is just see one of those as having the opportunity to find that resource when you use your V-Star ability. That can lead to a world's difference. Drawing some additional resources with the Mew, that one extra energy on board with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, whatever it may be, even the additional Regidrago so that you can be reckless with that initial one. It's super helpful.
Well, we saw a quick look at the prize cards there for Robin Schultz's side of the field. 2 key cards that were used at the very end of that game, that Luminion V as well as the Boss's Orders. It was used to search that out. So those are in the prize cards now until Robin Schultz has access to those down the line in this game. But after that Nest Ball to bring out an early Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is essential for this deck to start accelerating pieces. And the Ultra Ball is going to have to discard 2 Pokemon here. That Dragapult, you want to see it in the discard pile so you can utilize its Phantom Dive attack off of Regidrago V-Star. What you're not as happy about is that Regidrago V-Star being in the discard pile. You'd love another attacker maybe going into the discard pile instead.
Yeah, it's a worthy sacrifice to make, but sure enough, you do just that. And you see, Bastion thinks about these things. The 60 damage, the 6 damage counters that are placed down from that Dragapult, countered by the 70 hit points of the Charmander.
Yeah.
You just have to think about everything when you're building your deck, and the worry of seeing a Pokemon like Dragapult attacking on the second turn. It's pretty viable in a deck like this.
Absolutely it is. We've seen the energy switches there on Robin Schultz's side in this deck. We've seen the acceleration of those grass energy to the Teal Mask Ogerpons that are on the bench. We have a Regidrago V now on the bench as well for Robin, but you're totally right, Kyle. Especially with that Legacy V-Star power, you can have all of those tools to pull off these incredible turns early on, but this time around, it's going to be the prime catcher now, bringing up that Rotom V here for Robin Schultz, as well as a Professor's Research, going to get us into 7 additional cards to the hand.
Wow, look at the hand, too. Just a little bit of everything. That's what you want to be cooking with here as a Drago player, and sure enough, it lines up just like that. The Earthen Vessel, an additional Nest Ball, the Ultra Ball if you want to discard some additional resources, and we still have a V-Star ability for the following turn. This could be a huge turn for Robin on the next go of it. As we already saw the Prime Catcher, yeah, you can use it a little loosely here. You know you're going to grab it right back next turn.
Exactly. You're going to put that right back into the hand, and that's a huge part of this deck. Being able to recycle those resources is just giant, because all of these cards help you so much in this matchup, as we saw. Fresh 7 off that Professor's Research, and now we are just rolling here. We see that Earthen Vessel discarding a Regidrago V as well. We already have another one on the bench. We're going to get these energy out, and they're going to be accelerated straight away to draw some additional cards here for Robin Schultz, and we might see this giant turn, and this is only our turn 2 here from Robin Schultz. This is how I like to see Regidrago played.
Yeah, we saw the energy switch added to the hand as well. Just one of those resources that has to be involved in the combination to get the 3 energies onto the Regidrago to start things off. So all the pieces are slowly aligning. Yes, this is a quick pass of the turn. Wait to see what your opponent can do. But if they're not there, then surely you have the ability to get pretty violent next turn.
Yep, that is very true here, Kyle. We're going to see that energy switch over to the active position Regidrago V. But over on Bastion's side, we're already seeing that Super Bonbon evolve that Pidgeot EX as well. So these are all pieces that are being pulled together now for Bastion. We have that quick search eligible as well for this turn, and that is pretty huge.
Yes, so helpful there to find that Pokemon early on. Just continue to burn through the deck. Looks like Arvin already initially thought of here before even going for the card itself, as the Forest Sealstone and Buddy Poffin are thrown to the top of the deck.
Exactly. Oh, no, we have it on board here.
Okay.
You mean Pepper, right? Huh?
Yeah, of course.
Pepper being played here.
Now, where's the salt?
Arvin.
We need we need the combo here.
Hey, Pepper, salt. We got a nice buddy poffin here scooped up for Bastion. That's going to be the item card as well as a tool card in that Forest Seal Stone being drawn out of the deck. Now that's buddy poffin being played to establish the bench. We saw this in our last match here from Bastion, and we're seeing it again. And I mean, it pays off. Having all these resources toward the end of the game, especially if you're on the back foot, you have all these cards in your deck where you can really catch up super well and overtake your opponent if they're not able to find that recovery in their own deck. But we're going to see this Forest Seal Stone coming down. It's going to give that Rotom V a V-Star power. It didn't have one before, but now it has one. As long as it's a V Pokemon, you can use that Star Alchemy V-Star power to search out an additional card to your hand as well.
Yeah, at this point, what helps out in this spot? You've already seen, looks like plenty of Pokemon added, and thankfully it is that Charizard. We didn't know if we were going to get to that point here, and sure enough, it is there. I was worried that all the Charmander could get wiped out next turn, but applying the pressure, adding this threat is so important. And maybe Robin doesn't get an opportunity to wipe out the bench here. Has to think about that Charizard and get really aggressive early on.
Yeah, this is the bread and butter here of Charizard EX. Everything is being established there for Bastion. That Charizard EX being evolved into Infernal Rain being activated to accelerate these energy onto the field. And look at that, the Regidrago V is so close to a knockout here, just 40 HP left remaining there in the active position. Robin Schultz is going to have to recover a bit here. We see a much more established bench than we saw in our previous game. We did see a Regidrago V and V-Star already in the discard pile for Robin Schultz, but we still have one being evolved into for that active position. A little extra HP here. Now we're at only 100 left on that Regidrago, and we have it already loaded up with energy. Just needs one more to be able to attack.
Well, this hand was missing one thing and found it. It's just additional energies to go along with it. The question here is, do you want to take a risk? Do you want to play this energy on the active Pokemon, or do you continue to draw with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, see an additional resource before the inevitable Iono, it looks like here? And why not take a risk? You have the backup of your V-Star ability to go along with this.
Yeah, true. We haven't even activated that V-Star ability yet here. I'm excited to see how Robin Schultz chooses to use it in this game, but we have that heavily damaged Regidrago V-Star ready to attack. We are going to see the Mew this time coming out.
Yeah, Mew, thankfully there in the hand to go along with this. A solid strategy where you could potentially see your opponent, or you could take the hand with the Ultra Ball, drop it down to 0, grab another Regidrago V-Star, and play that down, draw 3 additional resources after you use that Legacy Star. You could have a really solid hand to go along with that.
Yeah, we got some nice supporter Pokemon here on this side of the field. Mew can also be used as an attacker as well, somewhere down the line in some decks, but Iono is going to be used here now from Robin Schultz. Both these players, their hands are going to go to the bottom of their decks. They're going to draw 6 cards each for as many prize cards as they have remaining.
A little safer here, and I think we can all agree that's probably a good call. Already up a game and looking for a few more resources, those energies especially, and it looks like the grass energy found along with that earthen vessel should be pretty helpful.
Yeah, that's what you like to see here. All these energy being loaded up from Robin Schultz's side of the field here. Tons of cards off of that Iono that were drawn into. Are we going to see this Legacy V-Star power? Debating it. Is he going to flip that V-Star token? You can only use 1 V-Star per game. We're going to see it. 7 cards here being discarded from Robin Schultz.
Oh,
wow, lots of...
A few attackers to go along with this, but we did see some resources like that Ultra Ball. I believe there's already one there, but the Prime Catcher is a card we always think about adding back into the mix. Now the question is, do you already have access to a way to reach that knockout with the Raging Bolt? If not, then have to search out that Pokemon, combine that with the Earthen Vessel to get it into the discard pile.
Yeah, that's where you have to start to put your pieces together here. Robin Schultz is able to recycle some of these resources now, drawing 2 cards back out of the discard pile after that V-Star power being utilized. But exactly what you said, Kyle. Where do we go from here? Which attacker do we utilize here? And which other additional card, along with that Prime Catcher, do we draw out? Looks like it's going to be the Superior Energy Retrieval.
I'm not sure if we officially have the count on it, but I think that all of the Regidrago V-Stars have been seen. As we had one early discard, the second discarded there off the Legacy and one the active. It leads to some issues when you start to get try to chain together some attacks later on.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Kyle. It could lead to some issues down the line here for Robin Schultz because you need a lot of these recovery cards to get these Pokemon back and get some attackers flying around here. But all these Regidrago V-Star are gone. Besides this one that's in the active here, Prime Catcher going to be used. That Rotom V brought up into the active. Of course, that Mew has that free retreat, so that Regidrago V-Star is able to just re-promote into the active position here from Robin Schultz.
Oh, a lot to think about here.
Jamming Tower going to come into play as our stadium here. Those tools already been utilized there from Bastion, but that Rotom V, just like our last game, is going to go down nice and early here from that attack off the Phantom Dive being used off that Dragapult EX. We're going to see these damage counters come down as well from Robin Schultz. 6 damage counters.
Robin says, evolve these Pokemon as soon as you can. And pew, pew, pew. You see all that added to the bench there.
Wow.
It's a tricky spot. Of course, 30 damage added to the Pidgeot. Thinking about that Radiant Charizard as a Pokemon that you can work into the mix while you're trying to find a way to potentially recover on some of these Regidrago that have already fallen. What do you attack with at this point other than the Radiant Charizard?
Yeah, that is tough. Oh, the first time we're going to see it here, that Mochi coming out, that Binding Mochi being played down onto the field. We don't see any poison just yet, but that is the tool card being put onto Charizard EX here for some additional damage if it is poisoned. We already saw the Pecharunt come down in the last game. That adds that poison to the Charizard EX. We'll see if that comes into play here from Bastion, but not just yet because tool cards are currently shut down from that Jamming Tower.
Yeah, it looks pretty, but it's not doing anything just yet.
Not
here.
yet, yeah.
Gosh, there's so much to think about on Bastion's side. Your opponent, you have so much information by way of the discard pile at this point. If they don't have a way to get some of these Pokemon back, whatever it may be, a Super Rod or what have you, you're in a difficult spot where you can see the attackers lined up, but you don't really want to use Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, exactly. Feels bad. Ultra Ball being used here to discard a Jamming Tower of his own here for Bastion, as well as that Pecharunt going to the discard pile. Ultra Ball searching out a Pokemon here for Bastion. Looks like it's just going to be a shuffle up to thin down this hand.
It's tricky to think about with already so much damage on board. You can knock out that Regidrago, but you're scared of the grass Pokemon here, so rightfully so.
Yeah.
As going to identify that and take out a Teal Mask Ogerpon. Those energies, they stack up, and they take out Charizards pretty quick.
It gets dangerous out there, Kyle. It gets dangerous. The counter catcher, as long as you're behind in prize cards, you can promote one of your opponent's Pokemon into the active position. Like you said, Teal Mask Ogerpon with that grass typing, and those energies adding up can be very dangerous here. So that's going to be in the active position now. We're going to see a Super Rod as well, bringing back that Pecharunt into the deck, as well as a couple of energy cards for Bastion. Quick Search has already been used for this turn here for Bastion. Industrious Incisors already utilized. All the abilities being drawn out for Bastion so far here in this turn. We're going to see that retreat now into the Charizard EX. That Teal Mask Ogerpon going down. That is a knockout here on our field. And Bastion's going to go down 2 prize cards in that Radiant Charizard, as well as the Fire Energy being added into the hand. That's going to spice things up for this matchup. Our players are tied now. 2 prize cards taken on both sides. Robin Schultz promotes that Mew EX that has that free retreat. You can change out to whatever you want in this turn. Let's see what happens here for Robin Schultz. What cards are going to be played here?
Yeah, honestly, the biggest prize cards right there to find that Radiant Charizard, an additional single prize Pokemon to work into the mix stay in the race here. It's going to be so big for Bastion, but there's 4 minutes remaining. Robin Schultz thinking about every potential opportunity here to close out this game. See as many cards as you can, of course. You have that serendipity to help out. And I mean, does the script need to be flipped here? You're looking pretty good.
Maybe don't flip it.
Yeah, let's flip it twice. So it's back on top.
Yeah, you want to flip it in your direction, that's for sure. But 3 additional cards either way there from that Pheasantipity after that knockout from Robin Schultz's side of the field. It's getting intense here. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Superior Energy Retrieval being the card played. That Kyurem's finally going to hit the discard pile now, as well as a Nest Ball.
That single damage counter as well onto the Bibarel. You have to think about that too.
That's true.
It adds up just so nicely there for that Kyurem if it potentially wants to take a triple knockout this go around.
Yeah, it's called Tri-Frost for a reason in that Kyurem for sure. 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon, and that is dangerous when you have all of these low HP Pokemon that have already been damaged from previous turns. So Robin Schultz gonna put down that Radiant Charizard onto the field as well. We've already seen several abilities being used for the turn. Now are we just going to lead into this Iono here for both of our players? It's going to be a tie as far as the cards being drawn for each for these players after their hands go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so much information that Robin has when using this card. Sees, what, 8 cards that aren't boss's orders at this point. There's obviously the opportunity to draw into one of those that is in the prize cards, along with a Luminion. You think of all the resources that could potentially get you over that threshold to take that final prize card on the next turn, and doesn't see it just yet, but there is hope on the horizon.
There is hope. Hey, when you're playing this deck, there's always hope there, unless you just discard everything you need off Legacy CP Well, the Teal Mask Ogerpon is going to be promoted after that free retreat on that Mew EX.
Once more, there's that opportunity there to wipe out a lot of resources, but take out the threat. Force your opponent to establish another threat once more has been the plan for Robin all the way through. And sure, if the Regidrago's not targeted next turn, you have that opportunity to clean up if all these Pokemon aren't evolved.
Woo! Well, it is getting down to the wire here now. Kyle, that was huge here from Robin Schultz. 2 prize cards left to take in this game with only just over a minute left here. Bastion's going to have to decide what to do after that giant Charizard EX being knocked out by that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with that grass weakness on that Terra-type Pokemon. And I mean, it's Myriad Leaf Shower is a huge move here. It's not just a support Pokemon with that Teal Dance. That's 30 damage for each energy that's attacked to not only your active Pokemon, but your opponent's as well.
Yeah, it starts to add up, especially in this matchup. That grass weakness can be terrifying, and it is one of the bigger threats that you have to work around, as you're focused solely on that Regidrago in so many other matchups, but sure enough here, it does work.
It works indeed. Well, we have that Pidgeot EX in the active position, a little bit damaged here. Ultra Ball being played. This is the second time we're seeing. That's the Petron, right? Or is that Pheasantipity?
One of the 2.
Yeah, well, they look very similar.
It is tricky to tell.
Ultra Ball going to get out that Charizard EX now. Coming back to the field here if we have that rare candy, but it's going to be the Charmeleon as well coming out for Bastion. I mean, we saw this there from last turn for Bastion, so we have both options, but that Super Bonbon evolving that Charizard EX on the bench here now. That little HP Charmander is now a full-blown, very angry Charizard EX. Infernal Rain being utilized, that ability for the turn. It looks like our judges have just alerted our players that time has been called. That means there's going to be 3 additional turns in this match.
You see that signified under or over top of the time counter there, as we know that we are now on the unofficial turn 0 as we move forward in this game. Robin becomes turn 1, and of course, with 2 prize cards left, he'd like to end it right there.
Yeah, we see the Kapow there knocking out that Pokemon down to 2 prize cards here for Bastion, getting the Prime Catcher and a Nest Ball from the prize cards. And Robin Schultz is over here with the Mew EX in the active position. Plenty of cards to be played. Earthen Vessel's going to start us off here, discarding that Professor's Research. And we're going to start out some energy cards from the deck. 2 basic energy.
Yeah, at this point, maybe just the ones as a way to thin, place that energy anywhere, as it doesn't matter anymore. You don't have any teal mask to continue to accelerate. They've all been your main attacker somehow.
Somehow.
Now they're gone. At this point, Robin says, I don't even need this energy. It's probably going to be that Mew drawing as many cards as possible to help out in this situation.
Yeah, that restart ability is nice and tidy here for Robin Schultz. Being able to discard these cards with that Earthen Vessel, discarding the Professor's Research to get your hand size down just enough so you can draw up with the restart until you have 3 cards in your hand. That energy being placed to the Radiant Charizard. 3 cards here for Robin Schultz. What do we see?
Boss's Orders is found. Wow. Off the 3 cards, Radiant Charizard lined up perfectly for that knockout. 250 damage is going to be it. And Robin Schultz is taking a round 1 victory here at the World Championships.
Hey, that is just an incredible way to line up this round 1 here at Worlds. Robin Schultz, a former world champion, taking things down with a clean 2-0 and putting Regidrago V-Star officially on the map here at Worlds.
Now, what a way to get the job done. Nice and simple. We saw a few of those different attacks that could be copied, but no Shrouded Fable shenanigans that went on this time around. I was really looking forward to Akiram once or twice, but no dice.
We were very close to that pile, very, very close. But hey, maybe we'll see it. We have an action-packed filled weekend, but I am excited that we are now done with our round 1. Can you believe it, Kyle?
Yeah.
Robin Schultz taking down this first win in our round 1. I'm sure he's feeling good heading into the rest of this tournament with a win under his belt.
Yeah, this is my new Aqua Storm. I will be forever chasing this, so I need to see all the Pokemon wiped out, and it's so great to see in combination with that Dragapult setting up the damage counters. I mean, everything was played so well there from Robin to identify all these different win conditions. And sure enough, they lined up perfectly. Just needed to find a Boss's Orders. All the cards were right there at the end of the game.
Exactly. As I said, this is a star-studded matchup as well. Charizard EX, a deck that reigned, no pun intended, for so long in our formats before here. And now it's coming back to the World Championships. It's still a very strong deck that we have. But in that match, facing off against Regidrago V-Star, the new kid on the block here was not able to bring things out. What do you think the difference in these decks were? Is it truly just like the speed, the versatility of Regidrago that's able to take down Charizard? Does it just put too many obstacles in its way, Kyle?
I think we identified that problem as early as our introduction to the show. It's the way that you build the deck. If you include that Dusclops line, the Dusknoir, whatever it may be, you have an opportunity to give your opponent that extra prize card and to get an opening knockout on a Pokemon like that initial Regidrago or the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Take the first 2 prize knockout in that instance, and you'll find yourself ahead. Maybe you can incorporate that Radiant Charizard at a better spot and just force more aggression. It wasn't there, and we always saw that initial 180 hit, and then you're just asking your opponent to take a big lead, and sure enough, every game looked just like that.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes Charizard, we see it kind of working off the back foot. Like, it prefers to be working off the back foot because you unlock so many potential cards in your deck. I mean, even just having the counter catcher to kind of pick and choose who you're attacking at what time is huge. But, I mean, you're thinking about that and piecing together all your resources, getting all the Pokemon you need established. I mean, both of those games from Bastion, we had to see all of those Pokemon. I mean, we have full benches lined up. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the recovery down the line. And is it just too much setup to be going through against these other decks that are just big hitting Pokemon that can hit you very early on? We saw some explosive turns there from Robin Schultz, and that was with a slow start in our round 1 in our first game. So I can't even imagine when it's going full tilt.
It can be pieced together so cleanly. You could see huge combos where, especially if you get that opening turn, your opponent doesn't get to evolve. If you're the player going first in the matchup and then you get to go second and wipe out with the Kyurem, devastating if you have all the pieces line up. It almost went that way in the opening game. Just a little bit short. Oddly enough, a Nest Ball short. One of the most consistent cards that you see all the time It wasn't there when you threw away half the
I
deck.
know, right when you need it, it eludes you, of course, always, right? But hey, either way, Robin Schultz able to take a 2-0 victory here. It start things off with a bang at our World Championships. I'm excited to see what else we have on the horizon as far as our matchups, Kyle. I know we've talked a little bit about the Dusclops combo that we potentially could see down the line, but I feel like you're a bit skeptical of the Dusknoir.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It's so hit or miss. There's opportunities where it could do pretty well in this meta. It's just if you see it get knocked out early, if you lose to a deck that targets down the Duskulls, or you don't draw into the right pieces, adding in combo cards to your deck that's already having an issue finding the right pieces, and then your opponent taking advantage of something that's clearly showing up can be difficult. But when it happens at the right time, when it all comes together, it looks pretty great.
Well, I hope we get to see it down the line. We didn't see it in that matchup with the Dusknoir combos, but let's take a quick look back at that matchup. Maybe you missed the game. We're going to recap you right now so that you didn't miss anything here. Let's get some replays from this match between both of our star-studded players.
Yeah, firing away both players very early on. We saw the Charizard EX on the second turn along with that Regidrago coming into play, and sure enough, it lined up with a big knockout there with the Raging Bolt, copying that big attack for 5 energies to the discard pile. And sure enough, you only need that Boss's Orders card at the right time to get the job done. Luminion did it in game 1.
Yeah, tale as old as time for the trading card game. Luminous Sign, Boss's Orders. Take out your last 2 prize cards and take the game here for Robin Schultz after such a slow start. That was incredible to see. Now in this game between our players, we had that damaged Regidrago V-Star, but we were able to copy that Phantom Dive move, get all of those damage counters being placed onto the board, say on Bastion's side. We saw those teal mask Ogre Pawns being taken out slowly by Bastion, trying to slow Robin Schultz down just a little bit. But hey, that grass weakness goes both ways here. You couldn't take that one out. It took out your Charizard EX, and Robin Schultz was churning through these prize cards. Boss's Orders here at the last time needed. Radiant Charizard was able to seal the deal and take 2-0 victory here in our Masters round 1. Robin Schultz proving, look how calm, cool, collected as well. Like, just wow.
I mean, when your Steel Mask Ogre Pawns just ripping 360s left and right for big knockouts, you know you're going to be in for a good time. But no more word from us. We are now going to take it to the stage and hear from 2 incredible players. Pablo Meza is going to introduce us to Robin Schultz and hear about that game.
Kyle, you're matching. Here you go, Pablo. I love the dual pineapple shirts. Or sorry, pineapple shirts, I should say. Well, I guess we're going to have our interview in just a sec here. I'm very excited to hear from Robin Schultz once we get down to the stage. But yeah, I'd love to see the matching shirts. Did you do that on purpose, Kyle?
No, we did not talk about this. I think he's looking pretty dapper in that attire, I must say.
Well, this is our casual Friday here today. We wanted to bring out all the Hawaiian shirts. I'm also bringing out my plushie pins.
Yeah,
Look
I don't have those.
Yeah, it's not as fancy as me, Kyle. Look at the little arms. Yes, I'm so excited for all of the cool looks we're going to see from our casters this weekend. But even cooler than us are our players. You know, this is, like I said, the most star-studded players you're ever going to see competing on our giant stage here and bringing out all the stops. Not only am I excited about seeing their deck list, but how they churn through these very intricate matchups and all of those key turns that they take. It's going to be historical.
Yeah, well, so nice we're going to do it twice. Let's try once more. Throw it down to Pablo, who's going to introduce our winner.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Boo. I'm here with our winner of round 1, Robin Schultz. Congratulations, Robin. So I wanted to ask you, why Regidrago V-Star? What made you choose the presumed best deck in the format?
The main reason I'm playing Regidrago today is because it's the deck I have the most experience with. And that is because when testing for this event, I was doing more of a support role, just playing the decks that my testing partners wanted to play against, and this was always Regidrago. Like, everyone wanted to play against Regidrago every time, and so I was just playing Regidrago all day against their decks, and because of that, it's just the deck I'm most comfortable with, and I didn't really know what else to play, so I just stuck with what's like just the deck I have the most experience with.
All right, that's a great decision. Now, tell us a little bit about your choices. Why choose Raging Bolts over Giratina, which has been a hot topic in the community?
Yeah, I had Giratina V-Star in the deck at first, but I felt like situations where I just couldn't reach a 1 KO with Regidrago came up like quite a lot, and so like Regidrago, the Raging Bolt just like seemed better overall after playing with the deck.
Okay. And now, you are the 2018 World Champion, all right? You've been playing this game for a long time now. What keeps you coming back to this game? What keeps you competing?
I really enjoy just like traveling to these tournaments, meeting my friends, and traveling to cool places like Hawaii. And yeah, this really is the main thing that keeps me coming back. And of course, I still enjoy playing the game.
All right, that's great to hear. Now, any quick shout-outs or anything before we go back to casters?
Of course, shout-outs to my friends that have been here for the past 2 weeks and tested with. And of course, also shout-out to my brother, who isn't here, unfortunately, but still tested with us from home and supported us, so yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Robin. Congratulations once again. Back to casters.
Thank you so much, Pineapple Pablo, there on the stage. Awesome hearing from Robin Schultz there, how he's feeling after that win there in our round 1. That was an exciting match, but hey, it's only going to get better from here. We have a lot more just today, tomorrow, and for our championship Sundays here at the World Championships for the Pokemon trading card game and a couple other games too, but we're the coolest,
we like
right,
this
Kyle?
one.
Yeah, we like this one right here.
Pretty fun.
Well, we love the interactivity with you all so much. A little too much almost sometimes.
Fair.
And we have a community choice brackets. You guys have been loving them so far on all of our regional streams that we do these. And we've been saving this one for a long time.
Here we go.
The question was, what is the best A-Spec? It is going to be a bracket going on all weekend. So we're going to have to debate here between some two choices as you all vote on our first set coming up here. It looks like we're going to be taking the top here, Kyle.
Okay.
Prime Catcher versus Scoop Up Cyclone. Since I always beat you in these, Kyle, I'm going to let you take the lead on this one and choose which do you like better?
Such a woman of honor. I appreciate that. I think I will take the Prime Catcher, please.
Gotcha.
If you don't mind.
Gotcha. Love it. Very nice.
Oh, man. What a great card. I know we've seen so many different decks that have gone about which A-Spec strategy you want to focus on. I'll take that Prime Catcher. We've seen an unbelievable mix of this pink card thrown into every different deck. You know
They're
why?
all pink, okay.
Because it's great. This is the best one there is. Boss's Orders, yeah, that's cool. It's a supporter. That's not cool. So let's throw this into every deck possible. There's those possibilities to get this card back with Silene, with Regidrago, whatever it may be. Using this effect twice for a non-supporter is disgusting. And to have that opportunity to steal Pokemon left and right, have that card lined up to take that big win, that's everything you need.
All right, Kyle, that's 30 seconds. That's enough about your pink card. Okay, I got a pink card. All right, Scoop Up Cyclone allows you to just pick up a Pokemon and all the cards attached to it, put them right back in your hand. You have a heavily damaged Pokemon. What's a Prime Catcher going to do for you? You going to switch in the active and still get knocked out anyway down the line? I want to pick that baby up and maybe have some other supporter Pokemon that we can just re-evolve it, have a brand new fresh attacker. Scoop Up Cyclone, it's very popular, maybe in some other regions. Maybe it hasn't been as popular here, but hey, I see the potential in this card, and I think you should see the potential as well. Scoop Up
Done.
Cyclone. Ah!
Done. I don't want to hear any more about defense, okay? We play offense on this channel, and we take knockouts. That's how it's done. I'm sure the people will see it that way too. Cast your vote. We want to see which A-Spec you're thinking about is the best A-Spec that we have available for us. Is it that Prime Catcher? Is it that Scoop Up Cyclone? We'll be seeing a few more along the way too, and we're excited to see what your opinions are as we continue throughout the entirety of the event to see which one will be crowned the champion.
Oh, I'm excited to see that. I mean, almost as excited as the world champion, Kyle. I love the Scoop Up Cyclone. It looks like one of those machines that, like, spits out tennis balls.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't want that thing anywhere near me.
Yeah,
Just leave me damaged on the bench. I'm good.
Yeah, that's true. It looks much more dangerous, I think,
Yeah.
than your prime catcher. Okay, got that going for me. But
Yeah,
yes.
a little net gun. That's we've seen that all
What are you gonna
sorts
do,
of times.
Catch
That's
some
fine.
bugs with that or what? That is funny there. Well, make sure to cast your vote here as we journey through our World Championships. And also make sure to follow us on all our platforms as well. A huge shout out to whoever you're rooting for. Make sure to tag them, tag us, hashtag Pokemon Worlds on our screens here. We want to get some of your posts featured this weekend. I mean, we've had Hawaii World Championships before in the past, and I've already been seeing so many of our past pictures being posted when everybody was a lot younger before last time they may have been in Hawaii.
It's been a long time coming, but we're back, and it's great to be back in Hawaii. Give so many of these new players the opportunity to see a beautiful island and have this opportunity that a lot of the older players have already had an opportunity to see. And speaking of those players, we also have many players to watch in this event. We've seen across all the vast regions. We're going to start in North America with 3 fantastic players to watch out for. Andrew Hedrick, obviously North American international champion with huge regional wins. We've seen him on a huge tear. 9-0 seems to be something so easy for him.
Exactly.
Maybe 8-0 could be the new mark to set for us. There's only 8 rounds today.
Can you imagine going 8-0 at the World Championships? That would be wild to see. I'm excited to see what Andrew Hedrick decided to bring, as you said, winning the North America International Championships with that Lost Box deck. But just as right on this graph as well, John Ang. I know this is like one of your favorite players here, pal, right?
That's my boy. He's been continuing to just add to his accomplishments. His accolades are piling up at this point. Finally broke through with that huge victory. Got that regional championship win. You could tell how much it meant to him. He's been working so hard to get to this point. And it seems like he's always there in some capacity, the top 8, top 4. But is this his time to shine? We'll have to see. Chose a very interesting deck. I'm not going to share that, but it could be
you know the spy.
Pretty good time.
Ooh, that's something I love about John Ang, just the passion there for Pokemon TCG. We saw it in that video of all of our champions this season. The pop-off in that video, just the excitement there, finally securing a win at a regional. But can he make it further? Definitely one of our NA players to watch here. And of course, you can't have an NA graph without Azul Garcia Griego, not even just performing in North America, but also going on to one of the European events and taking a win there
He's
too
not
this season.
done. Yes, he's worked his way all the way to 7 regional wins. Of course, has the international championships to go along with it. But stealing that European victory,
that was huge.
That probably felt pretty good.
Yeah, thanks Azul there putting us on that regional graph of the champions in Europe. But speaking of Europe, we have a ton of talented players there as well. Let's look at our players to watch that we have of these European players. Of course, right smack dab in the middle, Tord Reklev. Oh my gosh, the storylines don't get better than this. Hailing from Norway, trying to take down this World Championships. Tord, I believe, got here weeks ago, and I would not be surprised if he had just been sitting in his hotel room churning out games here.
Yes.
I think this might be Tord's event.
I can verify that that is true.
Really?
If he wasn't a part of some videos that were being made, he was in there grinding, finding the best possible 60 cards for this event. He takes this so seriously. This is everything to him. He already has the international championships. He's made it to the top 4 of the world championships, and he's looking to press even further. Is this his opportunity? We all think he's got a pretty good shot.
Yeah, we will have to see indeed. Over here on the left from Finland, Juho Kalama as well. Huge inspiration to me, has been piloting a lot of Future Box throughout previous tournaments, and I love Future Box, so I love all the future Pokemon, and he has piloted it to much success this season. I mean, you can't really name European players to watch without knowing Juho Kalama, so definitely super worth being on this graph. But let's kick it back a little bit to the North America International Championships, where we saw our last player on this graph here, Stefan Ivanov, that took second place with Gardevoir at NAIC.
Yep, maybe just one coin flip away from
Yes.
a 3-time North American International Champion, and obviously that's going to be weighing heavy. But you think about all the opportunity that you have set in front of you, the World Championship. You can't think about that just yet.
Yeah.
You move forward, you have this chance to take a huge victory once more, represent France, and give them that trophy they've been looking for. Could be Stefan's time to get that done. Saw his deck too. Spicy.
Wow, you just have to connect with all these players, Kyle?
I'm not going to share it all, but yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff going on at this event.
Hey, you trust Kyle more than I trust him, I'll tell you that much. Well, those are incredible players, star-studded players here, but you know, this is the World Championships. We have players from all across the world, different regions, and Latin America is one of those regions with some very talented players. Let's check out who we chose for our players to watch from Latin America. Just starting off on the left side here, the left side from Brazil, William Azevedo, that we know to be the Charizard King. I mean, how many events has he played Charizard and come out on top? It has been a lot, and definitely a player to watch out in our field.
Yeah, is he playing Charizard? Is he playing the clock? Is he playing a mind game? He's playing all of them,
yeah,
because he loves that control style of deck. He wants all of the options available, and he thinks, if you give me 50 minutes or even 75 minutes in those major turns, I'm going to outsmart my opponent, and he has done just that so often. Gave us some of the most memorable games we've seen across this year, and some are saying that he has been the player to look out for the entire year, the #1 performer across all players this year as far as accomplishments and just how far he's come.
Very up there, and you got to think all of these players are trying to represent their region here at the World Championships. It means that much more to be able to represent your people, where you come from, here in Hawaii now, and potentially take things down. It's going to be awesome. Over here in the middle of our graphic, also from Brazil, Vinny Fernandez. I know also one of the players you like looking out for, Kyle.
I love Vinny. Vinny and his brother, they are two of the coolest cats around.
Yeah.
They love Pokemon. It just flows through their veins. They play as much as they can. And I mean, a huge proponent of all the online events. They were every single tournament you could see, their name was in the top of all of them. They just never stopped playing. They were always grinding throughout all the odd hours of the night, whatever it may be, whatever time it is in Brazil. They don't care. They're just continuing to play in all these events, as many as they could, and it's starting to pay off. We saw Gabriel Fernandez, his brother, win the World Championships in the senior division. Vinny with a fantastic performance at Charlotte. We called it the Charlotte Miracle, as he was able to take down another young gun, and he's primed and ready to show off a pet deck and see if that will be able to take him to the top.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see if he's able to get there here, representing LATAM. They're the last person from Peru that we have on our graph here, Fabricio Inga Silva. Definitely a player to watch out here at the World Championship.
Yeah, we see Fabricio's name all over the place. Just like one of the main performers out of Peru, has represented his region so well, and is starting to make those trips out. See a little more of him at more of these events, and that's what we're looking for. Once you start to gain on those accomplishments and win some of that prize money, you can just continue to go to more of these events and travel around and represent your country just a little more.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you're playing out in the field and you see these faces in front of you, definitely be a little bit scared here. Be cautious, play it safe. Don't be too scared, because you don't want to get rattled there in your matchup. But no, these are incredibly skilled players from Latin America. I'm excited to see how they represent themselves once again and their regions. Let's take things down under, though, Kyle.
Ooh.
We're still going all across the world here, and our Australian players are coming out and coming strong. Yeah. Look how fierce they look on this graph. I mean, Henry Brand still looks like a little gummy bear, but
yeah. He's always got to be the clean-cut young lad.
Yes.
But when you know his accomplishments, there's definitely a lot of fear in those eyes. Yes. on the other side of the board. Henry is primed and ready for this event. The 2019 World Champion has this opportunity once more to grab that second World's title. I know you're banking on it as a player to look for. And I mean, can you think of a better opportunity with the tag team Pokemon of the Mewtwo and Mew, and now the Regidrago? Does he take that leap? Does he see a little bit of that Spirit Link and go for it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I hope so. I want to see it from Henry Brands because, like you said, there's so much parallel, though, there in those decks. You can't have an Australian graph here without a former world champion. Can he be a 2-time world champion? We'll have to wait and see. But right here in the front of our graph from Australia, Natalie Miller as well, looking very fierce in this picture. And honestly, she's very fierce on the table as well. I mean, definitely piloted a lot of different decks, but I remember her piloting Gardevoir very, very well. And like I said earlier in this cast, that is a deck that rewards mastery. And Natalie Miller is one of those players known to perform super well with these very consistent deck lists, and now coming to the World Championships to try to do so again, potentially becoming another world champion.
Yeah, she can truly play anything, and it's been incredible to watch. That testing group alone, whatever they decide, it's probably the best deck. We should listen to this region. And the Wet Goose is on the loose once more. Brent Tonneson, a terrifying look there as he gives us, and for good reason.
Yes.
The #1 player across all regions and earning all of those travel stipends. He's everywhere.
You
cannot escape the goose.
He cannot escape it.
He's looking to take this huge win. There's that opportunity once more. You have to think that he's on the right deck.
Yeah, exactly. Brent Tonneson's going to bring everything to the table here, as he has all season, performing all across the world, but representing Australia very well. I'm excited to see how our Australian players fare out in our field, but we're definitely going to be looking out for them out there. Next up, we have our Japanese players from Japan, some of the fiercest competition. We have, unfortunately, we don't have all the pictures here. I would love to see those fierce faces once again.
I mean, Daichi sells it so well that you can just imagine what's on the other side of that Pikachu for our other competitors.
Exactly. Daichi Shimada here from Japan on this graph, looking exceptionally scary, might I add. I can't imagine facing off in a match against him, just staring down this face here. But
terrifying.
Second place at our Worlds in 2022, and potentially coming back for an additional win here, finally taking that win potentially for Daichi.
One of the 4 kings, of course, as described over in that region, and has been unbelievable, the performances that he takes on. And also, he's just famous.
Yeah.
Everybody respects Daichi and what he's able to accomplish, and you can never count him out in any of these stages.
Yeah, looks very fierce, but he's so nice too. If you've ever interacted with him, super nice person. Yeah, but
until you're playing him, and then you're donezo.
Yeah, then it's a little bit more scary there for sure. But definitely, our Japanese players are going to bring all the heat here to the World Championships. They've had Shrouded Fable for a little bit before we have had it, so I'm wondering if that is going to potentially set them over the edge, already having some experience with these cards from Shrouded Fable that we're playing with now here for the World Championships. But of course, they are playing a lot of their events in a different type of format. They do a lot of best of ones over in Japan. So I'm interested to see how all of this shapes up and shapes out. But it is definitely our Japanese players are some of the most talented that we're going to see out in our field and on our stage.
Yeah, and we're very excited to see those players and what they're able to do, across this whole competition. And we do have one final region to highlight as well. It's going to be that Asia-Pacific region with the Mesa and APAC players as well. A lot of big talent coming out of that area too. And we've seen a lot of different styles coming out of not only just traveling over to Africa and playing in those different events, but I mean, these players have been waiting for opportunities to show off at major events. They're finally getting that chance to do so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming here to Hawaii to be able to play on the World Champion stage or in the field is going to be huge for these players. But yeah, Sheldon representing South Africa, there was the Cape Town special event winner. We have Yuhin Kai Gyan as well from Malaysia, has some awesome records under his belt there, and is also ranked first in championship points as well for Malaysia as well. And then Jae Young Shin, Korean League 1 champion. So a lot of skill out there from our other regions, and definitely some other players to watch on our screens.
Clearly, like the less highlighted, as we've seen, we get to feature so many different areas as we travel around. But just to know that there's Pokemon being played all over the world, and there's great talent that has been dying for an opportunity to be featured on the main stage at the World Championships. This is their moment to shine and really put their nation, their region on the map and show what they're capable of.
Yeah, and it means that much more when there's not a lot of players from your region coming out here to play. You are the representation there, and you're able to perform out in these fields. So I'm excited to see how all of our regions shape up here in our World Championships. It's gonna shake out over the weekend. Let us know who you're rooting for, what region you are from, what players you're rooting for here at Worlds. But we actually get to reveal now what the brackets decided. I'm gonna say, Kyle, you might have a win.
If I lose this one, it is rigged.
Yeah,
oh, thank you. I needed this.
Yes, Kyle needed this after being butchered at one of our
I'd like to thank the Academy. It's been a long time coming, but Mama, we made it.
Prime Catcher taking down our first community choice bracket. Good choice, honestly. It was kind of hard to defend Scoop Up Cyclone after we just saw Prime Catcher be recycled several times from Robin Schultz and that Reggie Draco being used many times in that match, and we see it in so many decks as well. So Prime Catcher, fantastic choice. Good job, chat.
Well, we have 92 competitors to unlock for round 2. We'll see if we can potentially feature one of those players or one of our winning players here in round 1. Coming up next, don't go anywhere. We have round 2 coverage next.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place for you. Come with me to my first ever Pokemon League. I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much before, I wanted to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice. Another player even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went. It was super easy to join, and I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament and as well as taking time to do lots of practice?
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii. We're here for the Pokemon World Championships 2024. We're excited to bring you back to our trading card game event coverage. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the caster desk for the weekend by Pablo Tablemon Meza. Very excited to take you through our next Swiss round match.
For sure. I think we just saw a very cool match with two of the most popular and best decks here. And we're definitely in for a treat with this upcoming round 2 as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is going to be a very exciting one. It does seem like the theme so far in the tournament, I got a moment during that round 1 to walk through the tables. Of course, 94 players, 92 players have it a round 1 bye. So a lot of the very well-known players we didn't see sitting down and playing. They were all standing off to the side, checking things out, scoping out the field, seeing what other players decided to bring. But as I was walking up and down the aisles, there was one thing that seemed pretty consistent, and that was a lot of Regidrago V-Star.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot out there, and I think let's take a look at our notable matches. I'm sure a lot of these players will be playing Regidrago or variants of it and all sorts of decks, but especially this weekend it's all about Regidrago. And here we have our featured match for round 2 will be Ross Cawthon versus Miloslav Posletny, a sort of revenge match from Worlds 2022.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a grudge match going on here. These players played in the final Swiss round of Worlds 2022. A win for either player would put them into top cuts, but time was called. There was not enough time to finish the game completely, so the players did tie it. Did award them both a top 16 finish, which Ross has plenty of those under his belt at the World Championships, one of the most decorated players in the game. But it did feel, I think, bad for both players, being so close, not quite able to get into the top cut. Single elimination bracket. They both started off great here at Worlds. 1-0 start. Gonna try to make another deep run. And Ross, I mean, what can we say more about this player? He is the only Pokemon player to have qualified for every single World Championships, dating all the way back to 2004. And Pablo, I know someone you have known for quite a long time. Can you give us a little insight into what Ross's mindset would be like heading into this tournament? He is the most veteran of veteran players. What does his prep look like? How does he get to the point of the deck he's playing this event?
I mean, so he definitely always looked to reach for something unique, right? He really enjoys breaking the format. He dedicates a lot of time to it. I think we can actually head to the stage so we can take a look at Ross, but like his process, I think his I don't know, his inspiration is just like that breakthrough moment he had back in Worlds 2005 with a very unique deck. He just keeps translating that to every single World Championships he attends, and I think we have the perfect example here.
That is not an error on your screens. There is indeed Shaman V-Star in Ross Coffin's deck alongside the brand new Dusknoir from the Shrouded Fable expansion. That excellent Cursed Blast ability has that drawback of knocking itself out, gives your opponent a prize card, but an extremely strong effect to place 13 damage counters onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. I'm very excited to see what Ross has cooked up here. I mean, without a doubt, one of the greatest innovators in the history of the game, most famously getting second place at the World Championships in 2011 with the famous Truth deck. The Truth was not quite able to close that out. You mentioned his second place finish back in 2005. He also had a top 4 finish at the 2016 World Championships with a very unique deck that time as well, Vespiquen, with a bunch of dark Pokemon in it. We'll see if this is a deck that can push him to that level once more.
Yeah, and to add to that, he's also had 3 top 16 finishes throughout the course of his story, so we'll see how his story plays out this weekend. As we see the prize cards, nothing too impressive, I would say, from either player. Perhaps the energy switch at the very top for Miloslav could be something that affects him throughout the game, because Regidrago, of course, rely so much on those energy switches to get the right attacker powered up at the right time.
Yeah, for Ross's deck as well, that is almost the same story. You know, Ross is using that Teal Mask Ogerpon very similarly to how the Regidrago players use Teal Mask Ogerpon. Just get energy cards into play, draw extra cards, you can energy switch to make the Teal Mask Ogerpon your attacker, and it does seem like that's actually Ross's kind of main early game attacker, so one of those being up at the top of the prize cards also potentially could be problematic.
Potentially it could be, thanks to the fact that Shaman's Revenge Blast costs only 2 energies instead of 3. That's actually very helpful overall. And then I wanted to touch upon the synergy between the Dusclops and the Dusknoir with Shaman's Revenge Blast, because of course once you use the Cursed Blast ability, you place those damage counters, right? And you give your opponent a prize card, and Revenge Blast actually deals more damage depending on how many prizes your opponent has taken. So it's actually, a Dusclops almost becomes a plus 90 damage modifier, and a Dusknoir becomes a plus 17 damage modifier, which could be huge to reach those high HPs that Regidrago V-Star has.
Looking over at Miloslav's list here, there's really nothing super unique. It's a pretty standard Regidrago deck. And looking at what some of the great players in the game brought to this event, it seems like that's a bit of a theme. And now this is an excellent opener here for Miloslav. It looks like he will be going first and has started that Cleffa with that excellent grasping draw attack immediately, benching a Teal Mask Ogerpon, using Teal Dance, attaching an energy card in order to draw 1 card. He's got an Ultra Ball in hand and quite a few Dragon Pokemon that he really would like to get into the discard pile.
Yeah, Ultra Ball, perfect synergy. Get those dragons out early so that Regidrago can start copying those attacks. Very interesting inclusion of the Hisuian Gudra V-Star. We've been talking about what's the standardized Regidrago list. Cleffa, definitely a unique choice. Also missing from Miloslav is Fizantipi TX, which I'm very surprised, actually. It's like one of the best cards, in my opinion, from Shrouded Fable. So it'll be interesting to see why he determined that was not necessary for this tournament.
Well, a support Pokemon he has chosen to include, along with many of the other Regidrago V-Star players, is that Squawkabilly EX, as we do see that being the choice off the Ultra Ball and hitting the bench right away. Its Squawk and Seize ability can only be used on your first turn of the game, but it's very strong. It lets you discard your hand, draw 6 new cards, and when we're playing a game where the current rule set does not allow for a supporter to be played on the very first turn of the game, it's just one of the best options in the format in order to see tons of cards in the early turns.
It is so good, and it can also be a liability, right? So choosing to play it really, the rewards really need to offset the risk that you're getting there. There are some decks, such as Gardevoir, that can really take advantage of those sort of Pokemon, but not this time around.
Miloslav will use that Earthen Vessel, grabbing just 1 single Fire Energy. I think this is pretty smart here. Put it in the discard pile, so off of your Squawk and Seize. On your next turn, when you're looking for a Fire Energy for your Regidrago, you have a couple of ways to get it back, right?
Oh, certainly. This deck thrives on discarding things, right? Because Legacy Star gets energy back, or gets anything back from the discard pile. You have Superior Energy Retrieval as well. You have the advantage of copying attacks from a discard pile, so the discard pile and the interaction with all the other cards is so key for this deck's success.
And I think we may see the discard of that Fire Energy pay off immediately here for Miloslav. He has not attached an energy for turn yet, and did draw into the brand new Night Stretcher card. Pretty unique recovery option. We see quite a few of these Regidrago decks, some of the Raging Bolt decks utilizing it. You can choose to either bring back a Pokemon from your discard pile and put it into your hand, or an energy card. And sure enough, Fire Energy brought back with the Night Stretcher attached to the Regidrago V, and even an energy switch to move that energy. And I believe Miloslav has a research in hand. Also has a Regidrago V-Star. He is having a very threatening open to this game. And Ross on the other side, we haven't really talked too much about what's going on. Probably one of the weaker starters there, that Iron Leaves EX.
Yes, usually you would love to use the Iron Leaves to take down that Squawk. I think a very key concept we're going to see here is the 2-2-2 prize trade-off. Both players are going to try and take 2 prizes. That Cleffa is really not a liability for Miloslav, because even if Ross knocks it out, then Miloslav simply doesn't bench another single prize Pokemon and he'll be perfectly fine. So I do think Ross has an opportunity here to be extremely aggressive, utilizing Iron Bundle perhaps to force a switch and try to initiate that 2-2 prize trade-off. But the HPs are decently high of Miloslav's Pokemon for now.
Yeah, Ross could reach for a knockout this turn technically, but it would be a massive amount of resources in order to pull that off. He does have a full 4 energy switch. We know 1 is prized. So with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, I mean, we most often see it being utilized for its excellent Teal Dance ability, but its attack is extremely strong as well, dealing 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy card between both Pokemon.
I think another important thing to consider here is, like, Miloslav made all these decisions without really knowing what Ross Cawthon is playing so far, right? He only sees an Iron Leaves EX in the active, and historically speaking, the only deck that has been playing Iron Leaves as of late is Giratina V-Star, so maybe he's expecting that based on what he's seen, but Ross is going to surprise him here a little bit with the Teal Mask bench.
Yeah, the Leaves has popped up, I think, a little bit in some of these Regidrago lists as well. You see it from some of the Japanese players. I know there was a pretty big event that happened over in Japan where that was kind of revealed as a popular tech choice. For Ross, it will be the Teal Dance, attaching the energy card, drawing 1 more, turning through the deck here. Can't quite get a good read on his hand here. What do you think he's got over there, Pablo?
Yeah, so he's got Rare Candy, which is not really useful right now. He wants that to evolve into Dusknoir. He's got an Ultra Ball. He's got a Thornton as well, a Pokestop, but not super useful cards to have right now. Those are like late game resources that would come useful then, so it's going to be harsh to have to discard them through the Squawk and Seize that's likely coming up here.
Yeah, definitely not cards you want to see early in the game. Ross is actually only playing 1 copy of Rare Candy, and he's got a really interesting Pokemon lineup here as well. 1 Duskull, 1 Dusclops, and 2 Dusknoir. What's going on there, Pablo?
So I'm pretty sure that has to do with the odds of, like, you don't want to start Duskull, right? And ideally in his game plan, he only ever benches 1 Duskull throughout the whole game, so that his opponent can't take advantage of taking out 2 single price Pokemon. But with 2 Dusknoir, you compensate a little bit for discards. You increase your chance of drawing the card naturally just because you have 2 copies instead of having to Ultra Ball for it. So that's sort of the logic behind that.
You see that Squawkabilly EX hit the bench, attachment for turn to the actives. Iron Leaves and Pokestop in play before the use of Squawk and Seize. Discarding the Night Stretcher, drawing 6 new cards now. Saw at least another energy card. Is there an out to another Teal Mask Ogerpon EX? I do think we see that Forest Sealstone, but is there a Shaman V?
There isn't one right now. The Iron Bundle hitting the discard pile as well is actually pretty bad for Ross. I think one game plan you could have here is perhaps use the bundle, try to energy switch enough energy to this, and probably hit like 180 here, and then snipe that eventually with Dusclops' ability. So discarding the Duskull and discarding the Iron Bundle is bad news for Ross Cawthon here.
Definitely not ideal. Forest Sealstone hitting the discard pile off this research, as well as one of the 2 Shaman V-Star that Ross is playing. 7 cards to draw. Looks like the other Teal Mask Ogerpon was able to be found. At least 1 energy switch. Bug Catching Set, kind of an interesting card to see being played here.
Yeah, sort of more powerful Great Ball, more powerful Energy Lodo, very specific for Grass-type Pokemon, which coincidentally are all in Ross's deck. So I think now he'll be able to piece something out, but the big piece missing is a Night Stretcher potentially to get back both the Duskull and that Iron Bundle to do something significant this turn.
And Ross is playing 3 Night Stretcher. We talked about it a little bit on Miloslav's turn, the power that card can offer, and it's really strong in this deck as well. It seems like you want to have energy in your hand after they go to the discard pile so you can continue to draw with the Teal Mask Ogrepon EX. You also can get back Duskull if a situation ever came up you wanted another Dusknoir. If you mill a Dusknoir or a Dusclops off of the Pokestop, you can retrieve it in that way. Really cool use of some of the new cards here from Ross Coffin.
Now, I gotta wonder if Miloslav is pulling like a poker face right now, trying not to read the Shaman V. I'm not exactly sure how many players actually know exactly what the card does, but it's Revenge Blast attack. Maybe he knows, right?
Ross played the bug catching set and got no hits.
Nothing, dang.
Such a good card for these grass type decks. He does have quite a few of his grass Pokemon and has seen a few energy cards already, so maybe it wasn't the highest odds to get a hit, but 7 cards, you feel like you would hit at least a grass Pokemon or 1 energy, at least something.
Something would have been great here for Ross, especially the grass, as you mentioned, Chip. Could have maybe pieced out an attack, but I think his deck is running a little bit out of gas at this point, and it's going to be tough to do anything significant.
Will be the pass, and right over to Miloslav, who instantly will evolve into the Regidrago V-Star and plays Professor's Research, discarding both copies of the Dragapult EX. I don't think you could write it up much better. All Miloslav needing to pull off an attack this turn is a Grass Energy card, which doesn't have immediately in hand, but he's got plenty of ways to find it.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel going to be pretty key. Also has potentially Legacy Star, but I think the timing of the Legacy Star use is very key to this deck's success.
It looks like it will be that Earthen Vessel being played. Debating what card to discard here. We'll get rid of one of the Teal Mask Ogrepon. Miloslav is just playing 3 copies of the card. That seems like... Oh, no, sorry. He is actually playing 4 copies.
Yeah.
A lot of people have gone down to 3 to try to make space for all these new unique cards from the most recent expansion, but Miloslav sticking with the 4. It is just one of the best, most important pieces of the engine of this deck. Does find a Fire Energy and a Grass Energy card. There is already another Teal Mask Ogrepon in the hand. We'll see how he approaches things here. Now, he's got an interesting choice here, Pablo, because he could use Teal Dance to draw a card, and he has Energy Switch in hand, so he could guarantee it. But he also could just attach to the Regidrago V-Star. Is there any reason to do one over the other?
I mean, it all comes down to resource conservation, right? If you draw that extra card, how impactful will that extra card be? Do you really need anything else at this point? Or is the Energy Switch better left unused in order to be utilized later down the line to power up a secondary Regidrago V-Star? I think that's pretty important. Seems like Miloslav will choose to use that Energy Switch. Not sure if he has another Regidrago. He does. Okay, wow. So pretty good. Yeah, the energy attachment going to a Regidrago, the grass to the V-Star. Picture perfect start, honestly, for Miloslav. I don't think he could have asked for anything better than this. Perhaps a boss or a prime catcher right now to target down either Shaman or the energy powered up.
He's got a couple of options here for what attack to go with. There's that Hisuian Gudra V-Star sticking out to the side. There's also Dragapult EX, which is one of the best ways to get a bunch of damage into play, as the Pokestop does discard 3 non-item cards. What do you think here would be the best attacking option for Miloslav in this spot? I mean, he's probably still questioning a little bit what exactly Ross has going on in his deck.
Yep, I think if you want to be super careful, you might choose to use Hisuian Gudra V-Star's attack, but if you want to go in the offensive, as we see the Gudra choice, you could easily just, like, take down the the Iron Leaves EX with Giratina V-Star, but choosing the safer route, just really finding out what Ross is up to, and he can pick that off eventually with a Dragapult Phantom Dive.
200 damage being thrown on to that Iron Leaves EX. Just 20 HP remaining. Should be easy work for Miloslav to clean up in future turns with a Dragapult EX attack. And Ross here really needs to find a way to make something happen this turn. It's going to be kicked off with the Pokestop. Does discard a Grass Energy, but able to find an Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball. That should unlock some potential here.
Should indeed. Now, there are not too many ways for Ross to recover Grass Energy other than those Night Stretchers, right? So the Night Stretchers really need to put in a lot of work, but you need the Duskull, you need the Dusknoir, you need the Grass Energy. So it could be a little tricky for him, perhaps, to piece a knockout on this Regidrago V-Star that is also reducing damage off of Gudra.
Ross is not only an extremely smart individual, but an extremely smart Pokemon player. So he's going to be very measured with any actions he takes here, and he's definitely going to be forming a game plan of how he wants to piece together the end of this game. Looks like Earthen Vessel was played, able to grab 2 Grass Energy from the deck. scanning through there, not too many resources it seems like left for Ross. That Duskull hitting the discard pile is kind of a bummer earlier on. He can get it back with the Night Stretcher, but he's going to need to find one.
He's going to need to find a little bit more at this point in time. Like, ideally, you want to go 2-2-2 for either player, right? That Iron Leaves is almost sentenced at this point because of Phantom Dive. So Ross really needs to perhaps try to target down the bench Regidrago, or maybe piece enough energies to deal significant damage to the Beastar in the active. The 210 HP is an awkward number for Regidrago, right? Like, true. The powerful attacks deal 200 damage, Phantom Dive and Rolling Iron, and sometimes Lost Impact is a little too costly.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for Miloslav to potentially set up a 6-prize turn, even, you know, if Ross does attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon here. For one, he's not going to be doing that much damage, right? You can't get over the 80 damage reduction of the Rolling Iron super efficiently. But for Ross, I mean, it feels like he does need to throw some damage into play, most likely, right? He can't wait around and do nothing forever.
Yep, and there, oh, no, I thought he was going to pick up to read the Shaman, but not quite.
And it looks like Ross is trying to cash in on this Iron Leaves EX in the active spot. Doesn't want to just retreat in order to allow Miloslav to pick it off on the bench. And he also has the boss's orders paired with this in order to take 2 prize cards. So Ross is able to strike first here, going up. 4 prizes remaining to 6.
Powerful Prism Edge onto that Squawkabilly X to get ahead in the prize cards and avoiding a potential Phantom Dive unless Miloslav gets a boss's orders or a prime catcher. So trying to ask as much as he can of his opponent, and then Shaman Vistar being now relatively threatening, right? We do have that Revenge Blast. If Miloslav ended up piecing out a 4-prize turn, then that would make it a really big threat.
And Miloslav has not used Legacy Star just yet, so he's got plenty of options here. Just a few cards in hand, thinking through exactly what he wants to go for, checking the discard pile to make sure he knows what resources he will have the option to retrieve. Prime Catcher play could be pretty strong, and it does look like he actually even has the Professor's Research in the hand. Perhaps wanting to find boss's orders this turn, he will choose to discard that Professor's Research with an Ultra Ball, and it will be Mew EX grabbed. Miloslav's deck is already looking extremely thin. A lot of strong cards still remaining.
Yeah, that restart ability will help him get to some of those very powerful cards. I think Miloslav choosing to just have a Mew on the bench and no Fizz and DPTX being played, so that's his only way to recover from potential Iono eventually happening, which restart is good, but I'm not sure it's as good as Fizz and DPTX, and that could be something that Ross is planning. Just try to make Miloslav with a crucial energy, a crucial something at some point to pull more ahead in this game.
Miloslav even counting the number of cards remaining in deck, and it looks like we will see that Legacy Star utilized. Oh no, Pokestop first, flipping those cards, and Prime Catcher was able to be found. Superior Energy Retrieval will bring back up to 4 energy cards from the discard pile to the hand. At least 1 Grass Energy being discarded earlier. Looks like another as well. Still both Ogerpons having been used. Having not been used, this situation is looking extremely good for Miloslav. He's going to jump ahead here for 2 prizes on this Squawkabilly. Could even take the 4-prize turn if he wants it.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. Phantom Dive, knock out the Squawk, 2 damage counters on the Iron Leaves, and then 4 damage counters remaining. Gonna go 1, 1, and 2, I believe, on the Ogerpon, setting them up perfectly for a knockout, which will allow Miloslav to go down to 2 prizes remaining, and both Regidrago V-Stars almost threatening the Lost Impact for game on anything that Ross Cotton has at this point.
Yeah, this situation is looking pretty tough for Ross to come back from. I think we see the potential of his deck. It doesn't look like he's going to quite be able to piece it together here in this game, and it seems like he agrees. Ross making a smart concession here. Wants to make sure he has plenty of time for hopefully a Game 2 and Game 3. Miloslav getting the win in Game 1.
Yeah, very smart concession right there for Ross. Very decisive win for Miloslav here. His deck worked perfectly to the T. Did not miss a beat. Didn't even have to use the Legacy V-Star. And like, when your opponent is down to 2 prize cards, they have 2 Regidragos set up. They have Legacy V-Star to just get back 1 Grass to threaten Lost Impact. Things could not have gone better for him in this first game.
Yeah, shuffling up here for game number 2. I guess as we recap here game 1. what do you think you'd like to see adjusted on Ross's side? You know, how does he approach this matchup? This is surely something he has tested a ton of, Regidrago V-Star being the most popular deck in the formats.
I mean, the only adjustment he can generally make is just draw a little better, right? Not start your Iron Leaf so that you don't have to dedicate too many resources to the energy switch. Perhaps go first so you can actually have a slightly stronger setup to threaten and get that first 2-prize knockout before your opponent can attack you, and hopefully establish the Iron Bundle, usage, and the Duskull as well.
Recapping game number 1, it was Ross able to strike first, taking the first 2 prize cards on the Squawkabilly EX, but it would be all for naught as Miloslav had the excellent response next turn with the Prime Catcher, taking a 4-prize turn, knocking out Ross's own Squawkabilly and the Iron Leaves on the bench that was hit earlier on in the game. Yeah, it's pretty interesting here to see how this is going to piece together. Both players using that powerful Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX. Miloslav in a more conventional way with Regidrago, and Ross has really gone out of his way to find something unique. Here we go, game number 2 underway, and Ross has chosen to go first.
I feel like from Twilight Masquerade set, and when the hype was surrounding that chip, I think you'll agree that all the focus was on Dragapult EX, but turns out Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX was the real star of that.
Yeah, and it's even true for Raging Bolt as well, another deck that has popped up and become extremely strong after the release of Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. I mean, it turns out attaching extra energy for turn and drawing extra cards makes for a pretty good combination. Now Ross is kicking things off with the Nest Ball, has started the Squawkabilly EX, which is not too bad, honestly. You want to get it in play generally, use that Squawk and Seize on turn 1. He will want to get it out of the active spot eventually, but he knows that Miloslav cannot be aggressive and do something like a Raging Bolt player could do, take 2 prizes on turn 1.
Yeah, at best you could attack for 130 with Regidrago V, but nothing too impactful. Now, we did see Ross's prizes on screen. 1 Shaman V-Star being prized, the Pulpad being prized as well, could mess with any potential Thornton plays that he wanted to make. And over on Miloslav's side, he does have the Squawkabilly EX prize, so that could lead to a slower start depending on what he has in his hand. Can't really tell if he has a support or not, but usually with 4 Nest Ball, for Ultra Ball, Squawk is super good, but if you don't have access to that, it can cause your deck to have like a little bit of a hiccup, if you will.
Well, this is kind of awkward here for Ross as well. He's got the option to use Squawk and Seize, but he's got 2 supporters in his hand and also 2 of his 3 Night Stretchers, so we're going to see he's choosing to actually hold off on that hand, not discarding those precious resources. What do you think of that, Pablo?
I think the Night Stretchers are so key in order to potentially use Dust Noir and Dust Gloves multiple times, perhaps even the Iron Bundle, right? You just take down Pokemon on the bench, you never worry about a Regidrago V-Star, so I think Ross really valuing that, and this also is information that Miloslav gains indirectly, right? You have a Squawk, and you're on turn 1, and you're choosing not to use it, that means your hand is super good.
Miloslav here has a pretty good hand. Speaking of, we were a little worried about the potential of the prized Squawkabilly on his end. He's not going to need it. He's got research.
Yep.
He's got the fire energy through the Earthen Vessel. He's got the discard of the Dragapult, and he's already got Regidrago V. This is looking pretty strong. Now, it maybe is a little awkward to see both 2 copies of Earthen Vessel this early. It's a pretty nice resource to have on the other end of a research, so you can discard your Dragon-type Pokemon to copy with the Apex Dragon attack, so that you can find your energy cards in order to Teal Dance into play, but overall, an extremely strong start already for Miloslav.
I would agree, Chip. Incredibly strong, and is it going to be another picture-perfect situation for him? Even energies in the discard pile are not a bad idea because you have Superior Energy Retrieval, you have the Night Stretcher that you talked about earlier, so you get to thin the deck as well. You already have your main attacker in the discard pile. Things are looking very good for Miloslav here.
Yeah, has an option here off this Ultra Ball to either grab another Regidrago V, another Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX, or just another Dragon Pokemon to put into the discard pile. Something like the Hisuian Goodra V-Star could be an option, and it looks like Regidrago V will be the choice. Pretty sure I did see another one in hand, so he wants to really prioritize getting 2 of those in play.
Yeah, I think Miloslav at this point has enough information to make the educated guess or the calculated guess that his V-Star is probably a little bit more powerful than Ross Cousin's V-Star in the early game, and he just wants to play it super safe, right? Just get 2 down. If 1 goes down, well, I have the backup of the other one to go ahead. He'll probably dedicate 2 energies and like the energy attachment, the energy switch to the main Regidrago, but it never hurts to have the backup immediately off the bat. And yeah, this is the debate he's having. Does he go all in on one? Does he spread the resources? How does he go about this?
Yeah, and the risk of putting too many energy on one is that the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on Ross's side could potentially reach for a knockout with that Myriad Leaf Shower. And so we see Miloslav being extremely conservative, extremely careful here, choosing to use that energy switch to move the energy over to the other Regidrago V. Off of the Professor's research, has a fresh hand of 7 here. Doesn't seem as excited about this hand as he did the previous one.
He has a research, he has a V-Star, missing energies perhaps, or energy switches, but he also has access to Legacy Star if he really needs to. Of course, all Regidrago V-Star players try to set up without using their V-Star, that's the dream, but sometimes if you have to do it, then you might as well do it.
Ross using his Ogerpon's Teal Dance to throw an energy into play, and it will be the Iono utilized. He did have the Iron Bundle in hand, choosing not to put it into play. Like you mentioned earlier, you know, he really only wants to have one prize Pokemon available to his opponent to KO at any time. So even though Iron Bundle can sit on the bench for a while, be utilized later in the game potentially, he doesn't want to give his opponent that option to take that odd prize. It would lock him out of using his Duskull.
Perfect analysis, Chip. That is exactly why we did not see that Iron Bundle hit the bench. It seems like it would be counterintuitive perhaps to go after that instead of the 2 prize attackers. However, if Miloslav now has information of the Dusknoir, he knows that's how Ross Cosson can really push his damage output to do even more damage. Now, I don't think 210 is reachable for him at this point, but this is where the Iron Leaves could come into play for Ross if he has a way to find it.
He still has an energy to attach for turn. Could just get some damage in play with the Myriad Leaf Shower, setting up for a Dusknoir, Dusclops KO potentially in the future, and it looks like that's what he's going to value here, just getting that damage into play. 120 placed onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Not the most impactful damage overall, but that's because Miloslav Ogerpon doesn't have any energy attached to it. Myriad Leaf Shower does do more damage for energy attached to both Pokemon, not just itself.
We see Miloslav using that active Teal Dance, drawing a card. He's got an energy switch in hand, using Teal Dance once more with the benched Ogerpon and a second Regidrago V-Star. Wow, what a setup here. Now, Miloslav did have the hand Iono to the bottom, so he didn't actually have access to Regidrago V-Star anymore, so a very nice thing to see him draw. We know there's some pretty powerful resources on the bottom of the deck, so possibly this is a game where Miloslav is going to have to use that Legacy Star a little earlier. We didn't see him use it at all in game number 1. He was able to save it and would have had the option to use it if Ross disrupted his hand. So Miloslav might have to go aggressive with it here to pull off the attack. Let's see what he pieces together.
I think he might have just enough to... Oh, no, he's missing a grass energy. You're right. Yeah.
Well, remember, one of the Regidrago on the bench has the grass energy.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He actually has just enough to get by without using the V-Star. He might still do it anyways if he's trying to plan something different. Now, I do want to highlight how, at this point, Miloslav doesn't have Halucha's flying entry ability, which would be perfect if you do 200 damage to the Ogerpon. What did you say, Chip?
Yeah, he actually chose to evolve the Regidrago that has the fire energy on it. If he had evolved the other one, he's got fire energy in hand.
Yeah.
With the energy switch, that would have set him up to be able to attack. Now he's in a situation where he's going to need to draw a grass energy, which he does not have yet.
I think this pause he just had might have been, unless he's dedicating the energy to the Ogerpon and going to use Ogerpon to deal with Ogerpon, that's a way to save your V-Star, right? Make sure you get the guaranteed knockout. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're seeing. We see the grass transferred to the Ogerpon, and it's Ogerpon versus Ogerpon.
Yeah, bring me back to 2012 with the Mewtwo battles back in the day, right? And seeing 2 of the best Pokemon EX, basic Pokemon EX in the format, just laying into each other. It will be Miloslav now in this game taking the first KO, as the Myriad Leaf Shower will be dealing more than enough to take out Ross's own Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Up to 140 damage total, I do believe. And Miloslav did hit an Iono off of Mew EX's restart. This time it's Miloslav who gets the first 2 prizes, leaving Ross Cosson's board very bare bones. No energy in play, no real threat, and really needing to have an extra Ogerpon to get the return KO, right? But it's going to come down to perhaps setting up the Dusknoir to pick off this Ogerpon eventually to turn things around. So Ross is behind, but he has all the tools necessary to potentially pull ahead still.
Yeah, and I think it was a really smart play from Miloslav last turn. Could have gone in with the Regidrago, but didn't have a great way to get the knockout, right? I don't even think that the Giratina V-Star is in the discard pile. So you could have hit for 200, you know, set up some damage on the bench, get a little more damage in play. But this is Miloslav attacking Ross's board in the sense of taking all those energy out of play, as you mentioned.
Yeah, sometimes if your opponent has enough things on the board, you focus on establishing a powerful position. But here, eliminating 3 energies, Ross's only attacker, even the double Teal Dance ability to potentially power up a backup attacker, all of that influences Miloslav's decision, as you mentioned, Chip.
Now, Ross was able to find a Nest Ball, which can grab the Shaman V. And he does have that Forest Sealstone in the hand. I believe also a Professor's Research. So he's going to have quite a few cards to work with here. But he needs a lot to respond to this Teal Mask Ogerpon. I mean, he's going to have to set up yet another Teal Mask Ogerpon if he wants to take 2 prizes this turn.
Now, Revenge Blast at this point in time doesn't do enough damage. Miloslav has taken 2 prizes, so Revenge Blast will deal 140. Not quite enough, but the Force Sealstone seems like a pretty key card here. Ross is holding a counter catcher in his hand, so he might choose to go after something else, perhaps the Mew. That opens up a potential Iron Leaves EX knockout, and then you use the Dust Noir to pick off the Ogerpon, and then you only need to take the last 2 prizes with a powerful Shaman V-Star attack. This research is going to be a big one, Chip.
And he is able to find that Iron Leaves, has a Grass energy, but does need a little bit of help. I think we're going to be relying on what is drawn here from the Teal Dance and potentially the Pokestop. Another energy switch, not helpful at this point. May come down to the Pokestop here. Can Ross find an Earthen Vessel? I think that is the card he needs to hit. We know he's got the V-Star power left, so we can see it guaranteed through the Star Alchemy. And this was a pretty smart counter catcher, I think, from Ross. Obviously, he would have liked to have taken out Miloslav's energy in play, kind of similar to what Miloslav did to him on the last turn, but he recognizes that's going to be a little difficult to achieve. I'd need so many energy switch. So we do see energy switch and bug catching set found on the Pokestop. By bringing up the Mew EX, like you mentioned, that Iron Leaves is now an option.
Only 1 energy hit from the bug catching set. Not the most impactful. It gives him a little bit more wiggle room, but still needs to find another Ogerpon and another energy to have the potential for Iron Leaves. And Forest Sealstone can get you 1, but it can't get you both. So perhaps you have to dedicate it to a Nest Ball to establish Serendipity X to get 3 cards. The issue is Ross needs 2 cards, and he can only guarantee 1 right now.
And we see the wheels are turning here. Ross thinking through the odds. What is the best play? And it may come down to that Serendipity. Looks like it will be that V-Star power utilized. Let's see if that brand new Pokemon EX from Shrouded Fable is the grab. Secret Box is in the deck as well.
Yeah, Secret Box is an option, right? It's an ace pick that we don't commonly see, but would that guarantee it?
Not quite, not to this point. Thinking through the options here, it may just come down to the Serendipity, which feels tough because you need 2 of the 3 cards drawn off Flip the Script to be a very specific cards. You need an Out to the Ogerpon, and you need an energy card.
I think Ross chose an Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, so he's gonna risk it on the 1. He's choosing 1 of the cards he needs, right? And now he needs the Teal Dance to find Night Stretcher, an Earthen Vessel, an actual Grass Energy, the Serendipity, the Nest Ball. So
a lot of outs here.
A lot of options here for Ross.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive draw. This is going to determine if Ross can pull off a KO this turn. Teal Dance for 1, and the find is the Dusknoir, I believe.
Yep, Dusknoir drawn. Nothing else to do in terms of drawing cards. Shaman doesn't do enough damage. He can't even retreat into it. Like, realistically, does bench the Duskull, which could potentially help, but missing the attack here is huge.
Yeah, I think Ross very much would have been in this game if he had pulled off the attack this turn for 2 prizes. Not being able to do that here is going to make things pretty difficult, I think. But if there's anyone who can find a way back into the game, it's definitely Ross. But Miloslav on his end is going to do everything he can to eliminate those options. You know, make sure whenever you're ahead in a game, a very common thing you see from these players is they just ask themselves, okay, how do I lose this game? And make sure that they always play as safely as possible.
And One way you could do it is if you go overly aggressive with your V-Star, you go overly aggressive with your resources, and that's exactly what we saw from Miloslav last turn, right? He dedicated resources to a 1-KO, but he has a backup Regidrago V-Star with a low amount of energy, so it's not threatened by a Tail Mask, and has access to a V-Star to just accommodate to any situation that presents itself. And the fact that the knockout was missed by Ross gives Miloslav a huge advantage here.
Now, Miloslav would have to use Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher to take 2 prizes this turn, either on the Shaman V or the Squawk ability, as we do see 3 cards hit from the Pokestop, immediately using Earthen Vessel to discard the Nest Ball, finding energy cards. So he does need to piece some things together, but with Legacy Star and with now all these energies being found, he's going to have plenty of options, I think.
Not many grass energy left, as we just saw. So that could be something that, I feel like that pause that Miloslav did, put 1 grass, then pause, then chose the fire, that gives perhaps your opponent a little bit of information and, oh, okay, maybe they don't have all the grass energies, but does have energy switch, has enough energy in play to work. He could generally just have a lost impact knockout, and he's just going to target down the Shaman V here.
It will be the Boss's Orders bringing Shaman V to the active spot, and its Revenge Blast attack is potentially extremely strong, but didn't have enough time to stick in play for a turn to evolve into Shaman V-Star. Shaman V-Star has a little bit beefier, 250 HP. It gets to hang around. Not the case here, as Apex Dragon able to copy the Rolling Iron, taking 2 prizes, getting rid of Ross's Shaman V. And this is a really tough situation Ross finds himself in. Got the Dusk Skull. We know Dusk Nor is in hand. If he has maybe the rare candy, perhaps he can piece something together here, but it is certainly going to be an uphill battle from this point.
Yeah, rare candy Dusk Nor could take down this, and then enough energy somewhere, but it's going to be very difficult to piece something here for Ross. Doesn't have a lot of just things in play.
Ross does have another counter catcher available, so I'm trying to think maybe he can piece together an Iono play, something like that, but no, actually even looks like the counter catcher is prized, and Ross recognizes, I can't win from this position, extends the fist, and it will be Miloslav getting the win here in round 2 at the World Championships.
I don't think we saw Ross's match really, or Ross's deck rather, really work to its full potential. Ross is a good friend of mine. I helped him practice a little bit for this World Championship. His deck definitely can pull things through a lot better, but yeah, this is tough, right? Regidrago just has a lot of HP, has a lot of versatility in its attack, and that's why it's the most popular and arguably the best deck in the format today.
And I think both of those games from Miloslav are a perfect example as to why this deck is so popular. It has so many options, and it is pretty consistent as well. And Regidrago V-Star has so much HP, it's pretty wild, you know, how much this deck got thrown onto the map after a top 16 finish at the North American International Championships. You know, before NAIC had popped up a little bit in some online events, but it didn't seem like anyone really took it that seriously. But there were a couple of players who brought it to NAIC, had strong finishes, and you can see just how the meta has kind of formed around these new pieces working together. Regidrago is one of those cards that has always been really interesting ever since it got released in Silver Tempest a couple of years ago, and it's finally seeing an opportunity to shine here in 2024 at the World Championships.
I generally think you're right, Chip. I think if we had some amount of tournaments in between NAIC and Worlds, we definitely would have seen Regidrago start to dominate. I do think Regidrago is a big missed opportunity by many players at NAIC, and it's getting its time in the spotlight here because it's not powerful, it's beyond powerful. And the changes between NAIC and the World Championships, it's 3 or 4 cards sometimes, right? It's not that big of a change from what we saw at NAIC to now, so I think we all missed it.
Yeah, well, and it does get a bit of a boost from the Shrouded Fable expansion, right? And a big part of maybe the NAIC format is that its Gardevoir matchup could have been a little questionable. That's probably the one thing detracting from Regidrago being a dominant force in that previous NAIC meta. But with the release of Kyurem with Shrouded Fable, it's kind of tough for Gardevoir to keep up with that potential board wipe option, even with these Regidrago lists all playing Canceling Cologne to get around Manaphy's bench barrier.
We did see Robin Schulz in round 1 almost pull off that board wipe that you mentioned with the Kyurem, right? So yeah, perhaps that was the missing piece. and Halucha just isn't quite enough to pull it off as good as Kyurem does it. Yeah, but now Rage Drago has all the pieces. It took it 2 years to get to this point.
Yes.
Right? It was all Lugia's world until finally Shrouded Fable arrives, and now it's Rage Drago's world.
We still got a little time for Superior V-Star to sneak in before to represent the Silver Tempest V-Star Pokemon. We'll see if it has an opportunity.
Hope dies last, Chip. Hope dies last.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, what a game. What a great showing from the Regidrago deck on Miloslav's side. It's one of my favorite things when a new expansion comes out. Not just what new archetypes come into the game, but what old archetypes get a boost. Something that wasn't competitively viable before, like the Regidrago V-Star. It's been around. People have tried to make it work for years. But now with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, it really is what is able to have sent it over the edge.
I mean, we all thought Gardenia's Vigor, right, was going to allow, it was the new welder,
and then it was Earthen Vessel.
And then it was, yeah, but then it's finally, I think it's Dragapult DX, right?
Yeah,
like
that's a big
Dragapult
part of
DX,
it
that
too.
powerful attacker, just the fact that you can copy attacks if there aren't any good ones to copy, right? If you're just alternating between Gudra and Giratina, you become a little bit predictable. But right now, when you have all these really powerful options concentrated in a single deck, that's just best deck material.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Dragapult EX, a deck we saw pop up quite a bit at the North American International Championships. Actually won the seniors division of that tournament. Tord Reklev played a Charizard Dragapult version to a top 32 finish at NAIC. But it does seem like Dragapult has kind of fallen off just because of how easy it is to attack with Dragapult as Regidrago V-Star. So it's pretty funny that the best way to play Dragapult EX is without Dreepy or without Dracloak. It is in a Regidrago V-Star deck.
Now, I think the big comparison is like, it's a stage 2, it's a powerful Pokemon, so people were just putting it in the Charizard skeleton list, right? However, the difference is you set up Charizard and that's it. You're good to go because the energies come to itself. However, Dragapult, you need to set up the Dragapult and then find the correct energy for it. I think that's the biggest differential, and it's much easier to find the grass energies to power up Regidrago, a stage 1 Pokemon essentially through Ogerpon, than it is to get the stage 2 ready to go with the right energies. That complicated Psychic Fire cost, that's a big deal. And the Dreepies are also frail.
Yes, very true. It's very true. Well, let's take a look at a replay from our last Swiss round, see exactly what went down and how Miloslav was able to get that convincing 2-0 victory. And a big start of it was just how dominant the start was. Had the Cleffa in the active, had the Squawkabilly. Ross did strike first, like we mentioned, was able to take the first 2 prizes, but that Iron Leaves was heavily damaged, and Miloslav pieced together an incredible turn here with the Prime Catcher, and Ross saw the writing on the wall and conceded pretty quickly after this.
Yeah, coming back from a 4 prize deficit is possible, but not when your opponent still has Legacy V-Star, can access any resource they need. And then in game 2, it was a little bit more of the same. Ross starting with a very underwhelming start, too many good resources, couldn't use Squawk and Seize, and then Miloslav seized the opportunity and was able to take down Ogerpon with Ogerpon, conserving very safely his Regidrago V-Stars and completely turning around the game after a big whiff from Ross Cawthon.
Yeah, and I think that was a really smart play from Miloslav. Going aggressive, an attacker you don't always use in this deck. You're really trying to attack with Regidrago as efficiently and quickly as possible. He recognized the Teal Mask Ogerpon was the move. And after that KO, the boss's orders, the monstrous HP of Regidrago V-Star, Ross Cawthon could not find a way to piece together the win, extends the fists, and Miloslav gets the win in game number 2, winning the set, moving to 2-0 at the World Championships.
We do have a winner from that 2022 match that saw neither player make top 8 at that point because they did run out of time, but this time around we did have Miloslav come out on top, and it's gonna feel good, right, beating such a legendary player as Ross Cawthon. I know that's a pretty, it's a pretty big accolade, I would say.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think any player would be excited to sit down across from someone of Ross's caliber with his resume, with his pedigree, just because it's so exciting. You know you're going to get a great game of Pokemon TCG. Win or lose, it's going to be an excellent experience. Without a doubt. Yeah, congratulations to Miloslav on the win. He's been a great player, pretty consistent player. He's got a ton of, top 32 plus finishes, a few top 8s snuck in there over the last couple of years, dating all the way back to the, pre-COVID era. He had a first place finish at a special event, I believe. So, he's been around the block, been around the competitive scene. Is this going to be his year to make a deep run?
I mean, it generally could be, right? He's a strong player from the EU region, as you mentioned, looking for that big finish. And we've definitely had some players who perhaps didn't have those big finishes, and then all of a sudden, they get that big Worlds run.
Yeah, I mean, Vance Kelly is the perfect example
exactly.
of that.
That's exactly where
Vance had a great season in 2023, but was not really at the forefront of anyone's radar heading into the World Championships. But when it comes to Pokemon tournaments, you got to play well, you got to pick a good deck, and it's got to be your day. In 2023, it was Vance's day. We'll see if that could be the case for Miloslav. And let's hear how he's feeling after that win. Let's get down to the stage and hear from our winner.
Thank you so much, Chip, for that. I'm here with Miloslav, the winner of our last match here. Miloslav, how are you feeling?
Feels pretty good. Yeah, I'm 2-0, so hopefully hopefully hoping to add some other wins and do well today. Yeah.
Yeah, you're 2-0. Did you start off with that round 1 bye then?
Yes.
Okay, so we were discussing how you can kind of go around, check out other decks, what people are playing. How'd you utilize that bye in the round 1?
So I think I utilized my round 1 bye very efficiently. I used it to sleep in for 1 more hour, which I think is the best usage you can do for your round 1 bye. So, yeah.
Wow.
I arrived like 10 minutes before round 2, so yeah.
10 minutes before round 2. So you rolled out of bed and then onto our stream table, huh?
It was perfect. I mean, I was a little bit scared that I faced a good player round 2, but it went well, so yeah.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that matchup, you've gone against Ross Cawthon before in previous World Championships. How did you feel sitting across from the table again from him, and then also to see the deck that he was playing? What were your emotions in that moment?
So I expected the default Ogrepon Verdier deck, which I think is a solid matchup, especially if I run the Cleffa, because I have a good dudes to hide behind. And regarding facing Ross Cawthon, so I don't really care who I'm facing, I'm just trying to win, but it stinks a bit if you face a good player in rounds 2, but I mean, it went well, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about that matchup. We saw a multi-prize card turn, and honestly, through both of those games against Ross, you seem to be coasting. You were just comfortable, calm, cool, collected. They were talking about how at that point you're just kind of sitting there asking yourself, okay, what could go wrong? How do I protect myself? But you seem very comfortable. How did you feel against Ross in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it was like both games were comfortable spots for me because I was able to take the first 2 prizes, and he wasn't even able to respond the second game where he got the first attack off. So yeah, I mean, it was just a smooth sailing for me. So.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on your face for sure in that match as well.
Kind of weird in the first few turns where he started to discard his stuff, because I was expecting a mirror match or a bolt, but because yeah, you don't expect your opponent in round 2 at worst to ultra ball away a candy and a Thornton is the first 2 cards, right? But I mean, it worked out well, so yeah.
Yeah, it definitely worked out well for you, absolutely. So let's talk about your deck a little bit. Reggie Drago, how has it been performing for you in playtesting leading up to this event? Why are you feeling comfortable bringing it to the World Championships?
So I think it's the best deck, and throughout my testing, I actually felt like I have a bit different opinion regarding the deck compared to the other players, or like compared to the usual the usual testing results that people have, which is they play a lot of one-off decks like Redzard, Taulusha, etc. And yeah, I don't play those. I just play the deck to have as many best starters and as few blanks as possible, so I get to draw a lot of cards with Mew, and yeah, I think this is the best way to play the deck, even though you're basically folding the bolt matchup. But I think taking a risk at Worlds, which is a tournament where I think you're supposed to take risks the most, is correct mindset, so yeah.
Yeah, I love that. We've been talking a lot.
I guess that's the tech, I guess. Yeah, just not having any specific techs.
I mean, it's working out. So we've talked a lot about the different attackers, like you mentioned, Raging Bolt versus Giratina V-Star, where people fall on that. You have the Giratina V-Star. Why Giratina?
Yeah, I think it's just a better card. It allows you to trade a bit better if you need one-shots, because I don't really like dedicating 4 discards to one-shot a V-Star. So yeah, I can see the point of the Bolt as well with being able to reach like 300s, but yeah, it doesn't really go with the mindset I'm trying to have with the deck, which is like as few bad starters as possible and just trade well overall. It also allows you to cut some energies, I think. So yeah, I think it's just the better card for this tournament.
Great. So do you think your version of this deck is the best version of this deck?
I think if my opponent flips Regidrago, I'm probably beating him, yeah.
Nice. I love the confidence. How far do you think you're going this World Championships?
I'm obviously trying to win, but I will be happy if I make it to day 2 as well and get some okay cash in.
All right, awesome. Well, good luck in your next rounds coming up. Hopefully that extra sleep helped you out a little bit. Is there any shout outs you want to give out before we say goodbye and I send you off to your next round?
Of course, I would like to shout out everyone that helped me with my preparation and the Czech gang as well. Thank you guys. And I would also like to shout out TFT Mafia from the Teamfight Tactics game. They are my group for stats, and they help me a lot with statistics as well. So yeah,
well,
shout out to them as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Miloslav, for the insights. Good luck in your next rounds. We are going to be heading back to our casters.
Great to hear from our winner, Miloslav, looking to make a deep run. You know, it was his friend from the Czech Republic just a couple of years ago getting the win at the 2022 World Championships in London. Is it going to be another Czech Republic's player sitting atop the World Championships this year? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, Chip. I mean, I honestly wouldn't surprise. He's super confident, right?
Seems like
that's a nice level of confidence that in order to be world champion, you probably need that to go up against the world's best players.
Without a doubt. Well, speaking of Worlds and the tournament that we are here at, let's take a look at the meta. This is one of my most favorite things to look at. What decks did players choose to bring to the World Championships? And wow, look at that. Far and away the most popular deck, Regidrago V-Star. Now, I think everyone knew this deck was going to be most popular and was going to be a really strong play, but 24% of the room, Pablo, a quarter of the players in this room chose to play that deck.
Yeah, almost double the next choice, right? Charizard EX. So I am honestly very surprised. I thought this would be a little bit more even across the board. 24% is really high up there. It's almost like back to when Lugia V-Star was released, right? Including Regidrago V-Star, but this level of dominance at the World Championships, I don't remember seeing something like this.
It's pretty wild to see. I mean, in these other decks in the middle here, we totally expected to see in around these percentages, I would say, Charizard, Lugia, Gardevoir, Raging Bolt. But how about bringing up the rear here, 5.5%. 63 brave souls chose to bring Iron Thorns EX to the World Championships. Pablo, what do you make of that?
I mean, if we take a look at this graphic, right? Iron Thorn stops Regidrago V-Star's Legacy Star and Teal Mask Pawn's Teal Stand. It also stops Burning Darkness, Infernal Rain. It also stops Quick Search. It also stops Summoning Star. And it also stops Psychic Embrace. So, is it enough to pull through? I don't know, but Iron Thorns definitely was a deck that was gaining a lot of hype in the lead up to the World Championships, especially in online events.
And we don't see it here on this list, but just behind Iron Thorns EX, I'm not sure if it's actually the 7th most popular deck, but I know there were 55 players playing Block Snorlax to this event, so there's about 10% of the room that is on some form of control/stall archetype.
Disruption, yeah. Now, I think it also makes sense that we have this amount of attempt to slow down your opponent because these abilities are so powerful.
Yes.
Right? Legacy Star, Infernal Rain, Quick Search. So in order to, like, having that option to potentially stop your opponent's game plan is very powerful. And Snorlax did gain the fans from the previous set, right? So I think that energy control focus is something that's very important. And as we see with Iron Thorns, the Crushing Hammer is the big card focus of the deck, right? That's how you slow down your opponents enough in order to get past the threshold.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see that deck be this represented for the World Championships. You know, maybe, you know, for a regional championships or something like that, it wouldn't be as crazy to see. But for Worlds, I mean, this is the big one. This is the event that players dream about, that they want to win more than anything. And 63 players said that their best way to win was with Iron Thorn EX. I mean, I can't really wrap my head around that.
I agree. It's definitely a wild choice. Risking it all on Crushing Hammer head flips, right?
But it makes sense.
It
like
makes
you
sense.
said, as you walk through these decks, you know, the matchups should be there. Raging Bolt is probably, of these top 6 decks, the only one that's really tough for Iron Thorns. And even that you can win, you know, just because you are so disruptive and you shut them down.
And, like, they only play 4 copies of Professor Sada that they need to find off of Burst Roar from Raging Bolt. You do nullify the Greninja, the Squawk, the Fezandipity, the Mew, and most importantly, the Ogre Pawn. So denying everything revolving around the deck. It's a race to finding the Sadas. And even if they do, they still need one more energy at least to get the knockout. So in that time, yeah, Iron Thorns is pretty consistent in getting attacks off. So I wholeheartedly agree. I think Iron Thorns could be a potential sleeper pick. It's a powerful deck. However, on the counter side to that, Regidrago V-Star plays Canceling Cologne. Charizard tends to play Canceling Cologne.
Yes.
Lugia tends to play Fluttermane sometimes. Gardevoir plays Fluttermane and Klefki. So all the decks do also have an answer to Iron Thorns, but did they play them today? That's the big question.
That's the big question, and can they find them at the right time as well, you know, because Iron Thorns isn't just sitting there doing nothing and playing Crushing Hammers. You know, it does put on some pressure with its attack, you know, starting to build up damage in play and eventually take those knockouts. What do you think, Pablo? You excited to see some Iron Thorns on stream this weekend?
I honestly would be, yeah.
Iron Thorns versus Block Snorlax, what do you think?
I mean, I think that's almost another win for Iron Thorns. It could come down to, like, does Iron Thorns, how many Canceling Colognes do they play? How many Mimikyus does Snorlax play? And then can the Snorlax play Airy and Misfortune to hit them?
I think that Iron Thorns probably would have a hard time getting through Mimikyu, right? That would
right, so it depends on the Canceling Colognes.
Sure.
And so how many Canceling Colognes do they play? And can the Misfortune Sisters or Airy hit those? But then without Rotom, how are you getting those Aries and Misfortune Sisters? So there's a big dynamic there, but stopping ability, stopping that Rotom's instant charge, I think gives Iron Thorns a big edge.
Well, I hope everyone's ready. Definitely buckle in, because it's probably not going to be long before we see a Block Snorlax or an Iron Thorns make their way to the big stage. And any players out there, you know, maybe do a last-second think-through about the matchup, because that is one aspect of why those decks do usually perform pretty well at events, you know, control and stall archetypes, because they are so disruptive, and players don't usually prioritize them when it comes to testing.
Yeah, I mean, the big priority for this event is Regidrago V-Star, right? You're going to dedicate a lot of your time to that, and therefore, perhaps you don't test too much. You're surprised by the counts of the Cold Resist Tenacity or the Lost City or an extra, the Ace-Spec, the Ace-Spec choice for Iron Thorns. I've seen it be completely wild all over the place, all sorts of choices. So which one do you prepare for? How do you prepare for all of them?
Yeah, it's definitely a big part of the game. You know, we don't have open team sheet like, you know, Pokemon Go and you know, Pokemon VG has. Players kind of have to figure things out on the fly. Sure, you've got an idea of what might be in the popular lists, but you never know for sure until you see your opponent put that card in the discard pile. Well, Pablo, it's been a great round number 2 with you, my friend. I'm very much looking forward to the rest of this weekend, and I hope our viewers at home are doing that as well. We've got Swiss round 3 coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I'm going to battle anyone. I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So, yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
I'm Anna here with my new friend Cece. Cece, who are you cosplaying today?
Today I'm cosplaying Carmine from the DLC from Scarlet and Violet.
What made you choose Carmine?
So last season I actually dressed up as Nimona, and so I thought it would be fitting to do her other counterpart.
Yeah, what's your favorite part of your costume?
So my favorite part has got to be the hair. She has a little flair to it with the little red, and of course the iconic bangs.
Yes, I love it. I kind of want to put those in my hair.
Yeah, let me put it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, is this your first time cosplaying at a Pokemon event, or have you said you did a bunch before?
So I've done a bunch of cosplays. I'm fairly new to it, but I'm having a lot of fun, you know, taking pictures, getting to meet everybody in the community that also appreciate dressing up as the characters of the Pokemon game.
What's your favorite part about being at a live Pokemon event?
Definitely the community. I love getting to meet everybody, making friends, connections, and just like the vibes.
And what is it like being here in Hawaii for a Pokemon event?
In Hawaii is amazing. This is actually my hometown. So I used to live in Kailua, so shout out to all my Kailua friends there. But this is amazing getting to be here at Homebound and sharing it with my friends and families as well.
That's so cool. Thank you so much, Cece. We'll head back now to the Pokemon World Championship.
Good bringing us in, right? I'm bringing us in, buddy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships from Hawaii. I'm very happy to be joining you for the first round here. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined for the first time at the World Championships by my very sparkly co-host, literally and figuratively, Shay Byrne. How you doing, Shay?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic here to be at the World Championships. I can't honestly describe it to you guys how excited I am, and I cannot wait to take you through this next round of Pokemon TCG action.
Hey, it's going to be pretty good. And you might be noticing, hey, what's your pin there? It's looking quite shiny. There's no good way to come to Hawaii from the UK, Shay.
No.
We've all discovered this. So I'm like, right, if I'm going to come all this way, I'm going to come via Japan. I go into a Pokemon Center in Nihonbashi in Tokyo. I pick up this pin, and I'm like, you know what? Very fitting pin for the World Championships. Tell me why, Shay.
I'm guessing, looking at it, I see a Pikachu and a Mew. So I'm going to say Mew VMAX, won last year at World Championships. Vance Kelly. And then all the way back in London, I know Flying Pikachu VMAX won the World Championships, paired with Arceus and Decidueye. So that's my guess.
Yeah, Andrzej Gabal won in 2022, and actually 2019, which was the last Worlds. Before that, we had Henry Brand winning with Mewtwo and Mew. Speaking of winning, you don't have to be here to win, ladies and gentlemen. We have got some drops that you can take part of. We got some gifts for you for the World Championships all weekend here, both TCG and VG. And there are Twitch drops. You can get yourself some cosmetics. You can get yourself some packs of Shrouded Fable if you're watching on Twitch/Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, I mean, look at the design on those sleeves, deck box, and coin. Even the back as well, got those flowers. I'm a colourful geezer. I like colours, so I'm liking the look of that back coin there. And you getting some packs. We all know important packs on the Pokemon TCG. Open them up, get involved. If you are watching on Twitch, make sure to get some Twitch drops and use them wisely.
But if you're someone who wants a little bit more certainty, you want to know exactly what cards you're getting, we've got you as well. There is a distribution going on in Pokemon Trading Card Game Live this weekend. Just use the code OutburstWorld24. You can see it on the screen there, and you get the special illustration rare Pecharunt EX to use on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. And I tell you what, Shay, subjugating chains, great ability for switching your active Pokemon, and irritated outbursts. Get late in the game, you can do some serious damage with that.
Yeah, that is a fantastic card. One of the premier cards out of, Shrouded Fable. That subjugating chains can be played in a whole host of decks, and that Charizard EX as well. I've already seen it. So yeah, if you want to get your hands on one of those special illustration rare Pecharunt EX, use that code OutburstWorld24 and get your hands on it.
I know what you're thinking though. Wassy, I love the trading card game, but I also play the video game.
Ooh.
Do you have any presents for my video game loving friends? Well, wonderful news. We got you there. We have got Tamaya Agawa's 2023 world-winning Sylveon available for download now using the code SleepTalkWorlds. Although do remember that O is actually the number 0.
Ooh, good spot there. Tell you what, eagle-eyed of us. I would have missed that. But yeah, if you want to get your hands on that Sylveon, use that code. Get involved on the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet video games. And I think that's so cool how you don't even have to be here to, get your hands on some fun stuff just by watching on Twitch and using that code. Get involved. Love to see it.
Oh, you love to see it. We've got TCG presents. And remember, look, we have a preference towards the trading card game. We are quite big fans. That's how we ended up here. But we do have streams all weekend for trading card game, for the video game, for Pokemon Go, for Pokemon Unite as well. So, we will occasionally have some small breaks. Maybe a good idea to check out some of the other streams. Just make sure you come back or we will be a little bit lonely. So, Shay, first World Championships here as a caster. Very different to coming as a player or as a spectator. Give me your first impressions.
I am blown away by everything, worked a few regionals and IC, but it's just the stage behind us. Like, look how big it is, and got the Unite here as well, just the scale of everything, and it being in Hawaii as well. One of the places I've always wanted to visit ever since I was a young Bert, and now actually being here at the World Championships, I'm just blown away, Ross.
Yeah, I tell you what, we got our mascot Pikachu here. He's got his snorkel, he's got his flippers, and I was like, you know what, Pikachu, that looks like a very good idea. I went out on a boat a couple of days ago, Shay, and I got snorkel on, I got some flippers on, I went and saw some turtles, I saw a couple of rays, I saw a reef shark. Wow. Did not get attacked by the reef shark, that was a win. Bunch of tropical fish. And, when you're sitting out there in the bright sunshine, ridiculously blue water, swimming with turtles and tropical fish, you kind of feel a little bit like, it's going to be a good week.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's an amazing sort of welcome to Hawaii, man. I think for my one, I didn't land until very late, like 8 p.m. Went straight to bed because I didn't fall asleep at all on my flight. And I think it was in the morning when I woke up and I opened the balcony. I'm just like, oh, yeah, we are here. We are here in Hawaii. That heat just hits you in the sunshine, and you can see all the palm trees. Yeah, just a fantastic place to be, irrespective of the World Championships. So when you're here and you come into the convention center and you're just surrounded by Pokemon, it's just, it's the place to be this weekend.
Yeah, a few days in Hawaii. Well, for me, a few days in Tokyo, then a few days in Hawaii, then the World Championships. I do feel like I've high-rolled this a little bit this tournament. Now, talking about the tournament, I know we've both had a bit of time to wander the tables. There is a deck which is jumping out to me, which I was not thinking about as being a contender. It's not a deck that you saw on that breakdown that we looked at with Chip and Pablo a few minutes ago. Cornerstone EX Control, or Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. EX Control.
Okay.
And I saw a few at 1-0. I'm hearing stories about people playing against it. It's not here in huge numbers, not pretending it is, but it seems to be a genuine, legitimate deck that some really good players have chosen to bring here. It's a deck I was not prepared for.
No, I mean, I don't think many people were, to be honest with you. You know, that ability can just stonewall a ton of things. And if you're not prepared for it and you haven't got the game plan, you can just sort of scratch your head and be like, I'm in trouble. So I would be intrigued to see, you know, how it plans out. I mean, we have seen it, you know, be played in Raging Bolt decks occasionally. We've seen it being used there. But as a complete standalone sort of wall deck, my ears have pricked up.
Yeah, they have got an ability which basically prevents damage from Pokemon with an ability. And you look at the metagame at the moment, well, in a Charizard deck, what do you attack with? Charizard's got an ability, Radiant Charizard's got an ability, Pidgeot's got an ability. It's a deck full of abilities. Gardevoir, I mean, you've got some support Pokemon, but you're shutting down some of the Pokemon in there.
Yep.
And then you've got things like Tealmask Ogerpon that's got an ability, so that's not going to come into you. And there are a lot of Pokemon out there with abilities. I don't know how much of a chance I'm giving it this weekend. It seems very much like you sit down, kind of like Iron Thorns, which is here in big numbers, where you're either going to win or you're going to lose. And a lot of the time, the matchups are either very favorable or very unfavorable. But I'm seeing players at 1-0, and I'm walking around and they're sitting there looking very comfortable in their chairs in round 2. And I don't know, we could have some surprises along those lines this weekend. It's a deck which is... It's caught my eye, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you mentioned it, I was like, oh, okay. And like you mentioned how the matchups are really polarized, right? Well, the advantage to that is if you just match, you know, like 6 or 7 or 8 of the good matchups, you can just, you know, relax, put your feet up a little bit, and you got yourself some easy wins. And that's what it's all about. I always say you don't get bonus points for winning hard games in the Pokemon TCG. So if you can get as many easy ones as possible, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Oh, it's a very, very good idea. And then wins are hard to come by, and wins are important. We're playing 8 rounds today.
Yep.
And the cut, let's face it, the cut is pretty harsh. You need to have 18 match points. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can win 6 of your 8 games, taking 2 losses.
Yep.
Or, I mean, obviously more would be better, but I'm talking about the minimum standard here.
Yep.
Or you win 5 games and tie the other 3. Here's what's awkward, though. If you take a single loss, your ties, for the purposes of getting into tomorrow, are equivalent to a loss.
Yeah.
You take 2 ties, you're still in. Take a loss, you're out.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Now, obviously, records carry over to tomorrow.
Yep.
So ties can be important when we get to tomorrow for talking about seeding, getting to top 8, etc. That's important. But talking purely in terms of getting from today into tomorrow, it's 6 wins or 5 wins and 3 ties. That is it. It's not the 6-2-1 that we've been used to through most tournaments this season, where you can take an early tie and you're like, all right, that's my 1. I can go 6-2. We're in a different format, and it's very important. Most people watching aren't used to this format.
No, and I think a lot of the players as well, this is something that they've definitely cottoned on to, because when I was walking around and chatting to the player base, you know, in between rounds 1 and 2, a lot of players were, you know, saying that ties are really bad. We have to try and avoid them as much as possible. And would you say, Ross, you know, coming into this event, is that something, if you as a player, that would affect your deck choice?
It can do. Sometimes when it's, I mean, like, for instance, you know, one of the things, we're in a new format here, right? Shrouded Fable legal for the first tournament.
Yeah.
And one of the things I did, I spent an inordinate amount of time scouring Japanese results.
Right.
Because they've been playing with, well, Night Wanderer was the set in Japan, but essentially Shrouded Fable.
Right.
But they play in a different format, best of 1, so there's not everything that you can take from that. But it is a different format in here because you can't really afford to take ties. I'm looking at a deck which is going to be a little bit faster and a little bit less prone to ties. I would rather have a better chance of winning with a chance of losing than a chance of winning or tying, if that makes sense. I'm going for that. I can tell you, we've got a confirmation of our players for the next round.
Oh, okay.
And they're going to be players we're familiar with. It looks like we have got ourselves Owen Kammerman, one of the Kammerman twins who are both top 10 players in Europe, phenomenal players, against Fabian Puyol.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a matchup. Oh, my goodness gracious me. I cannot wait to get this done. Owen Kammerman, I think, won 2 regionals, right, in this season?
2 regionals back to back.
Back to back.
Although, I'm told I'm told we got some standings we can look at before we get there.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
It's a match to be excited about, but I think standings first, then we can have a chat about the match.
All right. Oh, wow, okay.
That's right at the top, that's a name we're familiar with.
Yeah, you know, very fitting. You know, Brent Tonneson, I believe, came into this game, this world, with the most championship points in the world, traveling all over the world to get them as well. Currently 2-0 first seed. And then we got, was it Diego Casaria, their ex-world champion,
2018
at the first seed as well, yeah.
Yeah, 2018. And what's interesting, Diego won in 2018 with a brand new format. Burning Shadows was legal for the first time at the World Championships and won with Gardevoir GX at that event. So that's what I'm watching. Consta Kalama, regional champion from this year. Yuho Kalama's brother. The Kalama's another powerhouse.
Really are.
Pair of brothers. Oh, and Stefan Ivanov.
Yeah,
pretty good, I hear.
Yeah, this is the thing about Worlds, right? Every player is a star-studded, you know, name. Got Isaiah Bradner, their finalist at EUIC, just gone, you know, currently 2-0 as well. And that's the thing, like we said, you know, being able to get yourself into day 2 here, you need 18 match points. It's a lot harder than normal. So starting off at this 2-0 is exactly where you want to be.
There are, and I got to shout out, there are a bunch of Japanese players we're seeing high up there. We've got Keiju Miya, we've got ourselves Haruto Fujita, we've got Shinji Mori, we've got Taisei Ito, we've got Haruki Miwa, we've got Takashi Yaneda. We've got a lot of Japanese players representing here. Of course, Hawaii is a more convenient location for Japanese. You know, we didn't have a great journey out here.
It was long.
But I actually flew from Japan here, and I can tell you, you know, if you ignore the 14 hours I had to spend to get to Japan, it's quite a nice kind of 8-hour jaunt over.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And then you had to get all the fun time there in Japan as well. And that's one thing I really love about the World Championships, actually, is that sort of merger of all the player bases from different regions. You get to see them all on one big stage, and everyone can just duke it out for that championship title. Ultimate bragging rights as well. But you know what I was doing, actually, Ross, as well, just before we come on? I was looking at all the trophies and the trophy cards, and they look very nice. You know, all these players will be, you know, really trying to get there, and what an achievement to say, I am a world champion.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the ultimate dream is that trophy card.
Yeah.
The trophies are nice. I love them trophies, don't get me wrong. But if you're a massive TCG fan, the idea of earning one of those trophy cards with Pikachu holding the trophy, oh, that is the absolute dream, getting one of those trophy cards at an event like this. So you can see there from the standings, huge number of players we're familiar with. We're still early on here, let's be honest. There are a lot more 2-0s than you see on that list there.
Yep.
But that is a good smattering. You know, that's just the top 16 players and just the names alone. I think Cyrus Davis played Alex Szymanski round 1 of this tournament. I mean, that is a tough round 1. On the last round, Jesper Eriksson, 2016 senior world champion, played against Tord Reklev. I mean, we had a phenomenal match of Ross Corthorn and Miroslav.
Yeah, we did.
But then you look at some of the other games that are around there. Although I will tell you, I believe Jesper and Tord were playing, I think it was a 60-card mirror.
Oh, really?
Which I think is a reason why we maybe don't always want to feature those games on stream so much, because 60-card mirrors. And I spoke to them both about the game. They came and said hi right before we came onto the stream.
Yeah.
And let's say it didn't sound like the most exciting of games that they played. Ended up, unfortunately, in a 1-1 tie. But, yeah, Jesper Eriksson, Tord Reklev, they are other players to look out for. And that's the thing, you know, Tord Reklev and Jesper Eriksson are sitting at 1-0-1 at the moment. And they're both phenomenal level players at this stage.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the World Championships, right? Like we said, it's going to be all the world's best players here in, you know, under one roof. But if someone's going to win, that means people have to lose as well. So you're going to see some of these top players, you know, they've taken the ties or the losses, you know, but
that's Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon Stool. Round 1 with Charizard. That should be an unwinnable matchup. Now you get 2 prizes off the Rotom V, that's fine.
Yeah.
Most of these decks are playing Can't Sink Alone now.
Yeah.
So you play a copy of that, get 2 more prizes, that's fine. Where do the last 2 prizes come from? The answer may surprise you. I'll tell you in a couple of rounds' time how Jesper got those last couple prizes. I think a lot of you are going to be surprised. And I tell you what.
What?
I mentioned Henry Brand, 2019 World Champion.
Yep.
The is the only person in the room playing his deck, currently sitting at 2-0.
Ooh.
Do we want to give it away? Do we want to leave it as a surprise?
I think we leave it as a surprise.
Okay.
You got to leave it as a surprise. Sorry about that. But if you want to know what Henry's playing, you might see him on stream later on, but you're going to have to sit here and watch more of this thing. I'll tell you what, when I heard the deck he was playing, my eyes widened. I was like, goodness gracious me. And currently at 2-0 as well. So it's working.
And we're on round 8, so we can definitely tell him round 8, yeah? We'll definitely tell you round 8.
That's our promise to you.
We'll tell you what Henry's playing. If you haven't found it out by round 8, we'll tell you round 8. And that's the thing. When you see a player coming to a tournament like Worlds, that the only player in the room playing it, there's a little bit of skepticism. You're just like, really, you're the only one of all the World's players that figured this out? And then you see that it's former world champion Henry Brand, and you're just like, no, I think they have just seen something the rest of us missed. I think they're actually onto something.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, a lot of these players will be preparing for Worlds, you know, weeks, months in advance, you know, really targeting the meta, practicing a lot, you know. And that's where when the game's greatest minds are all targeting one event, you are going to see some spectacular decks, and I think that could be one of them. So I'll be keeping my eyes peeled to see how the rest of Henry's day pans out.
And surprise can get you a long way.
Yes.
A lot of the time, when you're playing a surprise deck, you get that wonderful situation where halfway through game 1, your opponent realizes how they need to play against you.
Yep.
And it's already too late.
Yeah.
They've already made the misplay that's going to lose them the game by the time they figured out what their strategy should be. So there is a lot to be said for bringing a surprise. That's why we don't want to give it away too early. There's a lot to be said for bringing a surprise deck to the World Championships. And, you know, we saw it before. You know, we saw Ross Corfon on stream last round.
Yeah.
2011 Worlds.
Goodness gracious, yeah, with a deck, you know, very close to taking the World Championship title with a deck, you know, been named by the community The Truth, that was on no one's radar at the time and was just, you know, one win away from taking it all home. And that's the beauty about World Championship. A lot of players, you know, will be playing, you know, let's say a known deck. Some players will do. A lot of players will be swinging for the fences, though, and thinking, right, if this is the expected metagame, if I want to take it all home, become a champion, I'm going to do it with something that's off the wall. And sometimes it works.
Now, my favorite fact about Ross's deck, The Truth, in 2011, it was a Reuniclus, Donphan, Reshiram, everything deck. It was genius.
Yeah.
But the World Championship promo that year, it was Tropical Beach. First year we'd ever had Tropical Beach as a promo. We had it in 2011 and 2012. Ross put his World Championship promo in his deck. And for the first few rounds, his opponents would ask questions like, wait, are we allowed? Is that card legal? Are we allowed to put that in our deck? Now, nowadays, you wouldn't be able to with the rules that they become legal 2 weeks after. But back in 2011, you were allowed. So Ross was playing his World Championship promo in his deck. And a lot of the players were just like, wait, that's an option? It was a truly bizarre deck, and I mean, Donphan Prime. So for me, it was a great deck. Ended up losing out to David Cohen and that Magnazone Embor deck. Which was extremely powerful, but that was one of my favorite World Championship stories. That one was awesome. Now our players are sat down. It looks like we've got headsets on. So let's head down to the stage to see Owen Kammerman against Fabian Pujol here. And I can tell you, Owen is out here to prove me wrong. Because I've been telling people, Shay, I do not have faith in Iron Thorns EX.
Yeah, it's a deck that, I can see on paper why people have played it, right? That initialization ability, stopping all Pokemon ability with Wallbox on your opponent's side of the field if it's in the active. It seems strong. I'm just not really convinced by that attack, 140, and you have to move an energy away. Doesn't really fill me with confidence, but we've already seen on the meta breakdown that it's a very popular deck right now.
Yeah, we do have one copy of Cancelling Cologne in Fabian's deck, as we would expect. So that's going to be an option at one point during the game to turn that ability off. That's going to be nice. Problem is, it's one option at one point during the game. Yes. Oh, actually, okay, I can give away the secret now.
Right, okay.
Well, Fabian Pujol just so happens to be playing the Jesper version of this deck. It's playing a 1-1 Rabska line.
Wow.
Now, Ravska protects your bench very much like the old Macho did.
Yes.
But Relor, single energy, 30 damage, 10 to itself, takes a while to take down a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, but it will get there eventually. It's a new version of this Charizard list we're not used to, but it plays a 1-1 Ravska line, it plays Canceling Cologne, a single copy of Temple of Sinnoh. It is not the list you're used to.
No, it's really not. And that Ravska is really interesting because not only does it prevent damage done to your bench Pokemon, it also affects of attacks as well. So a Lost Mine, for example, also wouldn't work. Not going to be super relevant in this matchup, but worth noting. As we are going to look at the prize cards here now, nothing too impactful, Pidgey, and the Pheasantipity prize there for Fabian. That is obviously his only copy of Pheasantipity, so there will be no flipping of the script, at least until a Hisuian Heavy Ball is played. Looking over there, Owen, you know, prizes seem okay. One copy of Iron Thorns, a Future Booster Energy Capsule, and a couple of energy there. Not too bad, I would say.
No, not too bad at all. There's 8 basic lightning in the deck, so getting rid of 2 of them is a bit awkward, but it's not the end of the world. That's what we're going to need to watch for Owen here. Can he keep the energy coming in the first couple of turns? That's going to be a big thing to look out for, but as long as we can keep the energy coming, I think we're going to be okay here. So we're getting into round 3 of the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. We've got Owen Kammerman, one of the best players in Europe, sitting at 2-0. We got Fabian Pujol, one of the best players in Europe, sitting at 2-0. And that is a problem if you win at the World Championships. You just keep playing better players, and it looks like we're starting off with Owen here.
Yeah, Owen's going to start us off here in our round 3. Someone will be losing their undefeated. Oh, it's just going to see an energy attachment to the active and a pass over to Fabian, who is led Radiant Charizard.
I mean, that's kind of your perfect turn 1, though. You're not going to play many other Pokemon.
Yep.
You want to attach an energy. That's kind of what Iron Thorns does. I mean, a second Iron Thorns would be nice, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it's reacting to your opponent with stuff like Crushing Hammer, as we see an Arven come down here for Fabian, and looks like we're going to grab ourselves. Is that TM Evolution?
Yeah, it is a TM Evolution, a fantastic tool card. Given you can attach it to a Pokemon and then it gains the Evolution attack for 1 colorless energy, you can then evolve 2 of your benched basic Pokemon. Love to see it. Looks like Fabian is going to be conducting a little bit of a prize check here as well. Does have the Hisuian Heavy Ball move to the front as well. Arvin, a fantastic supporter of us, letting you grab a tool card and an item. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Arvin is huge. Sees a lot of play in a lot of decks. It's a kind of card that's particularly good in the meta we're in at the moment because we've got stuff like TM Evolution. We've got our A-Spec tools like Hero's Cape and Maximum Belt and things like that. And, of course, our old friend Forest Seal Stone that lets you search for any card as long as it's attached to a Pokemon V as your V-Star power for the turn. So, particularly good. And here comes Hisuian Heavy Ball. Oh, I think there's an option there we might be happy with. And it's not Pheasantipity.
No.
It's Bidoof.
Yeah, like that. You know, Barrel's fantastic. That Industrious Incisors ability letting you draw till you have 5 cards in your hand. And obviously with this TM Evolution being used, you'll be able to evolve it straight into a Bibarel. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing here. And yeah, I loved it. That's a fantastic turn 1 for a Charizard. Going to end the turn with a Charmeleon and a Bibarel raring to go. Because let's not forget, initialization from Iron Thorns does not turn off Industrious Incisors.
It does not, and because of the extra things we're seeing in this deck with stuff like Rapska, there's only room for a 1-1 Bibarel line here.
Yes.
So you had to get that Bidoof out of the prizes nice and quickly. It is going to give you more value in the early game than Pheasantipity is. So, yeah, you had to go and get that straight away. So Iron Thorns here, we've got an energy on there. That was kind of job done turn 1.
Yeah.
Where can we go from here? We do have a Pokemon catcher. Here's the flip. It's a tail. There's going to be a lot of flips this game, Jay.
Yeah, we've got Crushing Hammer as well. It's going to be really impactful in this matchup. We do see Owen going to play an Arven of his own here. I wonder what tool card we're going to see. There are a few options. Devolution could be used to just, you know, reset those benched Bibarel and Charmeleon. Could see a Turbo Energize potentially to power up a benched Iron Thorns as well. But it looks like, yeah, we do see looks like the Turbo Energize being taken. We also get to see an item here, Ross. And what do you reckon Owen's considering here?
There are so many options here. It looks like we're actually going for the tool that's going to go and get the, not the tool, sorry, the item, the Techno Radar, that lets you discard a card from your hand and then search for a couple of future Pokemon. So that Techno, I believe that's Techno Radar. Yeah,
yep,
here we
Techno
go.
Radar, yeah.
Going to discard the Judge and then search for a couple of future Pokemon. And I'm going to ruin the surprise.
Right.
It's going to be 1 or 2 Iron Fawns.
Yeah.
Owen is, here is the entire Pokemon list of Owen's deck, right?
Yeah.
Iron Fawns.
Yeah.
Iron Fawns. Iron Fawns. Iron Fawns. That's it. That's all the Pokemon. He will start Iron Fawns. There will never be an option to gust up another Pokemon, turn off the ability, and then get your abilities back. Doesn't happen. It is quad Iron Thorns. That is all you've got, and here comes Turbo Energize.
Yeah, an attack that lets you attach 2 basic energy from your deck to one of your benched Pokemon. And let's not forget, people at home, that while Iron Force is in the active, initialization turns off all rule box abilities on your opponent's side of the field. So that means if Fabian was to evolve into a Charizard EX, Infernal Rain would not activate.
No, so it would be manual attachments all the way, and that's where the Crushing Hammer come in to try and get rid of them. Here comes an Ultra Ball, and, I mean, looks like we're going for a Skwovet here, which I love Skwovet. It lets you shuffle your entire hand into your deck, you draw 1 card.
Yes.
Which, I mean, it's great in an emergency. Generally, you're minusing a bunch of cards from your hand. It is, frankly, not ideal. But when you combine it with Bibarel, it's just a shuffle draw 5.
Yeah.
Or maybe if you can play the card from Skwovet, shuffle draw 6.
Well, it's actually a little bit better than shuffle because it actually puts the cards to the bottom. So that means you're guaranteed not to draw them back. So if you really don't want the cards in your hand, you can put them to the bottom. But it looks like we're always going to see an Industrious Incisors and a pass straight back over to Owen.
But crucially, did get an energy attachment.
Yes. Oh,
we're watching the energy here.
Are we going to get an energy attachment? That's a 6. And there it goes. That's super impactful there for Owen. Because, you know, while we can't use Infernal Rain, Burning Darkness only requires 2 basic energy. It's actually not that hard to power up. So we are going to see a future booster energy capsule attached to the active. So that means we could see it retreat, because it now has a free retreat cost as well. And let's see what Owen opts to do. It does have an Iona, a Boss, and a Professor's Research available. It looks like Professor's Research is going to be used. Draw 7 new cards. If we do see a double turbo energy here, we could actually see an attack Volt Cyclone. And we see it on the last card there, Ross.
Oh, we start seeing some energy. Like I was telling you about watching Turtles the other day, Shay.
Okay.
Right now I'm watching Fire Energy. Because Fabian doesn't play much. There's 5 Fire Energy in the deck.
Yes.
But 1 has just been discarded. 1 is in the prizes. That means there's only 3 available in the deck. You don't play many, and you don't play a huge amount of search here because you search them out with Charizard.
Yes.
Fabian might not find them, and there was a Pokemon catcher there, but unfortunately came up.
Tails.
Yeah, bit sad.
Tails, yeah, bit sad that one for Owen. Because that Radiant Charizard, you know, that 160 HP won't be going anywhere. As it looks like we are going to see a double, it looks like we are going to see a Volt Cyclone into the active, 120 with a damage reduction, and then we'll move it away onto the benched Iron Thorns.
Don't mind that. And to be honest with you, that can, if you can keep drawing your energy, that's kind of a nice bonus because it means you're powering up your, you know, you can attach to the active to attack and then be powering up your bench. It's a bit of a downside, but not that much of a downside. Right, energy check. There is an energy in hand for Fabian here. So that's good, but there's only going to be 2 more in the, remember, you need 2 to attach to Charizard EX in order to attack. Double turbo, there is 1 in the deck. That doesn't help with Charizard. It only helps with Radiant Charizard.
Let's see what happens here. And it's like 140 damage after the future booster energy capsule. I apologize. We are going to see Industrious Incisors and a Cleffa. Oh, Ross, cancelling Cologne.
That's going to be huge. It's going to get the first 2 prizes, but it only gets 2 prizes. That's the problem. It's, can you get, well, okay, it gives you 1 turn is what I'm saying here. So can you get the evolutions? And you'll notice Fabian has deliberately not evolved the Charmeleon. Risky. Imagine if there was a heads-on Pokemon catcher last turn.
Yep.
That would have been absolutely gigantic, but it wasn't. And I think, actually, I tell you what, Fabian has caught a break here.
Yeah.
Between the Tails-on Pokemon catcher and then drawing Cancelling Cologne, this might be the turn where Fabian gets properly into this game.
Yeah, because that Cancelling Cologne will turn off the active Iron Thorn's ability initialization. So that means if Fabian was to evolve into a Charizard EX, Infernal Rain would activate. That means he could use 3 energy, well, attachment energy from the deck, because it looks like, oh, just debating whether to attach that double turbo energy or not. But that'd be really good. Just flood the board with energy and then start swinging.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the ideal situation here is kind of like a double evolution into Charizard to get all of your fire energy out and go. But remember, there's only 3 in the deck. Actually, only 2 in the deck now. 1 in the discard, 1 in the prizes. Wait, 2 on the board. There's only 1 left in the deck.
Does have a Super Rod in hand, though. So.
Okay, so you've Super Rod it back in, then that's 2 in the deck, and then you can accelerate 2 with Charizard. So that, it's not a great use of Super.
Ooh,
oh, I like this.
Is using the Nest Dash.
Oh, no, but can't Slink alone.
Yeah, just opted to just Nest Dash, put the hand to the bottom, and then a pass straight back over. Owen plays the Legacy Energy as the A-Spec. You know, reducing the prize card if that was going to get KO'd. The Iron Thorn. Going to see a boss orders onto the big barrel.
Onto the big barrel. That's big here. Trying to take away that draw engine.
Wow, that's huge. After the Nest Dash as well, Ross. So that means Fabian's going to be stuck on a 1-card hand. Bolt Cyclone for KO. Owen Cameraman takes his first prize card, and Bibarel hits the discard pile.
And that's huge. Generally speaking, you're looking at that and you're going, hang on a second, why did Owen not go after the only Charmeleon on the board? The answer is because Fabian's got a 1-card hand.
Yep.
This is where you punish. Didn't use Bibarel after, wasn't able to. So you bring up the Bibarel, KO it, and basically say, look, now you don't have much of a hand. I believe we're seeing another Nest Dash here.
Yeah, another Nest Dash. Now does have the Grasping Draw Cleffa, so we'll be able to draw till he has 7 cards in hand. But that is an attack, so that means that's going to be another easy prize there as Fabian does end the turn there with a Grasping Draw. Over to Owen, and let's see, that's a nice big hand there. Love that, plenty of options.
No energy though.
No energy, you are correct, but it is Owen's turn now, so let's see what he's able to manufacture.
Now we're looking at the energy here. Right now there's only 1 available in the deck.
Could see a boss's orders into Charmeleon potentially. That would be huge.
I mean, maybe it's just me. I would enjoy it. Oh, it's gone to the front of the hand, Shay.
Oh,
he's thinking about it.
This could be a mean play. Imagine. Oh my goodness
He's definitely thinking. Who wants to KO Cleffa when you can KO the only Charmeleon?
Oh no, show us that Lissandre's boss.
Here
we go. Lissandre into the Charmeleon, removing all Charmander and Charmeleon from Fabian's side of the board. Bolt Cyclone KO. Owen Caraman takes his second prize card. Fabian, what can we do?
And here's the thing. Remember, Radiant Charizard doesn't have the ability.
It does not.
So it needs actual 5 energy. There's 3 energy on there right now. 1 in the prizes, 1 in the discard. There's only... No, two in the discard now. I think there's only 1 energy in deck right now. Here comes a Super Rod. Okay, I was going to say, you have to Super Rod here. Because there literally isn't enough energy in the deck to get Radiant Charizard rolling right now.
So we do need that. Radiant Charizard does have a lot of energy attached to it currently. Bear in mind, it does have a double turbo, so that would reduce the damage down from 250 down to 230, which is actually still enough to KO Iron Thorns, actually. So
that's fine.
That's fine.
The issue here is getting enough energy. You need 4 energy attachments, and there's only 6 energy total in the deck, and 1 is currently prized.
Yes.
So that Super Rod had to come down there. But even now, you are 2 turns of attachment away. And, I mean, do you think Owen might be looking for Crushing Hammers at this point?
I imagine so. That would be real devastating.
But even then, you attack and it gets KO'd straight back, and that's all your energy gone.
Like that's true, because it's taken damage already.
And this is the matchup. The matchup here is basically Owen going, hey, Fabian, what are you going to attack with?
Yeah, pretty much. What are you going to attack with? Well, I'll just announce Volt Cyclone, turn off, turn off, turn. We do see another Nest Dash being used there. Obviously, that will be used in combination with Grasping Draw, I would imagine. So Fabian will be able to draw up to 7. Fabian consulting the discard pile there for Aaron, saying, how much resources do you have left? As we do see the Grasping Draw till you have 7 cards in your hand. So, Temple of Sinnoh could be impactful, Ross. Unfair Stamp as well.
Not too bad. Unfair Stamp, I think probably definitely one of the best A-specs out there. It's your opponent takes the KO, and then next turn you put them down to a 2-card hand while getting 5 for yourself. So we do see an energy coming down here. We got the active, but of course, remember, Temple of Sinnoh will turn off legacy energy, which will mean you don't get a prize reduction when you take the KO. So the timing for Temple of Sinnoh probably going to be quite big here. And we do see, when we're shuffling up here, it's a judge. Both players getting a new hand of 4 cards.
That's strong, because, Fabian did end the turn there with a Grasping Draw. So you can say, right, that nice big hand of 7 that you want, you're not having it anymore. Going to have a hand of 4. And let's see what Owen draws here, because might be able to remove the Clefafon play to remove any option of grasping draw afterwards. We do see a crushing hammer, Rots. We did mention how important that could be. Let's see what else is in the hand. Was there a catcher as well? No, Earthen Vessel Judge, Professor's Research, and then that crushing hammer as well. Here we go, crushing hammer, people calling it heads.
It is
removing
a head.
energy, and there goes that basic fire of that bench Radiant Charizard.
And here's the thing, Fabian is now minimum 2 turns away from getting an attack off. You need to manually attach to the Charmander and then manually attach a second time. This is assuming no cancelling Cologne, of course. Now,
do you see a basic energy attached to the active? This unfair stamp could be huge. There it is. Oh my goodness. So we see the cancelling clone being played with unfair stamp as well. That means Owen's going to have a 2-card hand. Fabian gets a new hand of 6. And with that cancelling clone being played, Infernal Rain is live.
And that means, okay, so I think we need 1 energy attached. No, Charizard's got 3 energy on, so Charizard can attack.
Yes.
Charizard will be getting a KO.
Oh, and a Temple of Sinnoh!
Because that means you get 2 prizes rather than 1. You get the Legacy energy turned off, essentially. So that's kind of awesome. Great time to pull that. But you didn't get the Charizard to use the Charizard's ability.
But there is an Ultra Ball in the hand, though.
Do you have a rare candy?
Oh, no, there wasn't a rare candy. You're right.
So there's no Charizard. And here's the thing. You're going to get the KO this turn. But then Iron Thorns KOs you right back, and you've not got any energy on the board again.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the whole game here, is Owen just going, you don't have energy, what are you going to do about it? So, I mean, look, there's a lot going right for Fabian this turn. Hitting the Temple of Sinnoh, great. Getting the cancelling clone so you can actually get a KO, great. But you're not getting any other energy down on the board, and that's what you really need here.
Yeah, you're right. The unfair stamp, you could argue, was a bit unfair there for Fabian. You know, had the cancelling clone at the start of the turn, it could have been really explosive. But you're right, just not quite enough to potentially get over the line. We'll be taking 2 prize cards here, though, if he chooses to attack. And Temple of Sinnoh, like you said, would remove that legacy energy as well, turning it into an effective, just a colorless energy for what it's worth. So, yeah, tough there for Fabian. Let's see what he chooses to do.
Yeah, well, ideally, I mean, look, Fabian was asking for a lot here. The ideal term, and it was asking a lot, the ideal term was to get your Charizard and your cancelling clone, which we've got, your Radiant Charizard, and then your reset stamp for essentially Temple of Sinnoh, Rare Candy Charizard. Now, had you hit all of that, and again, you're asking a lot, but if you can hit all of that, that is about the best possible turn.
That would have been amazing, but hasn't quite been able to manufacture that. Looks like the players are just having a little discussion about something here. We'll get confirmation. We'll get that over to you. But yeah, Iron Thorns into... I was actually really surprised with how popular Iron Thorns is here today, Ross. Because what was it, like the 5th most played deck, I think?
6th most played deck.
6th most played deck.
63 of them in total. That is a lot of Iron Thorns. Yeah, I took a little bit of a screenshot of me looking down. I'm like, oh, let's have a look down at this data, shall we? Yeah, there's 63 of them in total. The most played deck, Regidrago, at 277. And that's kind of what we expected, right?
Yep.
And let's face it, round 1, what won on stream today?
Regidrago.
Well, round 2, what won on stream today?
Regidrago.
So, I mean, you know, we're just bucking the trend here. We're not having a Regidrago winning on stream in round 3. But it is, you know, if people say, oh, why is that on stream 2 rounds in a row? Because there's 277 of them. They are absolutely everywhere. So we have got a judge review going on here. As always, we're not going to be speculating. When we have information to share, we're going to share it with you.
Yes.
People are nice back here. When there's something to know, they'll tell us. We'll tell you. We'll get on with the game. Job's a good one.
Yeah, so we'll get involved with that when we do have confirmation as of what happened and what will be the resolution of that. But I tell you what, look, like that game was really unfolding, really interesting. The Iron Thorns was really just doing its job, right? Just saying, you know, initialization, I'm just going to stop you there for a second, please. And it's interesting, right? Because we mentioned, you know, cancelling clone does exist in a lot of decks right now. But it's almost like, even though you have the answer, you still need to find it, and you still need to be able to capitalize on using it as well. Because as we did see there, you know, Fabian did play the cancelling clone and then played the unfair stamp. But if you don't have the rare candy Charizard combination, as impactful as you really wanted it to be.
Yeah, you're going to get 1 use of your Radiant Charizard because then the ability's turned back on, the attack cost is reduced. So you get the reduction, you get the KO, but then you get KO'd straight back. Canceling Cologne is great, but it is a one-shot thing. It is not this magic win all button. It is for one turn, your job gets a little bit easier, but it is very much a part. And here's what I'm seeing about Charizard here. I don't want to sound mean when I say this.
Okay.
Charizard got greedy. Charizard lists have gotten very, very greedy lately.
Yeah.
5 basic fire, 1 double turbo. And the reason Charizard lists have gotten greedy is because you've got the ability of Charizard EX that searches out free energy. So you don't even need to play much energy search, Charizard's got your back.
Yes.
You got Radiant Charizard that reduces its own attack cost based on how many prizes your opponent has taken.
Yep.
And because they are your main attackers, you can get greedy.
Yeah.
But because you get greedy, decks like Iron Fawns are like, oh, hi, how you doing? Yeah, I'm totally taking advantage of that. And between turning off Radiant Charizard's ability, between turning off Charizard EX ability, and then bringing out Crushing Hammers as well, so far, Fabian's not got an attack off this game.
That is a fantastic point, actually. Yeah, you're right. And I just love the Iron Thorn's like, hello, just with his little hammer, just as that energy got there. Think, see that later.
I've got a brilliant virtual image of just Iron Thorns just running around with a Crushing Hammer. It's getting rid of all of that energy. And look, I've been pretty vocal since I got to Hawaii.
Okay.
I don't like Iron Thorns in the deck. I think there's too many bad matchups.
Right.
But I am willing to be proven wrong, Shay.
Yeah, I'm the same. I wasn't terribly convinced coming into the event, but it's hard to argue when you see Iron Thorns just grind, a top 3 deck in format down to a halt that Charizard, at least on seeing it on stream here. So that's the thing. Even though Iron Thorns isn't the most convincing, it is, on paper, still really strong, right? Being able to turn off all rule box abilities is just very, very strong. And the attack is what I'm not most sold on. 140 is just not a great number, but if your opponent's literally, like we mentioned, just not even attacking back, 140 is fine.
But this is like your standard blocking Pokemon. We see a Cornerstone EX Ogerpon doesn't have a very good attack. Mimikyu from Paldea Evolve doesn't have a very good attack. These Pokemon that block, as long as they've got an attack which is, fine, that's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like, if your opponent's not doing anything, all of a sudden, putting 7 damage counters on the active and guard to Mimikyu is fine, like you said. Or even, one thing I really like about this sort of Iron Thorns and Mimikyu is that, Gardevoir plays a lot of tool cards, TM cards. You can sort of get around Mimikyu not having a good attack. When you're using TM Evo or TM Devo, all of a sudden it's now can't be hit by anything in the active and doing really cool things. Like we saw Turbo Energize being used here as well. Sometimes these Iron Thorn decks do play, de-evolution to de-evolve everything. So all of a sudden, having that not so great or mediocre attack can be mitigated.
Absolutely. That's the whole deal with Iron Thorns. Great ability, just good enough attack, and you add it up. And, as we look down the metagame here, there's 277 Regidrago. Now, I don't think that's an auto win by any stretch. That one seems like it could go either way.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
But the way you get past that, right? 147 Charizard. We're seeing this matchup right here, and it seems like Iron Thorns has an option. And then number 3, 145 Archeops Lugia. Well, this one's really simple.
Yep.
If they don't use their V-Star power, they will not win the game.
No.
Now, that's where one cancelling Cologne V-Star power Archeops, yay!
Yeah.
That really comes in handy.
Or Fluttermane gets played in some Lugia decks as well for that reason, right?
Does indeed, and then Fluttermane turns off Iron Thorns, and then you can... But, if you can stop Lugia, and you're hitting weakness as well, of course, against Lugia,
for sure,
then you can win kind of that. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a replay coming in here.
Oh, and I think it looks like Owen drew 4 cards off an unfair stamp instead of the normal 2.
There we go.
So it looks like that's what's happening, and I think we do have judges there currently on the stage reviewing that. So when we do have confirmation of, what the conclusion is of that, we will relay that to you. But just to confirm, it looks like Owen Cameron drew 4 cards off an unfair stamp instead of 2.
That was my assumption. When an unfair stamp is played, and then immediately the game stops, someone drew too many cards, most of the time.
Yeah, for sure.
But I ain't going to be telling you that on stream until I've had a look at the replay and seen it. We're not dealing in speculation here. That doesn't help anyone. No. But we saw the replay. We saw Owen draw the 4 cards. That is, unfortunately, pretty conclusive. And remember, it was like a minute before that Owen played a judge and drew 4.
Yeah.
And we've all been there. You're thinking, shuffle, draw 4. Oh, no, wait, that was last turn. We've all been there. So Iron Thorns, I do think there is a possibility of it being a very good deck.
Yep.
I do think it's very matchup dependent.
Yep.
If you come against a good deck that isn't playing many abilities on Rulebox Pokemon, that's when things can come unstuck very, very quickly. You know, Raging Bolt, you can't use your Teal Mask Ogapon to attach energy and draw cards. You can still attach, you can still play Professor Sada.
Yep.
You can still get potentially +3 energy a turn. And then if you can do that a couple of times, you've got enough energy to KO a couple of Iron Thorns, and if you run them out of energy, you win.
Yep.
So that doesn't seem like the best matchup ever. So it really is, it's not ideal, I think is fair to say, against everything. But look, if there was a deck that just beat everything, everyone would play that deck.
Exactly. Everyone would be playing it, and then all of a sudden we wouldn't be seeing Regidrago with such high percentage of the meta because it'd be that obvious and everyone would play that deck as well. And that's one thing I really like about just meta games in general. There's never normally like a perfect deck for everything, so you are going to be taking percentage points here and percentage points off there, and then see, you know, what matchups you hit. Could Iron Thorns be that sort of wonder deck? I mean, it's got, like we've been explaining, it has its options, and I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. I did not have it being as popular as it is this weekend, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. Now, it does look like we've got a little top-down view here, and it looks like Owen has now got a hand of 2 cards, and things have been shuffled and put on top. So it looks like we're going to be getting back very, very quickly. We will get a confirmation of... Now, we have now had confirmation that it was drawing too many cards off an unfair stamp, as we assumed. The question now is about penalty, and when a penalty has been assessed, and when we got confirmation of exactly what's happened, we will, of course, let you know. For the time being, we wait and see.
It looks like play has been restarted. I see a boss's orders. We do see that Temple of Sinnoh coming down. It looks like we are going to see a combustion blast as well. Is that Abe? Has he got enough energy to do that? I can't remember how many prize cards we've taken
So
at this
Owen
point.
has taken 3 prize cards, I believe, and that means that the Charizard can be used to. And yes, there we see. Look at the top right-hand corner of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We can see that we've got the cards being blocked out there. That means that Fabian only needs to take 2 more prizes in order to win the game, but is about to be run out of energy.
Yes, so that is how that works. Legacy energy is still attached as well. We'll be able to use this Volt Cyclone, but you're right. It looks pretty good there for Fabian, but remember that Canceling Clone did get played at the start of this turn, so that's no longer an option. So yeah, all this energy will be removed after this Volt Cyclone, and let's see what Fabian can do. Just got to decide which energy to move off yourself, because that is a necessary stipulation of Volt Cyclone. Is going to move that Legacy energy to the bench, and there goes Radiant Charizard sent to the discard pile. Owen Karaman takes his 3rd prize card, and let's see what Fabian can do.
Yeah, moving Legacy energy is a pretty good call. It doesn't do anything while Temple of Sinnoh's in play, so you might as well move it off. Try and wait for a time when Temple of Sinnoh is not in play. And there are 3 Lost City in the deck, so there are counter stadiums. We see an energy onto Charmander, and we see an Ino, which is going to put Owen down to 2 cards. Now, here's where the prize card, this is where the penalty is interesting. Fabian gets 4 cards. You no longer take the prize card penalty. Yeah. It is just 2 fewer prize cards to take, and that is very relevant for cards like Ino.
It really is. I tell you what, the Ino could be super impactful as well. Resetting Owen's hand down to 2. Here comes the 3rd. Nothing else being played there for Pavan. Oh, we do see a Pokemon catcher, Ross. We could see a Pokemon catcher onto the Charmander to remove an energy. Flip a coin if it's what you put in. It's head. And it's head. It's a 2. Charmander gets sent into the active and will most likely get KO'd. Oh, does he have another energy, actually? Because the Temple of Sinnoh does turn off that double turbo.
Yeah, we'll need an energy, but that's why we're using Arven to go for an Earthen Vessel. That is not an issue. And it's not just the Charmander going down. It is the energy going down. I told you, Shay, I'm not watching Turtles. I am watching energy in this game. And that means Fabian is now... there was an option, Rare Candy, Charizard, energy, boom, I can attack. Not an option now.
Going to say Arven there taking a Future Booster Energy Capsule and an Energy Lotto. But let's not forget the Future Booster Energy Capsule attached to the active will give it a free retreat cost. Energy Lotto, look at top 7, grabbing energy. Will we see one? Whoa. Oh, can't quite see. No, that was energy. A miss. That was a miss. So going to shuffle those back up. But does have that Future Booster Energy Capsule to attach to the active. That will give it a free retreat cost. We just retreat. into the bench, Iron Thorns, and be able to attack with that.
And that one does have enough. It's, you know, the legacy energy is just one colorless energy. The double turbo is just one colorless energy.
Yes.
But that's enough with the lightning to use the attack Volt Cyclone there. So there we go. We get the KO, and Fabian at this stage has got to be thinking that this game is maybe a bit too far out of hand. We see the concession, and Owen Kammerman will take game 1.
And does it in convincing fashion there as well. You know, outside of the unfair stamp, I would say Owen was in the driver's seat the whole of that game. I think Fabian announced one attack, right, that whole game?
One attack, one KO, that was it. I'm going to pose you a question here, Shay.
Okay.
What if more flips were tails? Because we had two, was it 2 or 3? No, we had 1 Pokemon catcher heads, maybe 2?
I think it's 2.
And we had at least 2 heads on Crushing Hammer.
Yep.
So I'm saying there is an alternate version of that game where Owen doesn't flip as, and Owen didn't flip all heads, but he flipped, I think, decently. And I'm not saying that's why he won. He won because his deck did what it was supposed to do, but I'm saying that that could be something that goes different in game 2. Here's a replay, and we start off here with the KO on that Bibarel, taking away, you know, taking advantage of the fact that Fabian was on a 1-card hand.
I think that was the start of just the absolute cascading plays there from Owen. If you do see the boss's order, this was a big play as well to get rid of that Charmeleon Volt Cyclone away, the energy. And I feel as if Fabian was just on the back foot. After that first kill, the barrel was just being forced to have to use Clef. But here was the unfair stamp plus cancelling clone that really stuck, well, didn't quite stick, I should say, there for Owen, as he was able to start after that Pokemon catch heads and get rid of the Charmander, and that was pretty much all she wrote, Ross.
Unfortunately so, and that was the problem. I've said it all game. It was all about the energy. You've got to watch the Charizard energy here, and through a combination of Crushing Hammer and then Pokemon Catcher and Boss's orders onto Pokemon that had energy to bring them active and KO them, that meant that Owen really was able to just hunt down the energy. Yes, Fabian had the 1 cancelling Cologne turn, but then the energy went down and there was just no more energy. But it looks like we're off in game 2, and
looks like we see a Hisuian Heavy Ball being played to grab a Bidoof out of the prize cards. Owen has led, funnily enough, who would have thought it, an Iron Thorns EX, and Fabian obviously going first has a Charmander in the active, and after a Hisuian Heavy Ball being played, has a Bidoof on the bench, and that's Grove it over to Owen, who's going to kick off his first turn. What do we have here? I see Judges, I see Arven, I see Techno Radar as well. And you know what that means, Ross? That means we have a ton of options as we look at Fabian's prizes there quickly on the right. Boss's Order Super, Buddy Buddy Popping, Counter Catcher.
See, I'm not worried about that. I am worried a bit more about Owen's prizes. Owen has got 2 Boss's Orders prize. Now, he does play the full 4. But we saw how impactful it was. If you've only got 2 available, it means you're going to find them less easily, and that could be an issue. The Techno Radar, here we go. Here we see those 2 Boss's Orders. They are both at the bottom. We expect to pull them quite quickly, but there's also the 1 copy of Turbo Energized prize. And of course, Shay, we saw in game 1, big deal.
That was a big option. And I think that might be what Owen's looking for here, because that's really, that's a great turn 1 play. And, you know, we do know that Fabian does play Temple of Sinnoh, so you've got 2 ways of sort of accelerating energy in this deck, right? You've got the Turbo Energize and you've got double Turbo Energy. But now with Turbo Energize not being an option, if Fabian was to stick the Temple of Sinnoh again, all of a sudden, Volt Cyclone is an extremely expensive attack to use. If we do see Crushing Hammer, that is a Tails. That energy on the Charmander will be staying. As we do see Arven being played here for Owen.
Yeah, also worth noting, Owen plays 3 counter stadiums to that Temple of Sinnoh.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
And one of them is prized as well. So actually really awkward prizes for Owen in this game. But we need an energy attachment. Luckily, we do have an Earthen Vessel off of the Arven, because you cannot miss the energy attachment here.
And I think, yeah, we definitely cannot afford to miss a basic energy attachment here, especially if Turbo Energize isn't an option. But it's going to be a very different game to game 1. Game 1, we saw Iron Thorn swinging super early and being super disruptive. So far, we have a Tails flip on Crushing Hammer, and we will not be seeing a Turbo Energize. So that means it's going to be a lot harder for Owen to start attacking. And let's see if Owen is able to apply that pressure. Because I think as good as initialization is for Owen, you do need to be applying pressure. We saw the Bibarel get KO'd last game early on. We need to be taking prizes, as we do see a basic energy attached to the bench Iron Thorns, and maybe the future booster energy capsule, maybe not.
Just another benched Iron Thorns. And there's a big point here why you attach to the bench.
Yeah.
There is a possibility here that Fabian goes Rare Candy, Charizard, attached from hand, and attacks. And we do see an evolution into Charizard. And that means that we could potentially, and an Ino as well. Oh, does he have an energy?
No energy in that hand so far, but does have an Ultra Ball and Barrel.
Okay.
And Nest Dash as well, so you can, you know, put all cards to the bottom and draw 5. Oh, well, it will be before, I should say. Nest Dash, hand to the bottom. Draw 1.
Good.
Was that Canceling Clone or was that Super Rod? I didn't quite see. But here's 4 off Industrious Incisors. Are we going to see a basic energy? We're not. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we see the face there from Fabian. He is not impressed, and I don't blame him.
And that was just a pass after that, Ross, over to Owen. This also doesn't have a double turbo energy here, though.
No, that is not ideal. The double turbo does play a full 4 copy, so it is one you can have a reasonable expectation of seeing moderately quickly. But it's not ideal from either player here. Nobody actually able to throw off attacks. We got the Future Booster Energy Capsule for free retreat.
Yeah.
And like I say, we put the energy on the bench just in case an attack came out. So you're attacking with a fresh one. Here's
Pokemon catcher.
Tails. So we've got 2. Right, I'm going to be counting heads and tails in this game,
Okay,
Shay. I'm giving a little bit of a lip.
You do that. We are going to see
Tails.
Professor's research there being played for Owen. 7 new cards. Did have to discard a Bice's order, so only 1 copy available outside of the prizes here for Owen. We do see a double turbo energy, though, so we will be seeing a Volt Cyclone at the very least.
Yeah, and this is nice. Remember, Charizard. Oh, but it's not even a 2-hit KO. You're only doing 120. It's a 3-hit KO here.
Unless we have a Future Boost Energy Capsule in hand, which we do not.
Even if we did.
Oh, that wouldn't have mattered, actually. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Would only do 140, doubled is 280. Even if you had the non-reduction of a double turbo and a Future Booster Energy Capsule, it would still be a 3-hit KO. It's not ideal here. This is what you were saying about the numbers earlier.
We saw the Nest Dash basic energy. Well done, Scrover. And then we're going to see a full 5 Industrious Incisors. But Barrel has a Temple of Sinnoh as well as the Charmander. Fantastic turn there for Fabian. We'll be able to announce Burning Darkness for the first time here in our feature match here, round 3 at the World Championships.
This is such a different game to game 1. We've got a Charizard with 2 energy on early. We've seen Owen flipping 2 tails out of 2. We've seen just Fabian actually get rolling here, and that is so different. And here's the problem that Owen's in now. He's 3-hit KOing. He's on 1. He's not going to KO this turn. Penny helps, though. But the problem I've got here is, even if you flip heads on Crushing Hammer, Fabian can still just attach and attack next turn.
Yeah, I mean, unless we saw 2 Crushing Hammer heads, that would be the ideal scenario, but we don't see 1 in hand. After the penny, can't use Arvin to go find another one. So it looks like we're going to see a Volt Cyclone again for 120 damage off that double turbo, 280 damage over on that Charizard, over to Fabian. Let's see what happens. You see a Charmeleon evolution there. We see another basic energy in hand, but that's going to go to the bottom of the deck via Nest Dash. Ross going to draw 1. Let's see what it's going to be. Another basic energy. Well done, Scrovit, finding all the energy so far. Looking going to attach it to the Charmeleon, Industrious Incisors. Ross going to draw 5 new cards as well.
Now that's good and bad. I love getting the attachment on the Charmeleon, but there is a world here in which Owen flips heads on Crushing Hammer, gets the energy off the Charmeleon, while KO in the Charizard, and Fabian goes into next turn with all 3 of those energy in the discard. That's why we saw the hesitation to attach that energy.
And let's have a look over at Owen's hand there. Not the greatest. Even a support. I think there's an Arvin at the very least. There's a Pokegear that could go and find one. Then you look at the top 7 and grab any support you find there, or 1, and put it in your hand.
Now
we are going to see the Pokegear being played.
Now there's not going to be a penny here. Oh, there actually draws the 1 boss's orders that's still left in the deck. That's an option. But okay, so here's where we are with Owen. You can just attach to the active and attack.
Yes.
But then if Fabian evolves into a Charizard and manually attaches, we'll get the return KO. Owen really wants to attach with a fresh Iron Thorns here, but doesn't have the energy to do so. Double turbo. Oh, no, he does. He's got 2 double turbo in hand. So clearly, I like the Lost City there.
I think we're going to boss his orders. Oh, we're going to boss his orders with Barrel. Remember, Lost City, any Pokemon that's KO'd while it's in play will get sent to the Lost Zone instead of the discard pile. And it looks like we are going to see a Volt Cyclone going to be used here, just depending on what energy to put to the benched Pokemon. So we are going to see that Lightning going to carry that with Barrel sent to the Lost Zone as Owen takes his first prize card here. Let's see what Fabian has. I think does have Arven in hand and an Ultra Ball, so we could see cancelling Cologne plus Charizard EX combo here. Defiance Band getting moved to the front, or Unfair Stamp even as well.
Sorry. Yeah, that's quite a big one. I know in there basically saying, look, I'm going to take out your Bibarel. I'm going to give up this Iron Thorns right now. I don't think giving up this one is going to be a huge issue, especially when you're not already KOing the Charizard.
Yep.
But Fabian here needs an energy. Or, I mean, ideally a Charizard.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't get that, then Owen could have a monster turn next turn. But there's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes rolling around at the moment. It's Charizard we're looking at for Fabian. Draws an Ultra Ball, we got it.
Ultra Ball, yep, well done there. That's fantastic. Free retreat from that Cleffa. Amazing card there. We saw popularized at EUIC. And we're going to see a Buddy Poffin being played, letting you grab any 2 basic Pokemon, put them on your bench, as long as they have under 70 HP. Pidgey going to come down.
Did we not see the Canting Cologne this turn?
No.
Oh, so we can't get it. Okay, so here's the problem. We're now back to where we were last turn.
Yes.
There is a possibility for Owen here to remove all the energy off the board, and Canting Cologne, I mean, it's not been played.
Nope.
But you would then have to hit Canting Cologne Charizard.
Pokemon catcher.
It's a
Tails. That's another Tails to be added to your tally there. We are going to see Energy Lotto. Does have, the double turbo energy could be taken here, or the 1 copy of Lightning. Looks like double turbo energy is going to be taken. We actually needed to find the energy this turn for Owen to attack. That's one piece of the puzzle gone. Now, off that Unfair Stamp to 2, Owen did draw Professor's Research. He will be able to discard a hand and draw 7 new cards as well. So it's a very good card there off the Unfair Stamps. It is going to be played, Ross. What are we going to see? Crushing Hammer would be ideal. There's a Crushing Hammer. Uh-oh. Owen Cameron, are you going to do it? Crushing Hammer. Are we going to see heads?
This game yet,
and
does have one now.
When it matters. Oh my goodness. 3 energy will be removed from Fabian's side of the board this turn. Could this be the turn that Owen starts to win this game?
It's now Cancelling Cologne Charizard or bust. That's essentially Owen's route back into this game at this stage. And we do, now there is a Charmander down, a Charmeleon down. You need Cancelling Cologne, you need Charizard. It needs to be that 2-card combination.
I saw an Arven that could grab the Cancelling Cologne. Do we see an Ultra Ball in the hand? I have to check that. There's a Cancelling Cologne.
There was an Ultra Ball in hand last turn, but we've got, there's no Pokemon V down to use that yet.
No, but there is an Ultra Ball in hand.
There is, I thought there was.
Okay, so we can see the Cancelling Cologne combination.
Okay, so this gets Fabian back into the game. Now, energy check. I've not been watching the energy enough. We've seen 2 removed from the board. There's none in the prizes. That should leave 2 in the deck. Okay, I was going to say Subarod here would be amazing. And yeah, we're not even going to shuffle them back into the deck, because here comes Cancelling Cologne. Here comes Charizard, attaches free energy. There isn't a good place to put that 3rd energy. But remember, Iron Thorns is free hit KOing Charizard. That is the weakness in this particular matchup for Iron Thorns, the fact that you're not getting even a 2-hit KO here.
Yeah, that's tough, as we are going to see the flip the script been able to be used now as well, because the initialization has been turned off. 3 extra cards there for Fabian. Does he have Temple of Sinnoh as well? That's going to be really hard. That's going to make it hard for Owen to attack. We're going to be moving double turbo energy. Burning Darkness is going to be doing a ton of damage. Big KO there.
That's 270. That is easily enough to KO. And I think at this stage, Fabian might have this game, honestly.
For sure.
Because you need a way to get rid, either take free prizes quickly, which I'm not seeing, or get rid of that Charizard.
I was going to say, we did see the TM devolution there off that Pokegear, but since that Charizard... that Charizard did get come in play with a rare candy, did it? Or was it
did come in with a rare candy.
Oh, but it's got a tool card attached to its Iron Thorn.
Already.
Oh, can't do that.
No, you could TM devolution if you didn't have a tool, but you do have a tool. So it's getting very, very rough here for Owen. We've got 17 minutes left in the game. We do have time for a game 3, which is lovely. But listen, we've got a Temple of Sinnoh coming down here as well. It's in play is what I mean, which makes it even more difficult for Owen to actually get an attack off here. And this is where things are getting very, very dodgy. We're kind of in a reverse of game 1. It's now Owen who is struggling for energy.
So a lot of energy getting discarded, but if we see TM Devolution here, we could use it this turn, but misses. Do see a Crushing Hammer, not as impactful now because that Charizard does have 3 basic energy on it, sort of Crushing Hammer proofing itself, as it were. Let's see what Owen can do. There's so much energy discarded from the Professor's research. Is that a concession from Owen? I think it might be.
It is indeed. We are 1-1. We are going to game 3. And yeah, that third energy on Charizard, very deliberate. Basically going, you have to hit double Crushing Hammer or I've guaranteed an attack next turn. That, and I love this. I love Best of Threes, where we see one deck winning as the deck tends to do.
Yep.
And we see the other deck winning as the deck tends to do. And then we actually get a situation where we get both decks have done their thing and won one game, and then we go to game 3. That makes me happy.
Yeah, and that's what we like to see, you know, like you said, game 1, Iron Thorns did its thing. Game 2, like we did mention, that Canceling Clone is an answer. It's a hard combo to piece together, but if you can do it, it just needs one sort of Infernal Rain, and Iron Thorns can really struggle. We saw that Canceling Clone combination being used there for Fabian, and all of a sudden we're sitting at a 1-1 record here. Do you know what that means, Ross? That means we're going to see a game 3, and I love me some game 3 actions as we're going to get to the replay here over for Fabian. Did have that Charizard EX swing in nice and early, and Owen Karen was on the back foot.
He absolutely was on the back foot. That Charizard early was very, very big. We did see a heads on Crushing Hammer with a KO on the Charizard to remove all of the energy from Fabian Puyol's side of the board, which was a huge turn, but unfortunately the Canceling Clone Charizard combination came down, and that meant that Fabian was one-hit KOing Iron Thorns every turn. TM Devolution, the only potential out, did not find it, and that sent us forward into game number 3.
And it's like you mentioned how Charizard EX decks are getting greedy, we said, right? You know, those basic energy numbers are coming down, even the Pokemon support numbers are coming down, like 1-1 Bibarel, for example. But what that does allow you to do is play these tricky cards like Temple of Sinnoh, Canceling Clone, you know, Forest, well, not Forest, Stillstone. We see a Thornton in this list as well, right?
Yep.
And that's the sort of advantage of getting greedy with your basic energy, is now you start to play these awkward cards to get you out of these strange scenarios. And it looks like we are going to see a mulligan there for Owen. Worth noting, actually, that will happen a lot for Owen's deck, because he only plays 4 basic Pokemon.
There is such a thing as a Judge Ball, a very special kind of Pokeball, where you've mulliganed so much that the judge basically has to just reveal cards to the top of your deck until a basic Pokemon is found, which actually then gives away a bunch of information about your deck. It is a risk you play when you play a quad deck like this, and also you give your opponent potentially, I mean, there's already 4 mulligans, so Fabian is starting with 4 extra cards here. Well, when you're trying to hit that turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard Canceling Cologne combination, a lot of extra cards will help. Another mulligan. We're up to 5 now. Yeah, this could keep going.
It really could, and that's why these Iron Thorns decks love to play cards like Judge, just saying, right, chances are you're going to start the game off with a larger hand than normal. So how about I just put that down to 4, so we can then, you know, start off an equal point. We both have 4 cards there. Let's see. Owen, do you have an Iron Thorns here?
6.
No. 6.
6.
So
we're up to 6.
So does your Judge Ball, I think that comes into play after 8.
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to say in case I'm wrong here. Judge Balls don't come up very often, Jay, frankly. It didn't come up in game 1, didn't come up in game 2, but it can. Oh, there we go. We have one. We do have one. There will be no Judge Ball, but there will be 6. That's an opening hand of 13 cards. Well, 12 minus your basic, but you know what I mean. That is a lot of cards. How many options does he have? All of them.
As we do see now, our game 3 started. Owen Cowman has led the Iron Thorns. Game 3, energy attachment to the active, and a pass over to Fabian. Wow, look at that hand. To use one of our fellow casters, turned Benjamin Rabiot in an accordion hand, as it were. We have so many options, you can't even see them all. You have to fan them out like this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 12-card opening hand is quite the advantage. We see Boss's Orders, largely a pointless card in this deck a lot of the time. There'll be times that you hit an Iron Thorns, it retreats, and you want to bring it active to finish it off, but it's not big in this matchup. We see 2 Ultra Ball Prize. We see the 1 Rabska, which is not for this matchup. So, yeah, not terrible prizes there. And I've had a quick look at the other side. There's 1 Devolution and 2 Future Boost Energy Capsules. So, bit worse for Owen, but nothing nothing terrible yet. You don't need TM devolution for a couple of turns.
No, that is true, and it does look like it's at the bottom of the prizes. So traditionally, not all the time, traditionally players take their prizes bottom to top, so that would be getting liberated after one of the first 2 cases. We are going to see Luminion getting benched. Can't obviously use that, can't use Luminous Sign, but can still use Forest Hill Stone because the ruling is that the ability is on the tool card, not on the Pokemon it's attached to.
Yep.
So we are going to see, it looks like that Star Alchemy being used to grab the Buddy Poffin. It's going to grab the Cleffa and the Scrovit.
That was very, very nice. We got a Pidgey down, we got a Scrovit down, we got a Cleffa, we got a Charm, we got Luminion, and we got a Charmander. We're using Nestash here.
Wow, so after that big hand, it's going to go right back down to a 1. But can use Grasping Draw, of course.
Yeah.
Going to get right back up to 7, fair enough. Right, Owen, what can we do? Is there a Judge, first of all? We'd love to see that. And we'd love to see a double turbo. There's a Pokemon Catcher as well. Catcher could get rid of the only Charmander Roth if it's used in combination with a Volt Cyclone.
That's the other thing I'm looking for here. Generally speaking, you're not using Scrovit unless you follow it up with your Cleffa or your Beaverell to get a bigger hand. True. But I'm looking at trying to go after the Charmander here. Go after the attackers, because that's as good as going after the energy. There is one in the discard and one in the prizes. So Fabian's only got 3 in the deck to draw into right now. That is something to keep an eye on. Do we have a way to get that Charmander into the active combined with a double turbo? That would be the dream for Owen right now.
That would be the dream. On the back of this Ivan, it looks like Owen did eye up the Turbo Energize, so might be going for a slower turn. That obviously wasn't an option in game 1. So it looks like you're going to say, right, let me actually take my foot off the gas a little bit, but have easier attacks going throughout the game. I don't mind it, as we are going to see Techno Radar, and you discard 1 card from your hand to grab any 2 future Pokemon. Fantastic in a deck like this, because that searches 50% of the Pokemon in your deck with 1 item.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm having a look at Fabian's hand here.
Right.
And I'm seeing there's a rare candy, but there's no Charizard.
No.
And the only supporters that I think are Iono.
Yep.
So Fabian's going to have to kind of get rid of one of those rare candies and reset what would... So that giant opening hand, it's helped out with basics, but not much else. Wasn't even an energy attachment turn 1.
No, as we are, looks like we're going to see a benched Iron Thorns and energy attachment to the bench. We see that Technical Machine Turbo Energize attached to the active as well. Going to bench that nice full art Iron Thorns. I'm going to let you into the secret here, Ross. I'm a big fan of those full art future cards. That's just a bit of me, that purple, as we are going to see Turbo Energize being used as well.
Love this. Gives you an Iron Fawn sitting there on the bench ready to go, and the one in the active is a double turbo energy away from going. So back to Fabian here. We got a little Buddy Poffin. Going to grab a, wow, could be a couple basics. It's just one. It is Bidoof. And look, we've seen how much Fabian's used Bidoof. We've seen Owen in both games go after the Bidoof or the Beaverell. Yep. We know how important that is. Palpad is going to put Thornton back.
Yep, very impactful.
Fun fact, only 1 N in Thornton.
Yep.
Commonly mispronounced supporter card.
Yeah, I think it's something I actually pronounced a lot that way myself until I was swiftly told otherwise. But it is going to get shuffled back in. We're going to see the Nestash. Are we going to? We're going to see a Grasping Draw. Are we even going to play that Iono? I'm not sure. There is the Nestash, though, so Iono going to the bottom. Worth noting as well for Owen, that Luminion is weak to lightning. So that would be a 1-hit KO via the Volt Cyclone, as we are going to see Fabian using that Grasping Draw. Over to Owen now. Big turn here. Boss is always off the top, Ross.
Love to see it. There is still only 1 Charmander on the board. There's that Luminion. It's a nice little option. But look, you're playing 4 Pokemon Catcher. You're playing 4 Boss's Orders. You don't need to rush. Oh, 3 Pokemon Catcher, sorry. Only 3.
It looks like after that Pokegear, we are going to see that Judge being taken. Interesting. What has Owen got him? I mean, you'd look all going to pay the Judge. Okay.
I don't mind the Judge here. Judge here is quite nice. Because here's the thing, Fabian doesn't have an energy attachment yet.
Yes, it's
true. Not just a lack of evolution, it's a lack of energy. So Fabian's just going, look. Owen's going, look, I've got the KO on board with either a double turbo or a future boost energy capsule. Either of those gets me a KO. And you've got nothing going here at all. I don't need to go after something like a Charmander, although 4 supporters, I don't think there's an attack here.
Nope, there's not an attack. We're just going to see a pass is what we're going to see. Would have loved to have seen a future boosted energy capsule. Over to Fabian.
There are 2 prizes worth pointing out, so that might be why we're not drawing into them. There's only 3 in the deck.
Yep.
2 are in the prizes.
We do see Arven being played here, going to grab an Ultra Ball by looks of it. And a TM Evolution, that's really nice. Going to be able to end your turn with a Bibarel and a Charmeleon at the very least. Ultra Ball going to be played. Oh, and it could be a Charizard EX, right? Because you could evolve into... Oh, no, going to get rid of the Evolution anyway. As we get Bibarel, so we can draw some cards there, Ross, via Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, I kind of like this. You got the rare candy in hand. You're hoping to hit the Charizard, but once again, it is energy that is the issue for Fabian. We attach manually, great, but you kind of need to get a second attachment off. Do we get the Charizard? Oh.
Unless, well, we're going to History and Hope only takes basics, so we're unable to...
I don't think there's any basic.
No, there was not.
Charizard and the Rabska.
So those prizes are going to get put back. We're going to see a Nest Dash. The old Nest Dash Grasping Draw combination. If you look at Professor's research there, look like off that Nest Dash and then Grasping Draw, going to draw 6.
Yeah, Fabian's gotten a lot of use out of that Cleffa, but once again, Crushing Hammer gets rid of all the energy. Pokemon Catcher gets rid of all the energy. Boss's Orders gets rid of all the energy. But no, Owen just going for a Judge Jig, saying, look, you keep using Cleffa, I keep using Judge, and frankly, you've got very little going right now outside of your Bibarel. I'm just going to keep judging.
And to be fair, this could be a turn where Owen can start attacking. Do we see double top energy? We see it up
turbo.
the top. Oh, imagine we saw a Pokemon Catcher there as well. Not quite.
No, no gusting, just a double turbo. And that's the problem here is it is opening the door for Fabian to go.
Didn't attack?
No, chose not to attack there. Doesn't want to get rid of the Cleffa here.
Oh, I guess if you was to attack, that gives Fabian an opportunity to put down a second Charmander. So maybe Owen just wants to remove the only Charmander before... Well, so there's no chance of him benching and rare candying another one, perhaps?
I think also playing around Defiance Band here, because if you take one prize, Charizard hits for 210, is then behind on prizes, and Defiance Band will then hit 240 and get the KO.
Okay.
I believe that might be also a play around Defiance Band at this stage of the game.
We do see Industrious Incisors being used there for Fabian, and it looks like we're going to see... That's a lot of cards there. Industrious Incisors into Nest Dash, into Grasping Draw. And there we are going to see the Grasping Draw being used. 6 new cards there. Over to Owen now. Let's see what he can do. And it's like, yep. Do you see a Charizard rare candy? Was there a Charizard in that hand?
There was not a Charizard. There were 2 rare candy, but there was, and we
Pokemon Catcher, Ross. And it's ahead. There goes the Charmander.
And this is brilliant. I love not taking the KO on the... Now, it didn't actually matter in the end, but being able to get the KO on the
Charmander does have to go to the Lost Zone because of Lost City, though. There it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you carry on, Ross,
I was going to say, the combination of not allowing Fabian to bench another Pokemon and not allowing the potential KO with Defiance Band, 2 good reasons not to go after the Cleffa last turn. Sometimes it's a little jarring when you see players giving up an easy KO, but when it's players like Owen, there's always good reasons. There were 2 very good reasons not to go the Cleffa, and hitting heads there, that was a huge KO. And here's the thing, Fabian is bench locked.
Yep.
Fabian could only bench 1 Charmander per turn, and Owen plays 4 Boss's Orders, one of which was picked up off... Oh no, they're not prizes today game. That was last game. Plays 4 Boss's Orders, 3 Pokemon Catcher. There's a lot of gusting in this deck.
As we do see the unfair stamp being used there for Fabian, just going to try and get control of this game. We do see a basic energy. We do see a cancelling clone can also be used at some point of the game. There we go to that basic energy attached to that Charmander. We're now going to see a Nest Dash, I would imagine, plus Industrious Incisors combination. And what was that? We see an Arven off the top there. And we're going to see Industrious Incisors, I would imagine, to draw 4 as well.
There is a world here in which Owen just gusts up the lone Charmander every turn for the rest of the game and just wins. Exactly. There's only 3 minutes left. We've got to be quick. There's no gusting. It's going to have to be
Professor's research, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be Professor's research. But again, I don't think... It's so awkward. You've got so little time left. But if you KO Cleffa, then you open up a second Charmander, but it could evolve anyway. So I think at this stage, you do rush for prizes. There's less than 3 minutes remaining. And even though Fabian can now bench a second Charmander, could have evolved. So it doesn't really matter anywhere near as much.
Worth noting that Pidgeot EX is weak to lightning as well.
Yeah, it is.
So Owen can KO Lumineon and Pidgeot in one attack, right?
Pidgeot, yes. Pidgeot, you have to use the one that doesn't have double turbo. But Lumineon you can.
Yeah.
Or you can use Future Booster with double turbo. So yeah, there is a way that Owen still wins this. In his 4 prizes, there are 2.
Ooh, goodness. We saw the canceling clone, so that means the quick search could be used. Now we have a Charizard EX boss with 4 basic energy attached. And all of a sudden, Fabian is straight back in this game.
And it will get a KO. 2 prizes, all it takes. Charizard now hits 240. So, yeah, now I think at this stage, Owen kind of has to ignore Charizard. You're not going to win this game by going after Charizard.
He's a golden lost zone. Yep, you are correct. So, yeah, this Charizard is asking a lot of questions right now.
How are we doing energy-wise on... I think we've got enough energy on the board here. So, gusting. You just need gusting both turns.
Yes.
If you can gust both turns, Owen will win this game. We have a Pokemon catcher. It needs to be heads.
Oh, my goodness me. You are correct. 2 gusts would win the game here for Owen. Oh my goodness gracious me, are we going to see it? Does have Poke Gear in hand as well. Does have Earthen Vessel to thin from the hand. We are going to see a Technical Machine Devolution. So, that could be used as well.
It could.
It wouldn't be taking prize cards, but it would stop Fabian from attacking at the very least.
Problem is, if you do that and Fabian hits Rare Candy Charizard, they're then ahead in KOs and they will probably win the game. So if it's the only option you've got, I don't mind it. But Pokemon Catcher, way better option here.
Here we go.
Heads is huge. It's
and
a head.
Oh my goodness, deciding on what to grab here. Could go after either option. Can actually KO both of these.
Go after the Pidgeot. I want to go after the Pidgeot here. I don't think he's going to agree with me. My thing here is it is easier to KO the Luminion than the Pidgeot.
Yeah.
If I KO the Luminion and my opponent gets rid of the no double turbo energy Iron Thorns, that makes my last KO on the Pidgeot more awkward.
You are right. Looks like we're going to see an Energy Lotto being used. Going to take that Lightning Energy. That's nice at the very least, so now you can attach that as well.
We need a boss's orders next turn. Are there even any...
There's a Poke Gear in hand, so we could use that to try and find a boss's orders.
Okay. Are there any
Oh, there's a boss orders in hand, sorry. There's a Giovanni's boss orders there, right at the back.
Okay. So, I mean, but this is Charizard. Charizard will hand disrupt. Charizard loves to hand disrupt. So, Owen's down to 2 prizes remaining. Owen can gust up that Pidgeot to win the game next turn. Needs a... Wait a second, there's already a future boost on the benched Iron Thorns, right?
Yes.
So double turbo gusting, or if the one with free lightning energy on survives, just gusting, and that will be game for Owen. This is getting tense, Shay. And by the way, time's been called. Okay. It doesn't matter. We're not going the full 3 turns here, mate.
We don't need to worry about time here, Ross. And you know what you said so confidently? Charizard EX will hand disrupt. There is no hand disrupt currently in the hand. Does have Nest Dash, Industrious, and Sizes available. As it stands right now, Ross, Fabian needs to find that. Professor Choro scenario. Oh, look at the Pidgeot! The Professor Choro!
Oh, he picked up the Pidgeot with the 1 Professor Turo scenario in the deck. And I don't think Owen's got a good option here.
Oh, no.
For the last couple of prizes. And Fabian here will win the game next turn with Charizard.
Well,
Owen's got to win this turn.
I mean, you could lose the Legacy Energy in the active and say, well, at least you're going to take 1 prize if you carry this one, but then, you know, would lose to a boss's orders at the very least. The Professor's... Oh, could remove the boss's orders from the hand via Iono if Owen opts to play it. But, yeah, you're right. There's going to be no easy way. You can't... Well, I guess you can Gust and play Iono at the same time if you use Pokemon Catcher, but it's become a lot harder here for Owen.
Do we Gust Beaverell and just leave the one in the active with Legacy Energy and say, I hope you don't have Gusting?
Yeah.
That is an option.
Could be an option.
Because Fabian only wins if he doesn't KO the Legacy Energy. And we've already seen the single Temple of Sin in this game, haven't we?
Yes, yeah.
So that's not an option anymore for Fabian. That one on Professor Turo was huge there. Oh, and here we see it coming in the active with the Legacy Energy.
Wait. We can 2-shot this Charizard, right? They both have future boost energy capsules with no double turbo.
You hit 160, doubles 2.
Oh, only
320.
Yeah, you're
You'll
correct.
be 10 damage away. And I think you see the resignation there. Here comes, well, that's irrelevant, frankly.
Yeah.
So what are we doing here? We are getting a KO, but are we going to be getting a KO on the right Iron Thorns, or are we going to have 1 more turn remaining? I don't think Owen can KO the Charizard, though. I think it's 10 remaining. I think it maxes out at 160.
Yeah, you're right. As we are going to see the Industrious Incisors. There's no boss's orders there in that hand.
Oh,
going to see it. There we go.
There we go. Fabian wins 2 games to 1. Iron Thorns looked such a good idea, but unfortunately that Professor Turo scenario onto the Pidgeot was just too much. And look, we keep saying these Charizard decks are getting greedy. They're playing lots of one-offs. Well, that one-off, I think, fair to say, won Fabian that game. It looked like Owen had such an easy route to victory, but then we see that Professor Turo scenario rip it away.
Yeah, that was the perfect scenario, you could say, for Professor Turo there, coming right when he needed it, just to remove that Pidgeot from play, so no easy KOs there for Owen. As that's going to look like it's going to end as a 1-1 in a tie.
Unfortunately so, and like we said, you can get into day 2 of a 5-0 free record.
Yeah.
That is absolutely possible, but the reality of the situation is very few players are going to go 5-0 free, and for a lot of players, that tie is going to end up feeling a lot more like a loss by the time we get to the end of the day. It's not over.
Nope.
And if you make day 2, that tie can absolutely give you that extra point that you need to go even further in the tournament. But right now, I think Owen really... Oh, it wasn't a tie. It wasn't a tie. Fabian won.
But I thought he attacked into Legacy Energy, no?
Did we end up in a tie there?
I think it was a tie, yeah.
That was a tie. Oh, my goodness. So it was a tie. So, yeah, unfortunately... Yeah, so we have had confirmation it was a tie. And, yeah, so I was right. I was talking about a tie. I was second-guessing myself, Jay.
What's going on?
Second-guessing myself?
We were just so frazzled after that game. You couldn't see us. We were literally eyes on the screen like this, watching the entire time. Yeah, we were so excited.
I tell you what, I love end games like that, because we're like, oh, it looks like Owen's got the win. Oh, but no, he's got the Professor scenario. So Fabian's got the win. Oh, no, wait, what about the Legacy Energy? But what if he's got the boss's orders? He doesn't have the boss's orders, and it's just a proper back and forth there.
I always describe those games as like pendulums of power. The pendulum just swings from one player, then back to the other, and what an absolute barnstormer that was. Now, it does end in a tie, unfortunately, but that was entertaining. I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, that was a really fun best of 3. It always makes me a little bit sad when we have a game that good, that entertaining, between players that good, and it does end in a tie, but you kind of watch it and you're like, a tie does kind of feel like that was a very tight game. We saw game 1 win from Owen, we saw the game 2 win from Fabian, and then that game 3 there was just, it was so tight, and so it really could have gone either way. And let's be clear here, with cancelling Cologne turning off Pidgeot, that one on Professor Turo scenario, it's one card in your deck which is not that easily searchable.
No.
You know, I know some people at home might have been watching and going, well, of course he's going to play Professor Turo scenario. I mean, yeah, if he can find it.
Yeah.
Finding it that turn was huge.
Yeah, having it right in the hand there, just properly closing any openings there for Owen. Just saying, right, Owen, you got a bit close there, closer than I'd like. Let me just slam that door shut and say, you're not winning this one, mate. But I think you are correct. After watching that all pan out, a tie seems perfectly fair. We saw in game 1, Iron Thorns just doing exactly what it needs to do. And then in game 2, Charizard got off to the races there after that immense cancelling Cologne combination turn. And in game 3, we saw a bit of both, right? Iron Thorns was doing its thing. And then Fabian, again, had that cancelling Cologne when you needed it. And I think that was the tail of the tape there. We said that cancelling Cologne can win you the game, but you have to find it at the right time. Fabian did that and was able to wrap up a tie.
Indeed. Now, one thing which you saw in that game, A-Spec, huge.
Oh, yeah.
Iron Thorns, there are a lot of different A-Specs. There's one, only one, but there is one Iron Thorns in this room playing Dangerous Laser as I think it's literally the only deck playing Dangerous Laser. But there's one quad Iron Thorns in the room this weekend playing Dangerous Laser. If Owen's playing Dangerous Laser, he loses that match.
Yes.
Legacy Energy is it was a last-ditch effort, and it worked. It kept him, it got a tie rather than a loss. And look, I know we don't like ties on day 1, but all the reasons we've laid out, but the fact of the matter is, it's still better than a loss, because it gives you that chance at 5-0-3, and if you do make day 2, we're going to see a lot of people, you know, that when we get the asymmetrical top cut, that one extra point could get you in. So I think, Shay, we're going to have a bit of an argument about A-Specs in a minute.
Are we?
I think we've got a bracket we're going through this weekend. We're trying to decide the ultimate A-Spec.
Okay.
And I think we've got a minute to have a little... Now,
goodness gracious.
Poor Scoop Up Cycle. We got Heroes we got Hyper Aroma, We got Heroes Cape. Now, we're going to have one side each. We're waiting for lovely people backstage to tell us who's going to have which one.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a bit of an argument, Shay.
Wow, okay. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's going to be as favoured as that first top 8 there on that Prime Catcher versus Scoop Up Cyclone. That has to be one of the biggest one-sided victories I've ever seen. 92-8. That is a decimation. But yeah, so viewers at home, what's going to happen is myself and Ross will have about 30 seconds to 45 seconds to pitch to you what is the better A-spec of choice. And if you're on Twitch, you can then enter the poll and vote as which is your favourite or who put the best case forward. Now, we don't know if we're arguing Hyper Roma or Heroes Cape, but what I do know is that I'm going to try my best to win. I take these very seriously, chat. I want to win every single one. So, yeah, you feeling confident, Ross?
Well, I mean, given that you said 30 to 45 seconds, yeah, I'm feeling confident. What, you need 45 seconds to make your case? You've already lost, Shay.
I could do it in 5.
I'm going to start off with Hyper Aroma. We're going to get a 30-second timer up, and I'm going to tell you why Hyper Aroma is the clear and obvious choice. Oh, searching 1 Pokemon, that's pretty good. Searching 2, that's all right. Searching 3 Pokemon, that's amazing. Gardevoir, do you want all 3 of your routes at one time so you can go and get all of your draw? Yeah, sorted. Oh, how about an attacking Pokemon and a support Pokemon? How about second place at the North American International Championships? And Stefan said it was only because of Hyper Aroma. That card's amazing. 3 is better than 1, and I did it all in 30 seconds. I'm out.
Okay, well, that was respectable. I'll give you that. I mean, I'm not quite as I'm not that excited, to be honest with you. But that was a good argument, you know. Second place, like you said, yeah, not bad. Only because of Hyper Aroma. It's a good card. I'm not going to argue. It's a good card, but you know, I think that Heroes Cape's better, to be honest. So once I get my little 30-second timer, I'm gonna have a look. Oh, here it is. Okay, Heroes Cape. Now, I mean, Hyper Aroma's good, right? Only gets Siege plays in one deck. Heroes Cape gets played in a whole host of decks. We saw at EUIC when, you know, Snorlax and Pidgeot Control were very popular. What was the A-spec in there? Oh, Heroes Cape. We also saw at EUIC, by the way, Charizard EX Control sort of come up there. What was played in that one? Oh, yeah, it was Heroes Cape again, right? Heroes Cape giving any Pokemon plus 100 HP. It doesn't have to be tied to stage 1. I mean, that's the big problem with Hyper Aroma.
Hey!
Oh, goodness gracious. I forgot about the time there.
There is no problem with Hyper Aroma because I'm afraid, sir, it's been 30 seconds. And you are getting cut off. I do find it interesting it took you 8 seconds to even start talking about Heroes Cape. And then you spent your entire argument talking about a tournament that happened 4.5 months ago, nearly 5 months ago at this stage. But hey, if that's the best you could do, man, I'm proud of you.
Well, we'll see what chat thinks. A bit condescending there, as it were. But let's have a look. Let's have a look. And to be fair, though, that's a lot more of a fair debate than Prime Catcher into, what was it, Scoop Up Cyclone.
Just imagine sitting at the table and you get in your ear, they're like, oh, you've got Scoop Up Cyclone.
You're like
really?
Stitch me up there, production staff, if that was me. But yeah, this was a lot fairer there, yeah. But,
yeah, they're pretty close. Like, you know, I'm glad I got the right side to argue, but you're right, they are pretty close. So make sure you're getting your vote in on Twitch there. Vote for which of the ones you believe is the best. Try and base it entirely on our 2 arguments, if you don't mind. Tell us which A-spec is based, and as we get through this weekend, we're going to go through the entire bracket, and we're going to decide the ultimate of the A-specs that are available. Of course, we did cut it down to 8 before we got here. Dangerous Laser, unfortunately, did not make the cut.
No, not really surprised about that, but shout out to you, that Ironthorns player, that Dangerous Laser. I'm not 100% sure where you are right now, but fair play. I respect that. And I think Pokevile didn't make it in as well, right?
Pokevile till A, unfortunately, did not make it in. There are some that we did have to get. Master Ball, unfortunately, not one. Master Ball makes me a little bit sad because we saw Master Ball when it came around in Gen 5 initially, right? Way back in 2015 or whenever it was. Saw no play. No one played Master Ball.
No.
But then it came back.
Yep.
And Lugia was like,
oh,
I got ya.
I need that.
I need that. And then one set later, we get Legacy Energy, and Lugia's just got like a better, shinier, newer toy. So Lugia's then running around with Legacy Energy, and poor Master Ball's been left out in the cold. And now, we've got a lot of data here, and look, we're digging through as much as we can. There's a lot of players, a lot of data. We've got data on all the A-specs. I had a look through. I think there might be no Master Ball in the room this weekend.
No.
I could be wrong about that. I only had a quick kind of gander through. but I didn't see any Master Ball seeing play this weekend.
No, doesn't surprise me though. It'd be really interesting to see if after the conclusion of all this A-Spec battle, to see how well that translates here to the metagame here at Worlds. That'd be really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. So it looks like the poll is winding up. Do make sure you sign up for those email promos. Pretty important.
Yeah,
get on them.
Yeah, get involved. We need your email, and you can get some updates about what's coming up, Pokemon events, and then live streams. But then, in my opinion, this is quite crucial, actually. You get information about new Pokemon Center releases. That's actually, I always find going on a Pokemon Center after like a week or a month, hitting that new releases tab instantly and seeing what new goodies I can get. And if you want those updates sent straight to your inbox, all you got to do is head over there and sign up with your email. You can scan that QR code even, and then you get all that information as well.
Okay, so here's the question, Shay. Are you signed up for the email updates?
I'm not, but I will be after this. I've been scanning that QR code. I can tell you that for free.
I can tell you now. Now, this is where my Pokemon obsession gets a bit too much.
Okay.
Not only am I signed up for the email updates for the Pokemon Center, etc. here.
Okay.
I'm signed up for the updates for the Japanese Pokemon Center as well. I get both of them coming into my inbox, so I know everything that's coming out all around the world.
Your inbox just getting bombarded with Pokemon Center updates. Love to see that.
Yeah, there's literally no downside to that. Oh no, I'm getting too much Pokemon news in my inbox. Brilliant.
Worst problems to have, right? Right. So make sure if that poll's still up, make sure you're going to get involved there.
Poll's over, man.
Oh, is it? Poll's over?
Done.
When do we get these results there? Come on.
I'm waiting for the results.
Bouncing
right
around.
now. Shay.
Oh,
right now.
Here we go. Come on. Show me. Yes, come on. And you gave it the cheek as well.
Oh, mate, I tried. Nobody can say I did not try when it came to that argument. So now that the poll's concluded, yeah, I mean, for me personally, I love Stage 1 decks. So I'm way more likely to play Hyper Roma in a deck than I am Heroes Cape.
Yes.
But I think if we step, now that the argument's over and it's no longer a competition, because I've already lost, we can have a look at Heroes Cape, and actually, I think it probably is the stronger of the two.
Yeah.
It sees more play in a wider variety of archetypes, but it's really interesting to me because we've got the kind of, at the moment, we've got Heroes Cape, gives you more HP. We've got, what's the brace called? I'm blanking on
Survival brace, isn't it?
Survival brace, thank you, that stops a one-hit KO.
Yeah.
And then we got Scoop Up Cyclone that if you get hit and survive, stops a two-hit KO. So you've got kind of like that trio of ace specs, and you have to make that decision of, do you want to stop the automatic KO? Do you want the extra HP, or do you want to be able to lift up in the middle of a two-hit KO? And it's a really interesting kind of having those three different options that largely do the same thing, stop your opponent taking a KO, but they do it in three very different ways.
Yeah, and I think that's just testament to the amazing game design we have. Like you said, they all run and about do the same thing, but they all have very different use cases that can be applied in different ways. But I do think, stepping back, as we said there from the debate, I think Hyper Roma is very situational. Like, if you have a deck that's built around, like we saw, like you said, NAIC and Gardevoir, yeah, it's really strong in that exact use case, right? But because it is tied to Stage 1s, not a lot of decks don't even utilize Stage 1 Pokemon, then I think that just lessens its overall performance, in my opinion. And like you said, Heroes Cape, we did see it, we saw it have a whole ton of play there, and that can get attached to anything. Like I remember at EUIC, my opponent attached it to a Jigglypuff of all things, and then checked his prizes, and then realized he prized his Wigglytuff. So that was just a very high HP Jigglypuff, which made me laugh.
Yeah, Jigglypuff, or Puddin, as I like to call him. That's the Japanese name. Daughter loves Jigglypuff, so I've been tasked with taking some Jigglypuff cards home. But we're not going home right now. We're going to a very quick break.
Yeah.
We've got more Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but do not go anywhere. Next round is coming up in a matter of moments.
We're on a journey to meet Pokemon fans, known as trainers, and help them evolve, just like their favorite Pokemon.
I'm Andrew Mahone. I'm here to dive into the game and take our trainers to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers personally and help them grow in real-life challenges along the way. Oh my God!
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
There's always that fear of rejection.
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I feel ready. Let's go.
Good luck. You're gonna need it.
I love you, but it's time to attack. And I'm gonna hit you with a G-Max pedal.
All right.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak. Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with us as we embark on an epic road trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, and I'm here with my friend Chalky. Chalky, what are you up to here at Worlds?
Hi, I'm one of the World's professors. Today and this weekend I'll be working in the side events.
And you specifically have been very involved in the Chaos Cup, right? What's the Chaos Cup?
Yes, so for those who are unfamiliar, the Chaos Cup is an event where all you have to do is show up with your Switch, and you are given a team at random. Depending on the different event, there might be a different theme. So for example, this particular weekend, all 6 Pokemon will be the same color as a fun little event. And what I really love about this event is it's very accessible. So you don't have to spend a bunch of time building a team before the tournament to play. You can just show up, play, and have a good time, meet some new friends.
Absolutely. What is it like being a professor at an event like Worlds?
It's the dream. I love it so much. So you've got some professors who are former competitors that have had a million wonderful memories and just want to give that back to the community. And you've got some professors who are here trying to do their best to show up and give a good time for their local scene. And you've got, one way or another, just so many people who just love Pokemon and love to be part of this community and make this wonderful day. And seeing that energy just really, really invigorates you.
If somebody's like, I want to be a professor one day, what advice would you give them? And I know that you personally have been really involved with Pokemon for a long time. A lot of relationships for you have come out of Pokemon. Can you talk a little bit about what it means to you to be part of the Pokemon community?
Yeah. I mean, I think when I was a small child, it was not really the cool thing to like Pokemon. And so being in a tournament was just my safe space, because it was surrounded by people who like the same thing that was very hard for me to find. And now the world has changed so much, and there are so many people everywhere that love Pokemon that we can fill a room with thousands of people, and it's so heartwarming for me to see.
It is so cool. Thank you so much, Chalky, for taking time out of your busy schedule. And be sure to check out those side events if you have time. And now let's get back to Pokemon World Championship.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back into our 2024 World Championships. You're tuning in to the trading card game stream. I like to call it the best stream to be watching right now. Congratulations. I'm Shelby Boo here with my incredible co-caster, Kyle Saplehouse, and we are back bringing you some Pokemon action. Kyle, were you out there drinking some coconut drinks? What have you been up to on this little break?
You know, working, watching some Pokemon coverage, if you want to call that work. It's been excellent to watch all these great competitors, not only on the stage, but also out there playing the game. There's a lot of crazy techs that are trying to make their way to the stage, and a lot of variety here, Boo. How are you feeling about that?
I know. I'm actually so surprised. I mean, I never really know what to expect going into a World Championships, because I always expect innovation. I feel like you sort of need some sort of innovation to have that edge in these matchups. So I'm happy to see the variety. But what have you been seeing out in the field?
Oh, there's a lot going on. Of course, we've got our standards. We've got the Raging Bolts that are doing phenomenally. See plenty of them at 3-0. The Iron Thorns are out there getting the job done. I know you're pumped about that.
Yeah, I'm rooting for that one.
A couple Charizard lists that look pretty promising. I'm following one Baynet in particular. We'll see how that goes.
It's actually the one. There's only one out there.
Yes.
Yes, it's that one.
Shout out you.
Yeah, congrats. You brought it and you are succeeding with it, and that's pretty cool. Have you seen any cool inclusions from Shrouded Fable out in our field? Some poison shenanigans maybe happening?
I mean, there certainly is, but I'm looking for the Dusknoir. We kept talking about it, and it's not working.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of called it when we were talking yesterday about it, that what do you think it is? Do you think it's just too clunky, makes your deck too inconsistent with it?
I mean, you're trying to beat so many decks in the room, and you put this into your deck to give your opponent a prize card. Yeah, you can do some cool things with it, but ultimately, it takes multiple turns to get this thing rolling. You got to find the pieces at the right time. You're already playing 15 other stage 1s in these Charizard decks, so how do you make this work? It doesn't seem like it's all going to line up.
Yeah, speaking of Pokemon, we have the next match coming up. There's a lot of different types of Pokemon we're going to be seeing. I am psyched to jump into this next match. Definitely decks I didn't expect to see either, so it's going to be an entertaining one for sure. But for now, let's take a look at our standings. How are our players out there in the field faring so far throughout this event? Reminder, this is our day 1 here. So our players are still online to get all of the points possible to make it into our day 2 here at the World Championships. Let's see where we are sitting.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. There's so much representation.
I recognize almost every name. That is a good sign for the World Championships. We love to see it. Of course, many of these players already had that opening victory in round 1, but they've built on it since then. We see now 2 more match victories for all of those players. And I mean, these are some big names at the top. Lucas Singh, Brent Tonneson, world champion Diego Casillaraga as well. Some big names showing up here.
I know. I feel like a lot of these names and pictures were on our players to watch out for. And look, we don't have to look very far because they're right here at the top of the list that we're looking at as far as our Masters Swiss rankings. It's very nice to see out here. I mean,
there's variety as far as decks
regions,
go.
Right?
I don't want to give it all away, but
deck,
there's Miraidons, there's some Snorlax, there's some Gardevoir, there's all sorts of things thrown into the mix here. It really just goes to show how open this meta is right now.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because when we looked at our meta share for World Championships day 1, Regidrago was so many of those decks. I think it was like 277 people playing it. And then you look at our Swiss rankings right now, and like you said, there's a ton of variety there. You know, there is some Regidrago being played throughout these players, but there's still a lot of different variations of decks that could still make it through and take down all of those dragons out in the field.
Yeah, we certainly expect to see the Regidrago continue to perform as well as it has. Just the sheer number of them, eventually some are going to reach the top, but to see these players stick tried and true to some of these decks that are a little less popular, but still equally as powerful, especially depending on which side of the bracket you fall on. If you're hitting the right matchups, could have a smooth day today.
Exactly. Well, we see a lot of deck variation here throughout our players, a lot of different regions being represented. That's always very hyped to see at our international championships, our world championships. There's players all across the globe that are coming here to compete, but who will be able to represent their region and take things down to become a world champion. I always love to see who ends up being in our top 8 as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see which players are going to be facing off here in this 4th round of competition. We have some notable matchups to check out.
Yes, let's check this out. Our notable matchups, all of these players will be facing off against each other going into our next Swiss round. But as you can see up top there, Thomas Jones versus Gabriel Veloso is what we are going to be featuring on our stream match.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty fantastic to see. 2 decks we have not yet featured. I'm excited to jump into that when we get time. But, I mean, we see Japan against Australia, some other big names too. Stefan Ivanov up against Eda Ario as well. Yerko Valencia facing off against another Japanese player. This is some big names. Alessandro against Kaiwin.
Oh, yeah, that's
boy.
Huge. I know. I wish we could watch all of these matchups at the same time, but we only have our eyes on one as far as casters and what we bring you to the stream. But they have been some great matches so far, and I think that trend is going to continue with some pretty cool decks coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the tournament where you start to get a little comfortable. You start to get into stride. You know that your deck is operating well. You've already won a few matches, but you start looking across the other side of the table. These are big names that you will be facing off against. Every single point counts, and to earn 3 match points against some of these players, that's when you start to gain some real confidence.
Yeah, exactly. I talked a little bit with Miloslav after his win in a couple rounds before, and yeah, he was saying, you know, it kind of hurts to be facing off against someone that's incredibly good in the earlier rounds. And I was just thinking, I feel like that's so many people out there.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the World Championships. You tend to expect this.
Yes.
I mean, when I was playing 20 years ago, you'd get thrown a cupcake here or there in the first rounds. But yeah, that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, no, there's so much talent out there in our field. You know, this is still a huge event. We had a lot of players that got that round 1 bye earlier in the day. But now, like you said, Kyle, everybody's unlocked. All the skill is out there, and we're going to see who ends up shining here and what decks as well will end up succeeding. It's kind of skewed as far as our stream matches so far. What's been winning? We just saw a tie on the stream, so hopefully we can get a winner, a clear winner in our next match coming up.
All right, Thomas and Gabriel, you know the assignment. Let's throw it to the table and see what they have for us.
Yes, unlock your potential, your abilities. You're on stream. Let's do it. It's time to shine. And guess what? We have another Pineapple gamer here, Kyle. Someone else who is also matching your shirt
Is that me?
today.
I mean, well, I don't have the beard like that, though. That's excellent.
Yeah, you're slacking on that one, huh, Kyle?
Claim my genetics.
Oh, well, these are players getting ready to go, and we can finally introduce their decks here. Maybe a little bit surprising to see on our stage here at Worlds, but Thomas Jones on the left here versus Gabriel Veloso on the right, and it's going to be a Lost Box versus Giratina V-Star. Kyle, what format are we playing?
I think,
this?
yeah, this is my era.
Yes.
We're back.
We're
Old
back.
school NAIC 2023, and this is where I like to live. Not in this matchup, however, though.
Yes.
As Giratina does not like to see single prize Pokemon. Occasionally, that is what you run into with the Lost Box, but this variant has changed. And we see Thomas is going to be featuring a lot of different EX Pokemon in the mix now. So maybe the matchup's starting to tilt a little back to 50-50. I'm sure we're going to find out soon.
Yes, we definitely will. Here on the stream, we have Thomas Jones here, top 256 at EUIC 2024, and then Gabriel Veloso, 2 top 4s at LAIC, both in 2023 and 2024. So these players have the caliber here to compete against each other. We'll have to see what shakes out with these prize cards, though.
Okay. Oh, double comp.
That's
We
not
don't
what
want
you
that.
want to see. Not what you want to see.
And on Gabriel's side, not too bad. Boss's order somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
It's kind of where you want it, honestly. It helps you clean up those last few prize cards, get the job done. Mirage Gate as an early prize card could be fantastic.
Yeah.
It's almost like giving yourself a head start when you put Mirage Gate right there.
I was
You're going to hit it
thinking
right
that,
when you need it.
I mean, especially if you're able to, just get some early knockouts there, secure those cards for the late game, you're kind of hanging out. But like you said, Kyle, those 2 Comfey in the prize cards could be a little risky here for Thomas Jones, depending on how the setup goes. I don't know. I guess I've seen these decks pop off even with things stacked against them, but you never know. It could go either way for these players. Let's talk about this matchup on paper a little bit as we get started. We've seen the fist bump. Our players are ready to dive into this matchup. We're seeing the Cramorant over here on the left side, as well as that Giratina V. So both these players have a little bit of a showcase of what they're going to be competing against in our Masters Round 4.
Yeah, I feel like Gabriel wanted to hide the fact that Giratina V was his deck. That is not your ideal starter.
Yes.
It's very unfortunate to see this Pokemon early, but thankfully follows that up with the Nest Ball. Hopefully some switching effects, maybe some of those jet energies that we typically see featured in this list as opposed to in the Lost Box engines could be beneficial as to maybe get some cards in the Lost Zone early on.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what happens. We're going to see a lot of Lost Zone for both of these players, hopefully, to have a good game here. But that Comfey is coming out nice and early with that Nest Ball for Gabriel. So it's joining us. We're going to see some flower selecting. Did you get a look at the hand at all, Kyle, for Gabriel?
No, I did not. But, hey, right on cue.
Yeah.
But that is not promising. We do see the Forest Seal Stone, which can be beneficial if you want to look for that Buddy pop-in early on in the game. You, of course, surrender the fact that you won't have that V-Star ability later on. But you know what? Just give the man a Buddy. Why not?
Yes, we love those Buddy pop-ins. The Super Rod is going to be elected to go into the Lost Zone here as our first card. And that Buddy pop-in going to be activated straight away. Definitely taking note of all the resources in the deck, potential prize cards, but those Comfey are being eyed up to the front nice and early here for Gabriel, as well as that Manaphy.
Yeah, very important to establish the Manaphy as early as possible. You don't want to be caught slacking when Radiant Greninja comes to town, because that can be dangerous. Yes, it is only 2 water energies on the other side, but if you run into those on turn 2, maybe even turn 1 if they're playing a really aggressive list, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to ever doubt the capability of any of these Lost Box decks, that is for sure. Comfey is going to go back to the bench here. It's already been used for its flower selecting. We're going to see a second one here. Decision has to be made once again for Gabriel of what's going to go into the Lost Zone and what will be kept to the hands.
Yeah, pretty promising opening hands that we see. Obviously, not the ideal setup, not the Colress experiment in hand to basically guaranteed turn 2 7 in the Lost Zone. We're not seeing that just yet. But for a single Jet Energy to fix a bad start of Giratina and lead to 2 cards in the Lost Zone, sign me up.
It ain't bad. Rescue Board joined in the Lost Zone. And now we're over to Thomas, who's going to start off with a Hisuian Heavy Ball. That means those prize cards are going to be shaken up a bit on Thomas's side. If there's a basic Pokemon, you can trade it with that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Take it out of there. There's 2.
He's like, can that be my opening hand? Buddy, double Comfey. I mean, those prize cards are gas.
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, it's not in the hand. It's in the prizes. But, hey, at least we get a nice little switcheroo here, that Hisuian Heavy Ball going into the prize cards. And we'll get some new ones to start here. Colress's Experiment. Thomas is going second, is eligible to play a supporter here, and that is the perfect one you want to see. 3 of these cards are going to go into the hand, 2 into the Lost Zone.
And immediately you have your answer. Is this going to be the aggressive NEIC strategy of Lost Box?
Yeah.
Turn 1 Mirage Gates and cards flying left and right? No. This is Town Store, Rotom V. Slow it down, guarantee a nice consistent setup. And it looks like the cards will line up just fine. We see that Forest Sealstone is in the hand, so if you hold on to that Rotom, even though you're probably not going to gain the additional cards from it in this matchup, just the fact that it's going to guarantee that 1 free card with Forest Sealstone is it could be enough.
Switch cards going to get this Comfey into the active. We're going to see a Flower Selecting, stacking some more cards into the Lost Zone. Up to 3 now here for Thomas, which is really nice now that we secured that other Comfey as well from the prize cards on Thomas's side. That's a switch cart burned here, getting that Cramorant to the bench, and that Rotom V is going to be coming down as well for us for some instant charging down the line.
Not much else here, and it is going to be the slow start, the instant charge with the double Comfey prized. What else can you really do here? You grabbed 1, but you're stuck now.
Yeah, that is tough to see from Thomas. Gabriel's going to take all that knowledge from that turn. Huge stacked hand here for Gabriel as well to work with.
Oh.
And we're going to kick off this turn. Look at that.
I already have Giratina V-Star in hand. Yeah, I don't like seeing you guys grouped together.
Yes, that's going to be the Giratina V over the V-Star going into the Lost Zone, taking us up to 3. Now for this matchup, Jet Energy is going to bring the second Comfey into the active position now for that Flower Selecting. Let's see what our next one is going to bring us. It's a Nestball versus the Colress's Experiment. That is what you want to see here. Lost Zone ticked up to 4 now, as you can see, and Colress's Experiment is going to be activated straight away to gather up some more cards.
And these are some valuable resources.
Yeah, this is huge.
Any Pokemon you want in this deck, pretty much. You've seen all your V-Stars. You're good now. They're all basics. You also have the Colress Experiment or that Jet Energy as well. You saw, I believe, a Psychic Energy was thrown in that mix too. Plenty of resources to get going. Forest Sealstone in hand if you want to make something happen. On the other side of the board, though, there's not much that you can work in as far as like Radiant Greninja or anything like that. This also isn't a list that features the water energies. Actually switched over and is using the lightning energies. So no Radiant Greninjas going on.
Yeah, some variation in attackers there, but like you said, no access to that Radiant Greninja. But Cramorant does have access to that Lost Provisions, and that's being eyed up here by Gabriel off this Nest Ball coming up. So Lost Zone is at 6 now for Gabriel, and like I said, there is just an absolutely stacked hand. This is how these Lost Box decks work. They just stack up all these cards and use their resources one after another to chain these consistent turns.
Yeah, if you told Gabriel that there was a situation where you'd have 6 in the Lost Zone and take the knockout on the lone Comfey and your opponent didn't attack last turn, you take that every single time.
And your prize cards are looking pretty nice on the bottom as
right.
well.
Can we get that Mirage Gate one time?
Yeah, exactly. It is looking pretty good here for Gabriel. So on paper, what do you usually see here for Gabriel? We see the evolution now into this Giratina V-Star. Of course, we saw the Giratina V was started. Now it's a V-Star. But what really is the strategy we're going to be seeing from Gabriel in these following turns, Kyle?
I mean, we're in a different world now. The opportunity that you have is pretty great. The Cramorant taking that opening prize card, and from this point forward, you can either target down V or EX Pokemon for 2 prizes easily with the Giratina V-Star, or you can Super Rod that Cramorant back in, take another knockout on a Pokemon like your opponent's Cramorant, and get down to 4 prize cards remaining. At that point, that's exactly where Giratina V-Star wants to be against your opponent, who's just trying to fight back with a bunch of 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, it just feels like being so much on the back foot here, but I'm not going to count out Thomas yet. We have Cramorant versus Cramorant battles here for both of our players. After that Comfey, single Comfey on the was on the bench, then it was inactive, now it's in the discard pile. It is gone off the field, unfortunately for Thomas, but we're still getting cards into the Lost Zone thanks to that Colress's experiment, keeping up the consistency here. So we're up to 5 now in the Lost Zone for Thomas.
You just want so much more for Thomas out of these turns. Yes, the Colress experiment's used, and Cramorant is able to use those lost provisions, take that knockout on the opposing Cramorant, but you need to start to set up some threats. And we see Miraidon thinking just that, tandem unit, lining up the Iron Hands. And this could be a turn where your opponent doesn't have all the cards to get going, but honestly, we're a Mirage Gate and a Prime Catcher away from bad news.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that tandem unit's so strong here for Thomas to at least bring out some Pokemon. It's just going to be that Iron Hands EX coming down onto the bench so far. Now taking a look at the hand here.
So torn. We've got Giratina on one side and Pineapples on the other.
What do you choose, Kyle?
Who do I root for?
Oh, you got to root for the person matching you. You said that was you going into this matchup.
Yeah, but I've lost these before.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, we see the Bravery Charm coming down onto that Iron.
Okay, here we go.
So Lost Vacuum action here. That Bravery Charm's gone now, as well as a discard into the Lost Zone.
Engage!
Engage! We're at 7 now here, unlocking that Mirage Gate for this Lost Box deck. Allows you to search out 2 different types of energy and accelerate it to your board. And that Iron Hands is going to need quite a bit of energy here to get charged up.
Well, we're going to see just about every energy left in the deck being featured here.
Yeah,
I think there's 2 energies remaining after this, but the full send on Iron Hands is lined up. That's 2 prize cards. You gotta like that.
Yeah, we're getting amped here, Kyle. We're getting amped.
We're gonna throw hands?
We're gonna throw some hands here coming up. Hey, I mean, when you use 2 Mirage Gate, get all of these energy onto this Iron Hands EX, you gotta throw some hands.
Yep. Of course, there's some Pokemon waiting in the wings. The Blood Moon Ursalunas of the world are like, all right, we've thrown away all our energies and all our resources. You just let me know when I'm ready to go, Coach. I'll help you out.
Tag me in. Well, this Iron Hands EX is going to take this knockout here, as you can see. With that amp you very much, that's going to be 2 prize cards, thanks to that incredible effect of that move. Gabriel Veloso, now 1 prize card taken so far in this matchup. Look at these huge hands for both of our players. Lots of resources to be dealt here for Gabriel. Starting off with that Comfey in the active position. This is going to be the flower selecting Colress's experiment or that Radiant Grenade.
Yeah, I mean, an embarrassment of riches once more to find the Colress experiment, but you don't even need it at this point, is going to leave the opportunity available to find the boss's orders itself if you draw into that beforehand. Perhaps with this Radiant Greninja here, you don't have to use the Colress. You can find the resources you want to continue to take big knockouts, but I'm worried about this this Iron Hands right here. We at least got to clear that.
Yeah, 230 HP on that Iron Hands EX facing off in the active position for Thomas. Gabriel Veloso using that concealed cards, discarding an energy card to draw 2 additional cards to the hand. Now we're going to jump into some Mirage Gate action over here on the right side of the field. You can see the deck here now. That boss's orders was right on the bottom. That may be used further in these turns, and some energy are being eyed up here. Of course, accounting for the other energy that are already in the hand as well.
So psychic energy, check. All right, yes. I can't mess this up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. There is a lot to keep track of with these Lost Box decks as far as it comes to energy, because you're running some slim lines here. But that Giratina V-Star now charged up with that lightning energy and a grass.
And that $1 million smile, you already know that I didn't need much, but I got what I needed.
We got there, Kyle, and we are seeing this Giratina V-Star now coming into play.
That Psychic Energy lined up, and that's just about it. Of course, you still need to move this Pokemon at some point, so
true.
I'm sure we'll see that soon enough, but it's oddly not in hand yet. So, Iono.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Help!
Yeah, we do need some help here. Actually, that switch card was not the prize card taken. It was the Mirage Gate. So that's right on the bottom of the prize cards. Iono, let's see what you can draw us
imagine?
here. 5.
Don't do it to him.
Let's see. We just need a pivot here for Gabriel.
Oh, the energy was already attached, but there is Mirage Gate. I suppose you could use this resource to retreat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, you could. Gabriel's eyeing that up. I mean,
you have to.
Desperate times call for desperate
We
measures.
can't give up 2 more prize cards just hanging around.
True. Yeah, that is 100% true, Kyle. I think you're right about that.
To be even more careful, Gabriel will use the Super Rod to go along with this. I know there's 1 energy in here.
Yes, exactly. Well, we're seeing the second Mirage Gate now here for Gabriel, bringing this energy out. So we have some way to get out of this little pickle that we were in for a bit here. But now we see that Mirage Gate attachment onto the Giratina V-Star that will have to discard some energy, as well as that Comfey to be able to get out of the active spot and into some pressure and some attacks.
Yeah, wise here to see the additional lightning energy on the Giratina V-Star. Those are the 2 energies likely to be thrown into the Lost Zone, never to be seen again. That grass energy could be thrown back in by way of Super Rod. So just really thinking about every single resource. So wise here.
Exactly, yeah, that is one downside. The Giratina V-Star can hit for a lot of damage, take out that Iron Hands EX in one fell swoop, but does have to get those energy into the Lost Zone, never to be retrieved again. But exactly as you said, Kyle, we already have the energy requirement as far as the grass and the Psychic there for Gabriel, so setting up the future turns. Thomas on the other side here, Cramorant's in active position now. We still have just that Miraidon EX and that Rotom V on the bench here. And I believe we just dove into the deck with that tandem unit once again.
Yep, there's not much left at this point. We've seen plenty of lightning Pokemon, and that ends up being the rest of the bench, oddly enough.
Yeah, so I have to say, we saw them, now they're gone, unfortunately.
We're still not seeing any way to deal 280.
Yeah, that is a bit of a tough spot there for Thomas, but that Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be drawn here off of that Pheasantipity. We did see a knockout, 3 additional cards going to the hands. Now we're seeing a Super Rod bringing these energy back into the deck. Essential resources here that Thomas is able to retrieve.
Yeah, you start to consider how many turns this comeback will take and how many prize cards you can realistically get in that matter. And I think you've come to the right conclusion. This probably involves your opponent drawing poorly. We need some help.
Sometimes that's how things shape up here, Kyle. We need some help. That's a good way to put it.
Could you just not?
I need some assistance, please. And then on the other side, Gabriel's just smiling away, having a good old time.
Do I have another Colress in there? I know I threw one away, but come on.
We didn't need it then. Well, here we go. Both of our players drawing their cards here now. Let's see what we have to the hand for Thomas. Off that Roxanne.
Well, continuing to load up. See plenty of abilities used to get to this stage, but the answer's still unclear. Dealing 280 is going to be a difficult task, and it likely is going to be the Cramorant having to chip in, do a little bit of work, and help out in this stage. But this is a huge turn. I know Gabriel's sitting there with not much going on, but if that hand could potentially find a card like the boss's orders or some other help, a big knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon here. Oh my goodness, that's a Prime Catcher.
We have the Prime Catcher secured off the top deck?
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Well, Cramorant put some damage out onto that Giratina V-Star, as we see they're a little bit injured here, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX also getting manually charged up from that turn. But
Prime Catcher lined up, switch card in hand to move the Comfey. Comfey just needs to find you a little bit of help. Honestly, you've got it all there. You have the V-Star ability still used. I think we're at, what, 9 in the Lost Zone at this point?
Yeah.
So this is the 10th. We get to engage once more and maybe hold on to a final resource to close out, like a boss's orders.
Oh my gosh, everything being drawn now here. That flower selecting, securing a boss's orders to the hand. Lost Zone up to 10 now, just verifying that on Gabriel's side. And we are there here as we see that Lost Zone being engaged on our stream.
Are you going to get to draw some additional cards? Darn.
Aw, Bezendipity strikes again.
Yep. Does not really care how you get knocked out as long as you were.
Exactly, yeah. And then it's able to potentially flip some scripts here in the future. But that Blood Moon Ursaluna not having a good day. It's going to go down here. 2 more prize cards for Gabriel to take. And that's that much closer to taking this game between these players. So Thomas re-promoting that Cramorant that has been putting in work here, but there has been not much else, unfortunately, in this game.
Who's closing this game out, okay? I'm worried. I see a lot of support. I see a lot of friends who want us to get across the finish line, but we can't really run right now.
Oh, nope, we can't run, but we're going to the town store here, Kyle. That's
there we
something.
go. We pick up a skateboard to help us out. That'll help us in the marathon.
We're not running, we're skating.
Woo!
We are skating here, rescue board being drawn out off that town store. Thomas just doing everything
This
right
bird
now.
knows all the tricks.
Absolutely. Skating, spitting. We're doing a lot here. Forest Sealstone being played down onto that Rotom V now for Thomas.
I'm looking. I'm not seeing. And maybe this is the answer. Balpad, Roxanne. Hey, can we just get that
it out.
card right back? Thanks.
Yeah, let me just draw that right back out here. Thanks to that Forest Seal Stone from Thomas's side on that Rotom V. Does have some utility there outside of the instant charge. Allows you to use that, turn into a V-Star power here for the game. And that Palpad is going to allow that Roxanne to be shuffled back in, drawn back out here for Thomas. And that is the help we definitely need here. But Gabriel is just down to 1 single prize card left to take, and a lot.
Exact same situation we were in a turn prior.
Yeah.
It did not go well.
No, it did
There
not.
was a pink card, and that thing did work. But it's not there anymore. Gabriel's still with 2 cards trying to get the job done. But if the right cards are found, if we see a combination of Super Rod plus Nest Ball, whatever it may be, to find the Ursaluna and work that into the mix, take a knockout here, then maybe there's a world where Thomas has an opportunity to fight back and regain some composure, but this hand doesn't do it.
Yeah, Thomas just needed something here.
Flip the script!
We're going to see the flip the script, 3 cards.
Oh, no! That's a lot of energy.
Gosh, yeah, it's all in the hands. Look at that, the disappointment there for Thomas, I think, drawing into all those energy and that future booster capsule as well. So not many answers here on Thomas's side, and Gabriel is patiently awaiting to see what else is progressed through this turn, or if he might secure this win.
It's really starting to look that way from this point. The only real play for Thomas is to leave a single prize Pokemon in the active. Sure, you can attack, get a little more damage in, but it's pretty much irrelevant at this point. If you can't find the right pieces, we're going to be moving to game 2.
Well, that Miraidon EX.
He said, do you have an energy? You win.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Gabriel had 2 cards there off the Roxanne, drawing 1 for the dirt. Look at that!
It's Mirage Gate Super Rod Chorus. What is Roxanne is the biggest lie to ever exist.
Oh my goodness, Gabriel might be the luckiest player I have seen. All of these cards have been hitting in this matchup into this amazing winning smile here now coming up from Gabriel. You love to see it, taking things down with Giratina V-Star.
Earned, not given.
Yeah.
He has found his way to an opening game victory here in round 4.
Exactly.
I mean, this can be very difficult, this matchup, but when it works out like this, when you're taking that opening prize card, ooh, mama, sign me up.
Yes. Well, let's take a look at how this game progressed for our players. Thomas is already at a tough start, not having much Comfey available. Gabriel knocking out that single one, and then it was just kind of working off the back foot. The Iron Hands EX did come in here to take 2 prize cards, but that was quickly and swiftly dealt with by Gabriel, knocking it out right away from that Giratina V-Star. And that's pretty much how things chalked up from there.
Yeah, once we saw the Prime Catcher knock out that Ursaluna, there's not much else to do. And
yeah.
I mean, every single time Roxanne was used, it led to the perfect cards for Gabriel on the other side.
Exactly. Gabriel had all the answers there. And I mean, like you said, it is earned, not given for sure, because you have to think these players are constructing these decks based around these strategies. Every single card slot in your 60 card deck matters for these players. And looks like Gabriel definitely is having a good time here. I know this deck is actually titled Tina W 2024.
Okay, maybe a call out, or maybe just Worlds at the W. But it
oh wait, I didn't even think of it like that.
He could just be saying it's for this tournament.
World Championship.
Yeah, we'll say it's for win.
Look at no, we're saying W all day here. Thomas, on the other hand, has the comment, no, this one. They're on that deck name. I love that. Well, we're kicking off our game 2 here in our Masters round 4 between our players. Plenty of time here on the clock. Let's take a look at the prize cards here for Thomas.
All right. Yeah, it's well, they went away
and
pretty quickly. We got to see a little bit
You're
there.
Looking elsewhere,
the
Kyle.
Chorus experiment of the Iron Hands as well, and we saw the Iron Bundle too, a card that can be really beneficial in a matchup like this, especially if you get multiple turns of Iron Hands. But they're all priced.
Yes, that is unfortunate. The prize cards here, but hey, we're at least seeing a Comfey here. We had the Nest Ball as well. The Forest Seal Stone is going to be used straight away for Thomas on this very first turn, saying, nope, we're not doing this again. We're going to get things nice and consistent here in our opening turn on Thomas's side of the field with that Buddy Poffin, allowing Thomas to search out these 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less to start lining things up.
That almost guarantees to your opponent that they have Chorus Experiment already in hands. So
yes.
Use the Force Sealstone so liberally there. Throw down, see the multiple Comfeys. Yes, if you have the way to switch these Pokemon around, see as many cards as you can, but you like Chorus on turn 2.
Yeah, you do. You like Chorus really at any point in time, unless you prefer a different supporter at that turn. But yeah, Chorus's Experiment, super strong card, and we're going to continue to stack these cards here in the Lost Zone. 2 attackers here, the Sableye or that Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a tough one.
Nope.
Thomas.
I'm not making this decision, Boo. I don't like this one bit. It is really difficult to make that choice. Sableye is such a valuable Pokemon in this matchup, especially cleaning up some of those knockouts, but Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's like your one way to fight back.
Oh, that is tough to see here for Thomas, but the choice has been made. That Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to the Lost Zone. We're not going to be seeing it here. It is gone. A Town Store drawing us out that rescue board for some nice pivoting action for Thomas. So we're at least off to a much better start as far as the resources that are being used. As long as you just discount that Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Sableye flower selecting, that was pretty rough. But let's see how this one fares for us.
And that we have a prized Iron Hands. No big deal. All of this will work out for us, I'm sure.
Down the line, we'll hope. Let's hope. Switch is going to be going into the Lost Zone for, I believe that was the A-Spec.
Could have been, and let's add 3 additional resources to the hand, likely not to be disturbed for a while.
Instant charge, charging us up here. And now we're over to Gabriel's side. As you said, Kyle, Giratina V, maybe not what you want to start, but how do you feel about that start going into our game 2 here from Gabriel?
Just as bad. Of course, this is a deck that features plenty of ways to move the active Pokemon. We saw it wasn't a problem at all with the combination of the Jet Energy and the Buddy Poffin lined up perfectly. At this point, we've seen a fair amount of those resources already in the deck, so it leads you to wonder what's in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 Lightning Energy are in the prize cards there for Gabriel, as well as a Comfey, Chorus's Experiment, and that Iron Hands. Well, I guess the Iron Hands is in there anyway. In the prize cards for Gabriel, looking through the deck here, verifying everything that is not of access because it is stuck in the prize cards. And we're going to see that Forest Seal Stone on this side being sought out from that town store.
What a way to prize the Iron Hands as well, with
I know,
both
right?
of the lightning energies to go with it. 'Cause I don't want any of this.
Yeah, we're not using that today. Comfey, well, ×2 coming out onto the bench off that Buddy Poffin. So very similar cards being played here for Gabriel this turn. Let's see if we have some switching effects here to get into some flower selecting.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot going on in this hand. Multiple jet energy. Of course, the Forest Seal Stone that we see as well. The A-Spec to be used later on. But start with some additional cards added to the hand.
Yeah,
they're not going to help yet.
Concealed cards, drawing us into a couple of late game options. But let's see what flower selecting can draw here. Hopefully better than we saw from Thomas's side. It's a Psychic Energy, as well as that Iron Leaves quickly going to be drawn into the Lost Zone here for Gabriel.
Not much else going on here. Perhaps Colress Experiment.
Perhaps.
Ooh, dice.
Would be nice. I'm not seeing it.
Oh. Might be Forest Seal Stone time.
Yeah, that switch card going into the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 2. We do have the Forest Seal Stone that was drawn from the town store, so the option is there from Gabriel, but it's just going to be a pass now over to Thomas's side of the field. So let's see what happens. Thomas gearing up for some flower selecting of his own coming up, as well as that Colress's Experiment that you already eyed down, Kyle, is being secured into the hand in the last turn, and we are going to be using it now.
There is a nightmare scenario on this side of the board this turn that could potentially come up for Gabriel, and that is if Thomas has the pink card. Prime Catcher lined up there. As long as we also see the Lightning Energy and the Mirage Gate, we could see Miraidon EX as a potential attacker, knocking out the lone Giratina V.
You are right. That would be enough damage here from Thomas. And look at this. We're getting through a lot of resources here. Kyle, could we be flipping the script?
Well, we'll need to see some prize cards drawn at some point.
Yes, true. That is very true. Well, this Lost Zone is just stacking up here, being brought up to 7 now. That's going to unlock our Mirage Gate. This is how these Lost Box decks work. So much is unlocked after you stack those cards. You sacrifice your cards, never to be drawn again from the Lost Zone, but that unlocks so much potential of different attackers, different ways to accelerate your energy, and different responses to your opponent. And that's what Thomas is utilizing right now. Tandem Unit going to go into the deck as well for Thomas to take a look around, see what's going on.
This is where I'd put my hands if I had one. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
It's hanging out there in the prize cards, but still plenty to go around. You see the Radiant Greninja, which could help to draw out of some of these awkward situations at some point. But we have guaranteed at this point Miraidon's probably the attacker of choice. Who else is going in at this stage?
Yeah, we got a full bench here, and that's looking to be the only eligible buddy there for us. Another flower selecting first off, as long as Thomas is able to carry it through, and we got there here. It's like a difficult decision. Did you see the cards, Kyle?
Yeah, it was Lost Vacuum and the town store again. We already have a town store established, and if you want to reach a little further and get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, certainly Lost Vacuum seems like the ideal choice.
Yep, town store going into the Lost Zone here. Now we're going to see a concealed cards, 2 additional cards, the Colress's Experiment, as well as a Nest Ball. Even better resources here for Thomas to have for down the line in these turns.
It's just so giddy now. Oh, those were great.
I'm playing Pokemon now, baby.
We'll see if Mirage Gate is there. There's what, 15 cards in that hand?
There's no way there's not a Mirage Gate.
He's shaking his head.
There's no way. There's no way. That's so many cards in hands. I mean, I guess we aren't seeing it played at this moment in time, but let's see what Thomas is thinking right now. Is it just not in the hands, or are we just eyeing up resources, checking out what's going on?
It's not there.
What?
Rotom V.
Just the instant charge here, every single ability used on that turn from Thomas, but no Mirage Gates. It's just going to be 3 cards.
I don't even see the Lightning Energy. There's neither piece there.
What are we watching here, Kyle? It's just 3 cards, and now we're back over to Gabriel. That's going to end the turn here, resetting all of that side of our left side of the field. Gabriel hopping into the deck nice and quick off of this town store to look through as well. But I am shocked with that turn. There were so many cards in hand.
Yeah, I did not expect Gabriel to have this turn, let alone an opportunity to evolve into Giratina V-Star, start to build on this board, maybe find the Colress Experiment without the Forest Seal Stone. This is easily a turn where you could use a Mirage Gate in this scenario, and who knows, maybe you take out some big threats at this stage of the game and flip the script.
Flip the script, indeed. That's the saying of the weekend here, but we're going to need some help. Lost Zone's only at 2 so far. Concealed Cards is going to draw some extra cards into the hand right now for Gabriel. Forest Seal Stone coming down onto the field as well, and we do have that Colress's Experiment already in the hand, so that's going to help us out quite a bit here. 5 cards we're going to be looking at. 3 to the hand, 2 to the Lost Zone.
Oh, well, Boss's Orders, Colress Experiment, and perhaps the Giratina V, all solid choices. The temptation of the Jet Energy is always there, and I don't blame you for going for that.
Well, Lost Zone being ticked up to 4 now, thanks to that Colress's Experiment studying away for us in that scientific lab, Kyle. We're cooking.
There's the Mirage Gate to continue the cook.
Continuing the cook, and unfortunately those Poffins are going into the Lost Zone, but we don't need them right now.
Yeah,
anyway.
We burnt them.
They're burnt. Lost Zone up to 5 here for Gabriel now, and I love watching Lost Box decks so much because they're just holding like a deck in their hand.
And they still don't have what they want.
I know.
What do you want?
It's so funny.
It's like asking to go to dinner.
Just tell me what you want. Well, Gabriel's still going through this turn here. It's going to be another burnt Buddy Poffin headed to the Lost Zone. But hey, that's what we need to see here. This Lost Zone stacking up here. We're at 6 now. Just 1 more needed. Nestball going to go back into the deck here for Gabriel.
Gumpei.
Gumpei, another basic Pokemon. Gumpei, help.
We're at 6. Looks like
so
the resources
close.
are there for one final flower selecting to reach 7 and have the Mirage Gate eligible. Prime Catcher was in the hand, still is.
Nowhere to go, Kyle.
It can't go anywhere. So which target do you face down at this point? Are you really worried about the Miraidon? It certainly is one of the few Pokemon that presents a threat at this stage, but we've seen crazier things happen at this stage.
Yep. Well, that switch here into that Comfey is going to allow us to get another flower selecting, and that Mirage Gate is going to be the chosen card into the Lost Zone. We're at 7 here now. It's unlocking Mirage Gate, but the Giratina V-Star was the other choice there.
It was the only missing piece.
Flower selecting. What?
My gosh. There wasn't a Giratina V-Star in the hand. So.
Oh, Gabriel with the draws.
Okay.
Back at it again with the draws. Giratina V-Star coming down. Mirage Gate sacrificing the Lost Zone. But hopefully we have another way to get there, and we do. Mirage Gate being played here out of the hand from Gabriel. Already had one secured, and these energies required on this Giratina are being eyed up straight away.
This is pretty solid. Everything you're looking for at this stage of the game. A very aggressive opening from a deck that didn't have a Colress on the opening turn. I don't know how you keep doing this, Gabriel, but shout out to you.
That's what I'm saying. That sunshine you were talking about earlier in the cast, Kyle, I think it's shining down on Gabriel in this Masters Round 4 so far. And we still have the Forest Seal Stone as well for the Giratina V-Star.
I was wondering if it was perhaps a Jet Energy, but no, let's just play some defense at this stage. You have the Manaphy. Probably it's Prime Catcher anyways to get that switch around, and lined up for 2 prize cards.
Lined up indeed. Gabriel has definitely so far flipped the script. Thomas just couldn't get there despite that giant hand of cards. And Gabriel is now having a pivotal turn here that could change the rest of this matchup. It's kind of crazy to say because we haven't even seen a single prize card taken yet from both of our players. And I feel like we've played so much of this matchup, but now we are changing that around here. Prime Catcher, Miraidon EX, is being brought up into the active position here. Giratina V-Star fully loaded up. That Jet Energy throwing it into the active as well. And Gabriel is going to be sending those energy into the Lost Zone here to take this knockout on Miraidon EX and take the first 2 prize cards in this match.
Yep, really big turn there. Solidified that once more, Gabriel is in an advantageous position. This Pokemon cannot be knocked out. You can see that Thomas needs so much to go right in this situation. There's just no bench to work with. They both were fighting to have the ugliest bench award, and they're winning. and now from this point, Thomas is just like, well, I have one spot to make this happen. Hopefully Colress can help me find a friend.
Exactly. We'll see Colress's experiment. A ton of energy there being drawn from Thomas.
Imagine a world where you don't see a Mirage Gate in a 15-card hand, and then you rip 3 energy off of your Colress. What are we doing?
Oh my goodness, the switch there, as well as one of those lightning energy being put into the Lost Zone. That's going to stack us up to 10, and that is unlocking now our Sableye Lost Mine move here. It's going to allow Thomas to be able to use it, put 12 damage counters out on the field, as long as that psychic energy is attached, which it was from hand from that Colress's experiment.
The math is mathing. This is a pretty solid spot for a Sableye to work its way into the mix.
Clean things up.
I don't want to take any knockouts, however, at this stage. Your opponent doesn't have any other Pokemon to really attack with other than the Giratina V-Star itself. Force your opponent to commit those resources. You've already seen 2 Mirage Gates at this point. It would obviously take 1 more or a lot of awkward switching to get to 10 in Lost Zone for a Star Requiem at this point. Make your opponent have to knock out this Sableye the ugly way.
The ugly way. Yeah, when you got to fight hard, I suppose, here. That Sableye is going to be moved into the active position, though, here for Thomas.
Plenty of resources. Just remove any opportunities for your opponent to find help at this point. Town Store not going to be an option anymore. And Sableye has a job to do. You can take a knockout, you can open up and maybe work something out, but I think you're supposed to leave this bench as locked as possible and force Giratina to have to fight its way out of this box.
Exactly, the Lost Mine. Mining for some gems here. We're going to see all of that damage from the 12 damage counters being placed on to Gabriel's field. As we can see, those Comfey, they're injured. The Manaphy, it's almost down, Kyle.
I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. This is such an awkward spot. Throw away this energy. Try to find some help. Lost Vacuum gets you closer.
Yes.
And actually, Lost Vacuum does it with the Colress experiment and the Lost Vacuum. That's 10 in the Lost Zone. It's a really ugly Star Requiem, but I suppose you're there. But have we used the 4 Seal Stone this game is the question then.
Yeah, we used it last turn, I believe.
Well, then never mind. We need some more help.
We need some more help. Well, Colress's experiment's going to be played here. Some more options coming up to have to go into the Lost Zone.
It finds you the boss's orders, the other resource that you'd like to have in the spot, of course, along with the Mirage Gate. But if you had both those cards and you took a knockout on a Pokemon like that Rotom V here, whoo, we're in a different ballpark.
Exactly. Well, that Lost Zone is up to 10 now, thanks to that Colress's experiment here. Super Rod joining the Lost Zone as far as one of the resources, as well as another Colress.
All right. We're at our favorite part of the game. 13 cards in hand, none of them named Mirage.
Oh, is that our favorite part, Kyle?
We've seen it a lot. We better get used to it.
I don't know if that's my favorite part, but speak for yourself, I suppose.
Why are we watching this movie then if you don't like any of the parts?
Oh, yeah, this has been a bit of an awkward game for both of our players. But we're still churning through. Just under 10 minutes left on the clock between our players here. Looks like we're seeing some action happen at the table.
Yeah, no, I mean, no cards being played. This is just flood the board, have fun. No pressure on the Sableye. Likely already has the resources needed to get this Pokemon back, or trusts the fact that the Comfeys will be able to do that job. And, I mean, we could be at a point where you knock out 4 Pokemon, load up enough damage onto that Giratina V-Star to be threatened by, what, a Miraidon that could come back. Some Pokemon at this stage, and that is 6 prize cards in 2 turns.
Yeah, oh, that is tough to see. Here's so much damage being put down onto the field. Back-to-back turns there for Thomas. And now we're seeing the Town Store back once again here on the field for Gabriel to utilize.
8.5 minutes left in this game 2. Gabriel up 1-0 and looking to close out, but the cards are not falling his way at this point. Has the ability to take a knockout at this stage, but would require the boss's orders to take a relevant 2-prize knockout, and you're not dealing with the main threat. That Sableye is ferocious.
Exactly. This is why this deck shines. The Sableye is just a single prize card Pokemon, which forces Gabriel into a really awkward position to be able to close the game up after that, having 4 prize cards left to take. But as you said, there's so many awkward resources here, but now Gabriel does have more in the hand to work with.
Yeah, they're all there now. Double Super Rod, Mirage Gate, Jet Energy, plenty of energies to work with. Could load up to the point where the Giratina V-Star is no longer threatened. You're likely going to have 2 guaranteed attacks moving forward, as 280 is way too much hit points for Thomas to deal with. So I think I like seeing a turn where you go upwards of 5 energies on this Pokemon. Woo! Yes, take the ugly knockout, and then hopefully fight your way out of this paper bag next turn.
Yeah, let's see it. I'm excited, Kyle. Let's get into this here. Mirage Gate finally in the hands and able to be utilized from Gabriel, as well as that Jet Energy being attached for that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, I really want to see Gabriel think about the potential of a card like Roxanne at this stage. If you are taking this prize, make sure your board state can do something relevant. Rotom V, a knockout, Sableye unchecked once more. But this does open up the potential for Gabriel to find the Iron Hands.
That's
Could be
true.
thinking about that opportunity.
That is a good point.
If he's running into the Lightning Energy, but it's a huge risk. Only 4 prize cards remaining. We know that it's not going to pay off. It's sitting at the tippy top.
Yeah, unless there's a weird way Gabriel chooses to draw the prize cards.
If the sun is shining on them, perhaps.
Oh my gosh, exactly. Well, the Mirage Gate being used here, as you said, Kyle, all of those energy being invested into this Giratina V-Star. Of course, 2 of them have to go into the Lost Zone now off of that Lost Impact that we see to knock out that Rotom V. And Thomas is saying, I wish I could have taken that Giratina V-Star out when it was just a Giratina V.
Think about this turn. This could be unreal for Thomas. Not only bringing back the Miraidon that could potentially be the game-winning Pokemon in this match. You don't want to play it down just yet unless you are not worried about the boss's orders. You've seen one, you've seen the Prime Catcher, so perhaps he feels comfortable. But if this is Roxanne, wipe out these 4 bench Pokemon here, clean them up, and then put the rest of the damage here onto the Giratina V-Star, you're lining up that 6 prizes in 2 turns ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah, there's only a single prize card Pokemon left here on Thomas's side of the field at this moment in time. That's Super Rod being used as well from Thomas into a Lost Vacuum. We're going to need to see a discard here for the Lost Vacuum into the Lost Zone as well.
No more resources. Stop looking at your deck. Stop finding cool things. You're not allowed to go to the store anymore.
Yes, exactly. No more town
You've
store
been shopping
runs.
all week, Gabriel.
Yeah, we're traveling now. There's no town store. There's no stadium. We're chilling with too much shopping
The
happening.
safest of lines here from Thomas is playing down the Roxanne without searching out the Miraidon. Feels comfortable finding that resource on the next turn. And certainly you have to think that those resources are there. We haven't seen the Mirage Gates played at all. If you find one of those in combination with the Lightning Energy, easy knockout on the active Pokemon. And you don't have a 2-prize Pokemon to give up here.
Yeah, exactly. There's not one on the bench from Thomas, and that Roxanne's going to help out so much here as well. Well, didn't very much last game, but hopefully it does this time around for Thomas.
Thomas got everything.
Yes.
We see it all. The Colress Experiment, the Miraidon itself, and the Mirage Gate to go along with it. Super Rod if you don't have the energies to go along with this. And here we go. A clean sweep for Pokemon into the discard pile.
Oh,
Sayonara.
I'm ready to see this. 4 Pokemon being taken out on one single turn here from Thomas Elliott Jones. 4 prize cards taken, 2 prize cards left to take this game down. And Gabriel has a damaged Giratina V-Star in the active position here, and still 2 prize cards left to take, but there isn't a single 2-prize Pokemon over there on Thomas's side.
This is the riches to rags story.
Yes.
as all of the cards in that hand are gone. Roxanne did its job, and there's a little bit of help there, but not a supporter to go along with it. I believe we saw the Mirage Gate in there. There's a Sableye to pivot to. But, I mean, you would have to retreat this Pokemon. You're going to lose all those energies to get to this spot? Oh, there's a lot of decisions to be made with just 3 cards.
This is where things just get brain melty here. You're looking at the resources, and you're just trying to figure things out.
And he's just going to smile through the pain.
I know.
This is fine.
I expect
We're
nothing
fine.
less. Oh, my goodness. Wow, this is not how I expected things to go here between our players. Just under 3 minutes left to finish things out.
Oh, you have to think about the time here. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that is tough. Well, Sableye coming out.
Was the other card if the Miraidon was benched? It was over.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I guess Thomas made a good call there.
Yeah.
Miraidon being left off the field. Single prize Pokemon being the choice there. It's paying off. Here, Gabriel's going to attach these energy from that Mirage Gate onto the field.
I don't love this. It seems like the Cramorant would have done the same job without wasting an energy if Gabriel's not able to find that final energy after this retreat. You have to think that that's going to be due in part to this Psychic energy right here. Yeah. Sure, you get some additional damage, you cash in, but there's no way your opponent doesn't try to win the game next turn or at least clear that Sableye.
Yeah, that is tough to see. We're going to see the boss's orders here, bringing up that Radiant Greninja into the active
Thomas
spot.
is like, dude, was that 7 cards or 3? You made
know,
all
right?
of those do so much work.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand it there from Gabriel's side, having so much play with such limited card turns. But we're here once again. Gabriel choosing that Iron Hands EX off of the prize cards, but another Iron Hands EX on the opposite side of the field, coming down onto the bench there for Thomas, being charged up right now with this Mirage Gates. Double Mirage Gate, we have it, Kyle.
It's all there, lined up to start throwing hands, and Sableye's going down.
Sableye is going down indeed. 2 prize cards taken off of that, thanks to that Iron Hands EX. Thank you very much. That is huge there for Thomas Elliott Jones, taking a win here. There's only a couple minutes left. That means we're at a 1-1 record, Kyle.
All right, well, I don't know if you're excited about Game 3, but Game 2 certainly did just enough for me there. Yes. What a game to see that Sableye strategy. This is something we have not seen in, it feels like, years at this point. The bench locking Sableye shenanigans. Where's the scoop up nets? What's happening?
What I'm saying, yeah, exactly. I didn't expect this matchup to be as thrilling, but I am not disappointed whatsoever, Kyle. I love this here, and even just the players bringing these decks into the World Championships is pretty amazing to see. We have the replay now here between these players in this last matchup.
Well, who do you want to give the award to? The Ugly Bench Award, we've spoken about it, and certainly both players are in the running, and it definitely did not pay off here for Gabriel. It looked like such a great start. We saw the Giratina V-Star on the second turn, doing a lot of work, taking big knockouts, using that Prime Catcher, but oh goodness, you can't let this happen. 4 knockouts on one turn, and it lines up to destroy the Giratina V-Star on the other side.
Yeah, there's only so many moments in the Pokemon TCG where we get to see those incredible turns, and I am very happy that we got to cast over it here, Kyle, in this matchup between these incredible players. Iron Hands EX taking the final prize cards there for Thomas. And that is bringing us to a 1-1 record going into Game 3 between these players. What do you think is going to happen from here?
Well, we're going to see if one player gets one Pokemon to start things off. We are going straight into the 3 turns of time to get the ball rolling.
Gotcha.
It is, we already see a couple Pokemon, at least one on the bench for Gabriel. It's got to be a good feeling.
Yep, that is definitely a good feeling there, Kyle. Just have something here. I love how it's just like, okay, I will put a bench Pokemon down right now just to say we have it. But yeah. Well, Game 3, let's see how long it lasts, Kyle.
What? I mean,
well, what are we looking at?
What could we do here? This
Wait, what is this?
I don't know if Gabriel could do anything, but that is the scenario we spoke of. At least this Pokemon has 210 hit points. Imagine if this was Manaphy Pass. We'd be
squealing. There we go.
All right.
Well, yeah, that was just a very intriguing start there for both of our players, but we see the fist bump here. Both our players going to be taking a tie in this round.
Man, that could have been cool. That would have been so heartbreaking. No one should win a game like that. But yes, both players here, well-earned 1 point to move forward. Gonna join the tie bracket, but 301, a very great place to be in the World Championship.
I guess maybe we didn't get what we asked for, Kyle. We wanted a nice, clean game. We didn't really want a tie, but you know what? I'm not even disappointed in that tie because that was a very engaging, exciting match from both of our players. And from decks I didn't necessarily expect to see here at our top tables, but just as you were talking about how there's a lot of variation out there, we saw it here now. And it was succeeding all the way to this point, taking a tie now, still coasting through this World Championships. What do you think about those decks?
I mean, I love seeing those two decks facing off here at this stage. It means that these players not only have been thinking about the current format that we're in, the current meta that they see, but they were able to tap back into the meta of old. This is not a matchup you typically are testing anymore, and they found a way to remember a little bit of what we used to do a few years ago in that Sableye play. I mean, that was chef's kiss.
Oh, this is the nostalgia matchup indeed, Kyle. We are being graced with this today for sure. We saw just back and forth between these players. We saw a lot of Cramorant versus Cramorant in this game one between our players, but unfortunately, everything Thomas had was just responded to almost immediately from Gabriel. And yeah, that was unfortunate for Thomas in that game one.
Yeah, it's walking right into the bear trap here. You understand you need the prize cards to stay in the matchup, but Iron Hands immediately checked by the Giratina V-Star. And
I was about to say, actually, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the bear walked into its own bear trap.
It fell into the lost zone, though. That is quite the bear trap.
Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. Yeah, things were not shaping up. Gabriel had absolutely everything there in that first game, but then going into our game two, we sort of flipped the script, as you could probably say, Kyle.
Yeah, the board state, there was nothing else to do at this point. It had to be Sableye. It had to be a single prize Pokemon that could really start to manipulate this board, and I believe at any point if Gabriel saw the Mirage Gate, would have felt comfortable locking down this game, but in that 13-card hand, had to pass over the turn, and it leads to games like this.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did go to a game 3 here. That was the game.
Do you remember? That's the game we're going to be talking about for years to come.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to see that
one. The fade out that wasn't.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting progression there for sure, but wow, that is awesome to see, Kyle, from that matchup. I am super happy with that. Some cool decks being brought, like we said, the nostalgia being brought back to us here at the World Championships, and maybe it has one more run in it. You never know.
We've seen a lot of players saying that on Twitter, at least, about Giratina V-Star. One last ride for the worm, and it looked pretty good. I counted it out. I'll say that. I used to be a believer. I'm not, but at this point, I mean, that matchup looked pretty solid. I could see other matchups too where you just stay in there long enough, you're going to get the job done.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I prep all my cards before going into these events. I didn't even prep Giratina at all. I was like, that's not going to show up here.
Did you prep Shaman V-Star?
No, I didn't. I did it last minute when I realized it was being played, yes. Yeah, that was an awesome match there. Unfortunately, no winner, but congratulations to both of our players. They're taking a tie, but still advancing more into this tournament. And things are starting to settle down here for our players, but we saw some intriguing decks that we just saw on the stream, but let's take a look at our actual meta for our day one here at the World Championships. I want to see what our players brought to the table and what is being most played out there in our field. If you haven't seen this yet, it's pretty bonkers. 277 players with Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, that's a little more of what we were expecting. We're not going to see any of the decks that we just featured on this list anymore. It's not 2023. But yeah, this is definitely more along those lines. We still have not featured the Lugia V-Star, which I'm imagining we'll see a little bit of that at some time. It's just such a strong deck, has that legacy energy to incorporate into the mix, and take a load of knockouts and not have to worry about giving up those additional prize cards. It's just a dangerous deck to think about, and along those lines too. Gardevoir EX has not been featured, but there's plenty of them out there. I'm so curious what the lists look like, because it could. I mean, it's not going to be the NAIC Gardevoirs that we were seeing. It has to do a little bit more iteration to work at the world stage now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we get to feature a Gardevoir and get to see one of those lists in action. For sure, a lot of our players have been prepping for this event for months. For so long here now. They were loading up the Shrouded Fable cards, printing them out, sleeving them up, and playing with proxies long before the set released. And now that it's out and it's on our tables here at the World Championships, I'm excited to see how some of those cards help out for these decks as well. I did expect a lot of Lugia, I think, just because of the Regidrago as well being so prominent. But yeah, 145 Lugia players there, 110 Gardevoir, Raging Bolt EX, a very fast-paced, hard-hitting deck. 107 players chose to bring that, and I love to see that. Those are always some fun games to cast, unless it somehow goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it run into giraffes at times.
Yes, that's
it can
true.
be pretty dangerous.
Well, Iron Thorns EX right on the end with 63 players choosing to bring that, as well as that Crushing Hammer that we saw earlier when it was featured on the stream being very powerful. I'm rooting for Iron Thorns EX. It is one of my caster picks. Hopefully it shapes up and we have maybe one or two of those players really have breakout performances, get some nice matchups, and maybe continue on. But we have the best of the rest as well, Kyle.
Oh, maybe this is for us.
I was about to say, there's still no Giratina, though.
Can we get the best of the other rest?
The best of the rest? What do you think about these decks that didn't make it into our top 6, but are sitting here at the best of the rest?
Well, our poor friend Giratina's at 13th, sadly enough, so just short of the list here, but still plenty of notable decks to think about here. Snorlax Control, although it is less than 5% of the meta, is in the hands of a lot of top players, especially from the North American region, I noticed. So be on the lookout for that deck to potentially be creeping up to the top of the tables. And Miraidon is one that we cannot count out. And yes. It continues to just hang in there, but I think it's at a prime position to where it could go on a really strong run.
What do you think about the Ancient Box? We have a lot of very powerful players out there in our field that decided to bring Ancient Box. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, single prize Pokemon, occasionally they just find the right situation to do work, and you put yourself in spots where you can have additional turns to think about how you're going to work your way out of some of these poor decisions or the poor situations, but you get into more poor situations with a deck like this. It's just, it doesn't have the firepower that we see on the other side.
What about the larger version of it? We see the Roaring Moon EX there, a little bit down the line.
Hard pass.
Not a fan.
I don't think I could make that one work. It is right next to its good buddy Chin Pao that needs to be left in the ice box.
Can we just pour out a snow cone here for Chen Pao that is sitting
By the time it hits the ground in Hawaii, it's melted.
That's true. It has unfortunately melted its way all the way down here. Only 25 players opting to bring it to the World Championships after it had so much of a dominant performance in so many of our regional events. And now, unfortunately, sitting all the way at the end of the best of the rest. But hey, maybe someone out there is making it work.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility we could see one of these decks featured in the top 8. Anything can happen at this stage, and we've seen a lot of big-name players using decks that are on this list.
Of course, we see the Lost Zone box as well that we had just featured on our stream.
Yeah, that's one of those decks once more we've been counting out for quite some time now, and NAIC was a short time ago, but it's kind of faded out of our memory, and so yeah, it's got an opportunity here to still do some work, but that's one of the decks that I've seen is not finding its hands in some of the major players that we've seen, like the Andrew Hedricks once more. They've moved on and they're trying something different.
They're trying something different. I can't wait to see it, Kyle. Kyle, that was such an exciting match. I wish we could watch so many more matches here, but unfortunately we can only stream so much. But I hope you all are having a great time enjoying our stream, enjoying the matches that we have featured so far. Please tell us about that last match. What do you think about the decks that were featured? What do you think about the lists and how it played out? They took a tie. Who are you rooting for? What did you like to see? There's so much going on here at the World Championships, so make sure to hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Post all your pictures around the event. There's so much to see here, and there's a lot outside of the event as well.
Yeah, and you can listen to the World soundtrack at home as well. We have so many great tracks that are featured on that. I mean, they got me vibing. I'm thinking,
we're back there both in the jam.
Some of my favorite songs, oddly enough, have just come from this, and it just brings you back to a time where you're on the road with your friends years and years back. It just triggers some of the best memories for me.
Are you saying you're in the car listening to world
We're on the
music,
road to
or?
Viridian City. I sadly know way too many words of that.
I love that. It's kind of cool because like you're an in-person Pokemon trainer. You're taking the route to the event.
Oh, 1,000%. I thought I was Ask Ketchum for like 10 years. Like, I was rolling.
Kyle, I feel like you still think that sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I didn't win the championship for 25 years, so that's fair.
At tracks. Well, it's been an absolute blast here, casting with you once again, Kyle. We will be back for some more action very soon. Stay tuned. We're gonna take a quick break.
Okay, you guys have 50 minutes to begin.
Good luck. Good luck, man. Ah, okay. Some lightning in your zone as well.
That was the secret. Great deck.
Thank you.
Amazing.
The rock sand was like 6 energy. I was like, oh my god. Yeah. With the Fezidipity as well.
I totally forgot about the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
I could have gone Ursaluna.
I couldn't believe how lucky I had. I had all my energy.
I started liking Pokemon a really long time ago, but competitive cards I started in about 2013. My starter Pokemon would be Totodile, the water type, which is I like, and also he's a crocodile, which there's a lot of in Australia. I would say it's just variance, which means like when you're practicing and something goes not how you thought it would, you can kind of chalk it up as that shouldn't happen. And then if it happens maybe 5 times, maybe it wasn't just variance. I look up to Azul GG. He has been at the top of his game for a really long time, and he makes a whole lot of really good YouTube videos that help people learn. My gym type would be Psychic. I like the whole, mental kind of games, and I like Psychic Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, Milotic. Milotic for sure. It's very similar to my favorite actual fish, which is an oarfish. It's really long and thin, and it just looks really nice. My favorite card of all time is Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team. I played it in a deck at the World Championships in 2019, which I won, and so I'm kind of biased for it. Gives you a lot of options. You used to be able to copy other Pokemon's attacks. Dessert. My favorite dessert is creme brulee. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the competition. It's like you're nervous all the way up to the point that the first round starts, and then it just goes away. You're just concentrated, you're in the zone, and you get to play Pokemon. My main event snack is protein bars. Am I Team Rocket? Yes.
Aloha, bonjour, ciao, ni hao, konnichiwa to the Pokemon fans all over the world. I'm Shane, I'm joined by Ross, and I must say I am absolutely ecstatic to be back here in this heat and be your tour guide of the next round here at the Pokemon TCG World Championships. How you feeling, Ross?
I'm feeling pretty good. I swapped out my pen. I've got Palossand now. Because my boy, he's 4, he's Archie. Hi, Archie. He loves Palossand. I don't know why any 4-year-old would choose Palossand, but I'll tell you this is true. He could point to Palossand in a Pokemon encyclopedia we had in our house before he could talk. I'd say, where's Palossand, Archie? And he'd go and point to it, and I'm like, we're in Hawaii. Hey, I'm rocking Palossand for the rest of the day. I've got a question for you, Shay.
Okay.
How many Miraidon EX decks are currently sitting at 4-0?
Ooh, I think it's either 2 or 3. I want to say 3.
6.
6?
There are 6 Miraidon currently sitting at 4-0 in the room right now. And I'm just saying, I'm a very, very happy boy. I love me some Miraidon. I love it.
Yeah, well, that's sick. Can't even do enough that on one hand. I want to have a look at some standings then. Let's have a little gander at what's going on so we can have a look. Because 6 Miraidon is not something I would expect. I think we have standings coming up. Yep, here we go. Let's have a look. So you got Diego Casaria jumps out at me there. You know, an ex-world champion, former world champion, I should say there at 4-0. He's playing something very fun, I should say. Isaiah Bradner as well. Any other standouts there to you, Ross?
Stefan Ivanov, a French player, 2-time North American international champion. Made the final this year.
Yeah.
Very close. Very close.
Very close.
To being a 3-time North American international champion. And we're going to have him on stream this round with Miraidon. So yes, that absolutely jumps out there. John Eng, one of our players to watch from our graphic from the US there. Regional champion this past season, sitting there at 4-0. Miloslav, we had on stream earlier, sitting at 4-0. And Fernando Cifuentes.
Yep.
Now, here's a fun little fact about Fernando.
Okay.
Fernando Cifuentes is playing Iron Thorns EX. This round, Fernando is playing against Benjamin Pham, who is playing Iron Thorns EX. We got an Iron Thorns mirror match at 4-0 in the World Championships. That is, it's not a match I think I would be very comfortable playing.
No, that is not something I would have thought about a lot of. I'm sure the energy denial will be very, very crucial. We also have, Karin Kababe there as well at 4-0 and Irvin Garcia. So yeah, very stacked Swiss rankings there, full of people on 4-0 records. And once you get to 6 wins, you can sort of take the foot off the gas a little bit because you're guaranteed for that day 2. But then obviously all the match points matter if you're trying to make that march to top 8, top 4, and then obviously being crowned our 2024 World Champions. All these players here already off to the finest of starts, doing everything they can to be crowned champion.
They are. Shout out to Ryan Harris, also 4-0 with Miraidon. So let's look at some of the matchups that we got coming up in round 4 of the World Championships this weekend in Hawaii. You can see there we've got Stefan Ivanov against Victor, which is going to be our feature match. But there's some other tasty ones I can see there.
Yeah, you know, we've got Diego versus Arvin Garcia there. Great matchup. Consta versus Shinya as well. I'm sure that's going to be an absolute barnstormer. Ryan Harris versus Patrick Bartsovic. Apologies if I got that one wrong there. But an absolutely fantastic player there coming out of Europe. And to be fair though, Ross, when you're at the World Championships, almost every round is, every game I should say, is going to be top players versus each other. And that's one thing I love, is that every round is going to be super competitive.
Yeah, we've reached that point where the players are really starting to separate out with their records. We can really start to dig into which players and decks are 4-0. Well, 2 of those players are waiting down on the stage for us right now, Stefan and Victor. So let's head on down and start our round 5 matchup. We've got Stefan, who is going to be playing Miraidon, against Victor, who it looks like our old friend Reggie Drago.
Yeah, you know, we had a couple rounds off, and now we've got him back. You know, it is looking at 25% meta share there, so it's only fair we get old Reggie Drago back involved. A very strong deck, and have you told the people Stefan is playing Miraidon, Ross, in a deck close to your house? Also, your caster prediction, right?
It is my caster prediction for the weekend was Miraidon. I love Miraidon. It's one of my favorite decks to play. Miraidon Go Fast, but the original build of Miraidon was Miraidon Go Fast.
Yeah.
And we even saw it with, what was it made? Reggie Lecky.
Yes.
Max. That was the trendy build at EUIC back in 2022 when it first became legal. But now it is very much a box deck with Raikou, Raichu, Zapdos, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Mew, Pheasantipity, Squawkabilly, Radiant Greninja, Iron Bundle, and only actually 2 Miraidon nowadays. But there is a lot in that deck to get excited about. So, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's going to win the tournament. Well, I kind of am as my caster prediction. But I am saying there's 6 people at 4-0 with it. So, right now, it's a good time to be a Miraidon fan.
Well, I tell you what, it's not a good time to be Victor Freitas right now, though. Prize the Prime Catcher and the Radiant Charizard and a 1-1 line of Reggie Drago. Goodness gracious me, Ross. They are some interesting prize cards at the very least. Look at the Stefan side, though. 2 copies of Basic Lightning Energy and Arvin, a Judge, and a Boss's Orders. Not the most impactful, but I'm intrigued to see how Victor navigates this.
Yeah, of course, you're only allowed to play 1 Ace spec.
Yep.
Victor chose Prime Catcher. Surprised.
Yep.
You're only allowed to play 1 Radiant Pokemon. Victor chose Charizard. Yeah. It's also prized. Both of the enforced one-offs, unfortunately, hitting the prize cards there for Victor. And assuming we take the prizes bottom to top, they are going to be stuck there for a little while. But we have both players sat down. We've got opening hands. We've got starting Pokemon. We've got way too hot weather here in Honolulu, but the Pokemon action is absolutely worth it. And to be fair, the aircon's kicked in a little bit in the hall. It's a bit nicer than when we got here this morning.
And we
are off.
Looks like our players, are starting us off, and I think Victor here is going to kick us off here in our feature match. Going to bench that Teal Moss Ogerpon, going to activate that Teal Dance, and you attach your grass energy to itself and then draw 1 card as well. Our feature match here in round 5 of the 2024 World Championship Ultra Ball being played as well. Going to discard a Dragapult EX and a Kyurem. Love that if you're a Reggie Drago V star player. Get your attackers in the discard pile as soon as possible. Why do you want to do that though, Ross? Because that Apex Dragon attack from Reggie Drago V-Star lets you use any one of your Dragon Pokemon's attack in the discard pile as that attack.
Yeah, you want to get them in the discard pile nice and early, get them in the discard, and then you can copy them and go from there. I was always wondering, and a lot of Japanese lists were, about 1 in 4, seemingly, were playing Haxorus.
Yes.
And it's not seeming so popular in places like Europe, North America, Latin America, Oceania, etc.
Yeah.
And I don't see it in this list here, so not terribly relevant here. There is some. It gets an automatic 1-hit KO on a Pokemon with special energy.
Yeah.
Could be kind of relevant here. Not in the list. Instead, we got stuff like Kyurem and Regidrago. And Dragapult. That's what I mean.
Worth noting that as we do see the Ultra Ball concluding there for Regidrago V, and another one being played there, getting rid of an Ultra Ball and an Iono. But yeah, worth noting actually, the second attack on that Haxorus, just 230 would be a great amount at dealing with these two prize Pokemon that Stefan's playing, like the Raikou and the Miraidon, as we do see that Ultra Ball concluding for a Squawkabilly. You might be seeing the Squawk and Seize, Ross. I absolutely love Squawkabilly, letting you discard your hand and draw 6, as long as it's to say use it on your first turn. There we go, letting you just turbo through the deck, and let's see what Victor can grab here.
Yeah, we've already talked about the discard being pretty big in Regidrago decks. Well, Squawkabilly helps with that. You draw more cards, and Regidrago has it's got a bit of a reputation as a deck which doesn't always have the best starts. So cards like Squawkabilly really help you out there to try and get a little bit further forward. We've got an energy being put on the board here. Is it going to hit? Is it going to be played? Is it going to be discarded, play something else? Where are we going with the energy?
I imagine it's going to get attached to a Regidrago.
There
Going to go on the bench. Yeah, the 5 ranges are quite crucial. But now it's Stefan's first turn of the game in our round 5 feature match. Let's see, we can open up the copy of Raikou V, and the active can use Fleet-Footed to draw 1 card as long as it's in the active position. And let's see what Stefan can do. I see an Arven at the very least. We'll be able to search. It is going to be played, letting you search your deck for a tool card and an item. This is Stefan's first time consulting the deck, so I imagine you might see a little bit of a prize card search just to work out what's available to him and what isn't.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see that we actually had the energy put on the benched Regidrago there for Victor. Pretty important because, you know, cards like Raikou, for instance, cards like Miraidon, they can actually get up and do enough damage to KO Regidrago really early. We've got your electric generator getting a bunch of extra energy. We can have some fast starts in this deck.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well, we do have the Zapdos that will boost your basic lightning type damage by 10 as well. So, you know, these Pokemon can start hitting for extra damage, and a Lightning Rondo actually adds up rather quick. 20 plus 10 for each bench Pokemon in play. And like you said, with Electric Generator, we could even see some attacks getting fired off, as we do see a Nest Ball and a Forest Hill Stone. Obviously, Nest Ball grabs the Miraidon on that fantastic tandem unit ability, letting you grab any 2 basic lightning type and pop them straight on your bench. Fantastic ability, Ross. One of the best abilities I've seen in a while.
It is, and if you're feeling cheeky,
okay,
one of them can be a Miraidon. So you use Miraidon to search Miraidon and a lightning Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then use a second Miraidon to search out 2 more lightning Pokemon, and boom, that's your bench. But of course, we're not in the early builds of this deck. We got Mew EX, we got Pheasantipity, we got Squawkabilly, Radiant Greninja, Iron Bundle, Blood Moon Ursaluna. These are not lightning Pokemon. But right now, if we have a look, Stefan's going, well, what do I need to do? I need to set up to KO Regidrago, V and V-Star. What's the best way to get rid of the V-Star in a Miraidon deck? But Raichu.
Yeah, Raichu works. Also can use that Forest Seal Stone. Obviously, Photon Blaster would be a very good attack at getting rid of Regidrago as well. So that Forest Seal Stone has been used. Star Alchemy, letting Stefan grab any card he likes from his deck and popping it straight into the hand. There it is. Can't quite see what it is yet. It was an Electric Generator, Ross. Oh, and there's that Stadium Night Academy at night.
Love it.
Oh, goodness. That's basically going to guarantee the Electric Generator. So we know one of them is going to at least be a hit. Are we going to see 2, though, Ross? Electric Generator. Here we go.
Oh, we do see 2.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Now, Academy at Night, one of the new cards from Shroud of Fable. Great Stadium. Lets you put a card from your hand on top of your deck.
Yep.
For things like this, you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, you find up to 2 basic lightning and attach them.
Yeah.
Well, if you put an energy on there with your Stadium, you're not looking at 2 out of 5, you're looking at 1 out of 4. That's a lot better.
I see a switch card, Ross. We're going to see a turn 1 Photon Blaster for 2 prize cards here, and a Squawk and Seize as well. Stefan saying, hold up, my turn's not over. Squawk and Seize, discard your hand, and then draw 6 as well. And I think this might be why these Miraidon decks are doing so well today, at least early on, is that this turn 1 pressure is immense.
And this means that Victor's decision to put the energy on the bench Regidrago absolutely working out. you don't lose an energy. But here's the thing, Miraidon takes out the V. Miraidon doesn't take out the V-Star very well, but Raichu does.
Yeah.
And that's why we've already got the Raichu sitting there established. And after that, Cheeky KO on a Squawkabilly, Cheeky KO on a Teal Mask Ogerpon, all of which are much easier to KO. With a start like this, Stefan only needs to KO one V-Star to win the game. And Raichu's like, it's all right, I got you, bro.
You're right, Raichu, a fantastic attacker. That Dynamic Spark doing 60 for each energy you discard. We do see Victor benching a Pheasantipity and then activating Flip the Script, letting you draw 3 as his Regidrago V was KO'd last turn. Now let's see what Victor can do. We do see a V-Star, so now Legacy Star is available. And you discard top 7 cards of your deck, and you can grab any 2 cards you like from the discard pile. One of the game's most best V-Star abilities, I think.
Yeah, it's really good for consistency. And it's one of, like, you're not playing Regidrago V-Star for the ability. You're not playing it for Legacy Star.
No.
You're playing it because Apex Dragon is a phenomenal attack.
Yes.
But you don't really have any other V-Star power you have to use in the deck. So it just kind of becomes a really nice, handy bonus. I'm playing Regidrago. Might as well use Legacy Star while I'm here.
It looks like Victor is going to conclude that Nest Ball. Going to grab another Teal Mask Ogerpon. The XSR Energy Acceleration. That's how we are going to get that Regidrago powered up via Teal Dance and Energy Switch to get that hefty 2 Grass, 1 Fire Energy on the Regidrago. So we are going to see a Teal Mask on the active. There it is. Draw a card into another Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Well, it looks like there is. And then we draw another energy. And this is one of the things this deck does. You keep attaching energy with your Teal Dance ability, and every time you attach an energy, you draw a card. It's one of the few decks that we've seen in years that plays a full 4 energy switch. So you can take the energy off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, move it to your Regidrago, and then, oh look, now I've got enough energy rolling. So you need energy switch and an energy or double energy switch, and then you will be able to use Apex Dragon this turn if you're feeling like it.
I think he really would be feeling like it.
I think if it's an option, he probably will.
Yeah, as we do see an Earthen Vessel concluding, they're going to grab 2 copies of basic Grass Energy. So I think we will be able to pay retreat at the very least, and then energy switch, because there is one in hand, and get the Apex Dragon rolling. Will we see Legacy Star this turn, though? I'm unsure. Worth noting, the bench locked now, so there is no room for another Regidrago, at least right now. So good, worth keeping an eye on that.
Well, that's why I'm thinking my boy Raichu. I'm thinking Raichu here. If Raichu can have a big... You need 2 more energy, assuming Nimuraidon's still there at the end of the turn. You need 2 more energy onto Raichu, discard all 5, 300 damage, combine it with some gusting. It's not the easiest thing to pull off, but here we go. We've got Myriad Leaf Shower here. Oh, we are going... Okay, that's gone on Regidrago. So we've got 7 energy total. That should be enough, shouldn't it?
I think it is. 30 plus 30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon.
8 times 3 is 24.
There we go. That Myriad Leaf Shower. What a great attack to say. Coming in the clutch and actually keeping that Regidrago perfectly on the bench. And I think we do see that Myriad Leaf Shower, Ross. Big KO on that Miraidon. And all of a sudden, the pendulum of power has swung back. Stefan Ivanov currently has no energy in play.
But the thing is, once you build up a full bench, Raikou is happy. 2 full benches, Raikou hits 220. So with a full bench from Victor, all you need is to hit 1 energy off of a electric generator onto a Raikou, attach for turn, and your return KO is there. Stefan doesn't mind giving up 2 prize KOs as long as he's able to then respond. Stefan took the first one. If they go back and forth, Stefan wins.
This is true. This is very true. Worth noting, the Raikou is currently in the active, so won't be able to let it generate to that, at least
yes,
right
of
now.
course.
But yep, you're right. Lightning Rondo would get there. So would Raichu. So would another Photon Blaster, to be honest. It's going to be a very high explosive matchup. Just 2 prize KOs left, right, and center. And you know what, Ross? They're my favorite kind of games, I'll be honest.
They can be fun. I would not expect to see the Raichu this turn.
No.
Raichu was saving that for the V-Star. It's your only really good answer to the... It's the only way to hit up to 280 or above nice and easily. Oh, now Iron Hands... I mean, yeah. For those of you that can't see, because we're looking at the game, Shay's pointing at Iron Hands, and then he's pointing at Squawkabilly. And then he's pointing at Iron Hands, and then he's pointing at Squawkabilly.
Yeah.
And I agree with him. Iron Hands on the Squawkabilly, fun free prize turn.
It really would be. I mean, Arm Press doesn't quite do enough damage to knock out anything else, but you know what's good about Ampy very much? It takes one extra prize card, so, and then obviously hitting Squawkabilly ×2 weakness would be kind of strong. Let's see what Stefan opts to do here. So we're going to see an Academy at Night activation.
Tells me we're probably going to see an electric generator hitting the board.
Yeah, there we go. You can see it there. Electric generator. We're going to see another 2 energy hits here. Look at top 5. Attach up to 2 lightning energy. You find there 1, and was that 2?
That's a double hit, Shay.
Oh, love to see it. Plenty of electric is being generated here in our round 5 feature match. Where are these going?
Miraidon. Because then you attach for turn, retreat your Raikou, boom. Instant KO, job is a good one.
Yep.
And this is what I love about the Miraidon decks. You've got a lot of options. One of the things we're seeing with these new builder, we're seeing it in this game. Academy at Night, meaning that you hit double off electric generator so much more easily, that opens up Miraidon as an attacker. Miraidon has traditionally been a kind of once per game, twice if you're lucky kind of thing, while you rely on things like your 2 energy Raikou. Not in this game, Shay.
Yeah. And I think it's actually a fantastic meta read, right? You know, as we see cards like Pheasantipity and Tilmask Ogerpon coming to the forefront of the meta game, these are all 2-prize Pokemon that cannot evolve. And that is where Miraidon becomes such a good attacker, right? You know, quickly dealing with them, decent hit points itself, and can set up the board via its tandem unit ability. I wonder if Miraidon could be the play, as we do see a Pheasantipity getting benched, and then we see a Flip the Script drawing 3 as well.
You saw our caster predictions early, Shay. I told you Miraidon was the play like 3 days ago. You had no excuse for not knowing it coming in. Here comes in the Miraidon, though, and we see the KO on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. And here's the thing. Stefan now 1-2 prize KO from winning this game.
And has that Raichu as that just destroy everything button, as long as there's enough energy around there in play. Worth noting as well, we do see that emergency ball being attached to that Raikou, so that's going to be a free retreat pivot for the rest of the game. But it is over to Victor now, who's going to promote that Regidrago V-Star and start the turn off there with a Nest Ball. Let's see what he opts to take. Eyes up that Iron Bundle. Obviously, you can push whatever's in Stefan's active out. Let's see what else. I mean, is that the only target, actually?
The problem is, like, the number one thing that Stefan wants at the end of this turn is to keep those free energy.
Yes.
Those free energy want to be... So, for Victor, you really need to take out the active Miraidon. You want those free energy off the board. Because otherwise, Raichu just becomes so much of a threat here.
Yeah, that's like 180 damage straight off the bat if no other energy or attached, probably. Then you'd have to have another 2 to attack with the Dynamic Spark. So we're looking at a high damage output there, as we are going to see the Iron Bundle getting put on the bench there. That ability Hyper Blower, as we are going to see an Earthen Vessel Ross discarding Cleffa, which we saw get used a lot in our round 3 feature match. This time getting sent straight to the discard pile to grab 2 basic energy.
Yeah, and you do, of course, need 1 more energy for Regidrago there. It's not quite got enough energy to attack yet.
Yep.
So a third one, a Grass specifically, will be needed for Apex Dragon. Are we going to see some trickery here? Because I'm wondering, like, we saw the KO, the giant KO using the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Right.
One of the issues with that was it took 4 energy rather than 3 onto Regidrago. And obviously at this point, with 2 prizes remaining, you have to have your 280 Pokemon in the active.
Yes.
You can't leave your 220 there anymore.
For sure.
But what attack are you copying?
Well, it's going to have to be Lost Impact from Giratina. That's not currently available, though. But we do still see Legacy Star. Hasn't been used yet, but you're right. Victor does need to actually find the Lost Impact ASAP, as we are going to see the Iron-O being played. Victor will get 4. Stefan will get 2.
Because Kyurem doesn't do it.
Nope.
Great for spreading damage.
Yeah.
And Dragapult hits 200 to the active, but you need to hit 220. You need to take that Miraidon out. So...
Oh, I think it might be a Legacy Star and Prey here. We do not see... Oh, we do see Flip the Script as well. Giratina V-Star, where are you? Not there yet. Oh, this could be a very, very impactful Legacy Star. There's no other way to thin the deck right now. Supporter has been used. We could also see the Hyper Blower being activated and just try and carry something. But you're right, those 3 energy would love to get removed here from Victor's side of the board. Are we going to see the Legacy Star here, Ross?
We might see Legacy Star here. I mean, the reason for Iron Bundle is to basically go, look, I need to keep up with the prize race.
Yeah.
I want to take, I know it's not the best prize, but like if Victor doesn't take a KO this turn, then the game's basically over. So at least KO something and force Stefan to have the rest of the cards. Now here's a question. Is it 10 cards we discard with Legacy? Oh, 7.
7.
How many cards are left in deck for Victor?
Ooh, that's a fair point, actually.
Are we late enough in the game that discarding the top 7 cards of the deck could end up getting rid of too many things or getting too close to backing out?
I think you might be right there. So it looks like we did see an Academy at Night activation and then a staging replacement with the Temple of Sinnoh, but you're right. Yeah, discarding 7, especially after using Squawk and Seas and Professor's Research. It looks like we're also going to see an Apex Dragon into a Max Phantom. 200 damage to the active and then 6 damage counters can be spread wherever you like. Looks like it's going to be on a Squawker Billy EX.
Now remember, Miraidon cannot attack 2 turns in a row and only does 220. So we're looking for some kind of gusting, plus a switch to the bench and come active. Or really what you want is to get Miraidon out the active after getting 2 energy on a Raichu, and then that's it. That's the game. That's 300 damage onto the Regidrago. You're good to go. That's the ideal situation. Some kind of switching card combined with an energy and an electric generator. But what's Stefan got in hand at this stage?
Yeah, remember, only having 2 after the iron. We've seen an electric generator.
Double hit here would be absolutely huge.
Stefan, what have you got? 1. Oh, that'll be just the 1.
Okay.
Just the 1. Just the 1. Okay.
That's a start. Raichu needs 2 energy on. So if you've got another energy in hand plus a switch, that's game. But generally speaking, when players are shuffling, not slamming down the cards onto the table, they don't have it yet.
No. And worth noting that Max Phantom doesn't KO anything, so that means Flip the Script is not live right now for Stefan. Got Iono to 2, and Electric Generator was 1. That's going to go on the Raikou. We're going to see a Pay Retreat here. We're going to see a Fleet-Footed. I think we might be.
I think we're going to see a Lightning Rondo here. We could see a Fleet-Foot, but I do think we're going to probably just hit here. And remember,
what was that? Prime Catcher!
Oh, Prime Catcher onto the Squawk Committee! And then we see the KO with the Miraidon. I told you, Shay, gusting plus getting Miraidon to the bench and active. That's what Prime Catcher does. Squawkabilly goes down. Stefan takes game 1. Oh, that came out of nowhere, that did.
It really did. That Fleet-Footed just coming out of nowhere, grabbing that A-Spectre, bring that Miraidon back into the active. Photon Blaster on the Squawkabilly, and all of a sudden, Stefan Ivanov is 1 game up here. Wow.
See, and I think this is where Stefan was as well. I'm like, well, you know what? You're not going to KO a Lightning Rondo, but do a bunch of damage with Raikou, do the damage with Lightning Rondo, and then look, Victor's not winning the game next turn, so everything is then in range of Miraidon the following turn. You know, win next turn. But then you Fleet-Footed, you draw the Prime Catcher, you're like, wait, that's game.
That was honestly the one card that could get him out of that scenario, and it came up clutch. Victor thinking, wow, okay, Fleet-Footed got you there, fair enough. But it's best of 3. One good thing about this matchup is that games will be high tempo. There's still plenty of time for a game 2 and a game 3. But currently right now, in our round 5 feature match, Stefan Ivanov is 1-0. Let's have a look at some of these key plays here, Ross.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of these key plays. That turn 1 KO with Miraidon on Regidrago, absolutely phenomenal. We saw the speed and power of the deck very early on. Victor, I'm hoping we're going to see the gigantic Teal Mask Ogerpon return KO. That was absolutely huge here. There we go. But Stefan had enough to finish off.
And yeah, here we do see that Miraidon coming in there. And it was just, you know, every time your opponent takes a 2-prize KO turn 1, it's going to be tough. But there we did see the Fleet-Footed for the Prime Catcher, and that was all she wrote for game 1 off the top deck there as well. But wow, what a game 1 that was.
Right, I'm going to throw some maths at you for a second, Shay, all right? We had 3 Electric Generator played that game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We hit 5 energy off of it.
Yeah.
I think, if my maths holds, I'm not using a calculator here, but I'm pretty sure that means 1.67 energy per Electric Generator. 1 2/3 of an energy. Most Miraidon players, if you tell them they're going to hit that, oh, they will be happy. But we're into game 2 here. Stefan's prized his Prime Catcher and 1 Electric Generator. Not ideal. On the other side, I am seeing Dragapult prize and Temple of Sinnoh.
He does play 2 copies of Dragapult, though, because obviously that Phantom Dive is very impactful, so we'll have another one. Worth noting that the lead here, though, looks like as Stefan is starting us off here, has led Squawkabilly, and we are seeing a tandem unit being activated to grab a Miraidon and something else, but Victor has led that Kyurem. That is a hard Pokemon to get out of the active.
I've heard, and I don't know how much I believe it, I've heard some people telling me Kyurem is not an auto-include in Regidrago because of the difficulty of potentially starting with it.
Yeah.
I think the attack is so good you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Right now, we're seeing that argument in practice. The fact that, you know what, if you start with it, not only is it a bad starter, but you've then got to either give up a prize or work really hard to get it into the discard pile, and it does become a little bit awkward. Of course, vast majority of players obviously playing Kyurem.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's an argument I've heard.
As we do see that an Ultra Ball being played there to grab the Iron Bundle and Energy Attachment to a bench Miraidon. And it looks like we're going to see a Squawk and Seize as well. Potentially, I don't quite get to consult the hand here. It didn't look too great. We do see a Radiant Greninja. And then we do see the Squawk and Seize. 6 new cards there for Stefan. Tell you what, this sounds looking. It starts looking quite good. Do see some double turbo energy, a basic energy. I think that might be it. We're going to see a concealed cards. Going to draw 2, Zapdos and Boss. Okay, so I think that's going to be all the actions there for Stefan.
Worth noting, Stefan just discarded a Boss and drew into the other 2.
Oh.
So all the Boss available this game are in Stefan's hand, and Prime Catcher is prized. So just keep a little bit of an eye on Stefan's hand. I wouldn't expect to see something like well, basically they're going to be protected in the hand is what I'm saying here. We're not going to see them getting discarded because we kind of need them. So Victor's had a bad start, but it does look like we're using Ultra Ball on, is that Dragapult? Oh, yeah. So the second Dragapult already hit in the discard.
Yep, so I think it was discarding a Regidrago V-Star, as we see there, and Dragapult EX. So now all of a sudden prizing another copy is fine, because you don't really need that, so that can stay in the prizes. And yet, Phantom Dive will be available, as we do see. Looks like Regidrago being opted to be the target here, but looks like Victor is going to be doing some prize checking as well.
Yeah, we see this all the time from players, good players a lot of the time. They go, right, I got 6 cards that are unavailable to me because they are in the prizes. Look, we check them at the start of every game as well. We just can do it really easily because we get the images. They have to look through their deck and try and figure out what is prized.
Yep, and that's sometimes can be a hard thing to do, so players have to do that. As that Ultra Ball does conclude, they're going to grab that Regidrago V. And we do see an Earthen Vessel activation. We're going to get rid of, another Regidrago V-Star. So that's 2 currently in the discard pile.
There isn't one prize.
Yeah, there isn't one prize. Just checking. Just checking. But only 1 to work with, at least for now. Obviously, we do have access to Legacy Star, so we'll be able to get some back if needed. But that would obviously require you to have another Regidrago in play.
There is also Night Stretcher, that is a new card in this deck. And there is an argument sometimes to have some in the deck, some in the discard, so then all of your searching options for them are live when you need them. Right now, it looks like we are going to... Actually, Night Stretcher is now in the discard pile.
Yes, off that Professor's research, we did see a Fire Energy attachment before that research there as well. We do see an Ultra Ball in the hand, though, so that means a Regidrago V-Star will be easily gotten if Victor likes. The Nest Ball is going to be played here, I would imagine, for a Teal Mask Ogerpon. So you can get that in play, start using Teal Dance, get some energy in play, and draw more cards as well.
Sounds good to me. And here's the thing. When you go, like, letting Miraidon go second, you're like, well, what if they get a big KO going second, which we saw in game 1?
Yeah.
But letting Miraidon go first gives them a turn to set up.
Yeah.
You have a turn, and this deck is not taking prizes turn 1.
No.
And then Miraidon still gets to try and take the first prize, except they've had kind of a setup turn in advance of their big KO turn. So can be a little bit scary if you are not able to take early prizes. Giving Miraidon 2 turns to set up that KO can be a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, intimidating is a very good word to describe that for sure. It looks like we're going to see another Regidrago V benched, and so we're going to see an Ultra Ball going to be played here as well. I wonder what this is going to discard. So we're going to discard a Professor's Research and an Energy Switch, and it looks like we're going to grab here another Ogerpon, perhaps? The Teal Mask Ogerpon?
No, Radiant Charizard. Not great now, but Radiant Charizard will just get a very clean one-hit KO onto a Miraidon. You only need 1 Fire Energy, and then it's 4 colorless, reduced by 1 for each prize card your opponent's taken. So they take a 2-prize KO, for instance. It's a free energy attack, but you're playing a deck with energy acceleration and energy switch. So it could be, I mean, it's certainly a lot cheaper than Teal'c's Ogerpon was last game. And there's a good chance you only give up 1 prize here. So you're giving Stefan a really awkward prize map where they have to get the Kyurem. Then they have to get the Radiant Charizard. Then they have to get 2. Well, that's 4 KOs instead of 3, Shay. That's not ideal.
And I guess it's worth noting as well, what that Radiant Charizard does, we know that Stefan prized the Prime Catcher, is that Hyper Blower now, if Stefan was to use it, you could just promote the Radiant Charizard, so you're not giving him the first 2 prize KO just off the Iron Bundle, so it's also fulfilling that use as well.
Yeah, that's a good point there, getting 2 1-prize Pokemon down to force Stefan to have to be KOing one of them. Oh, again, lovely deck. Look at the, excuse me, having a lovely, nice look at Stefan's deck there. Boom, nailed it. And just getting a good look at every card there in the deck so you can see exactly what's available. Little treat for everyone watching.
It looks like we are going to see an Arven being played here. It looks like a skateboard is going to be, rescue board, I should say, not a skateboard.
It's going to be electric generator.
Yeah,
Come on, it's Miraidon. It's always electric generator. If you see a Miraidon player playing an Arven, they're going for an electric generator. They cannot help themselves, and I don't blame them. Because, you know, get your energy. It's just, this is not the game I want to play if I'm Stefan. Victor's doing a really good job here of making Stefan play an awkward game, because you cannot avoid Radiant Charizard. Remember, it was prized in game 1. It does 250 and its attack only gets cheaper. You have to KO it.
As we do see Electric Generator being played there. Only 1 copy of a basic Lightning Energy there. Not bad, not bad. We'll take it as boys. Better than none.
It's better than none, but here's the thing. Academy at Night back in game 1 was helping Stefan fix it, basically.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
And we're not seeing that here. Now, we did have the attachment turn 1, so the attack's on the board here.
Yep.
Stefan does not want to KO Kyurem and get KO'd straight back. That is not what you're looking for here.
Do you see Rescue Board? I wonder if we want to see a Motivate, potentially. No, we are going to see the basic energy attached to the bench. With a Rescue Board attached to the active, so he can retreat.
Stefan has to take prizes here. You've got to do it. Oh.
Or not. Maybe he doesn't. He's going to opt to leave Iron Bundle in the active. And I like this. It's being like, well, I don't want to take a 1-prize KO, so I'm going to try and make you take a 1-prize KO. So it's just going to be...
Well, that made me look really stupid then, Shay. You have to take prizes. And Stefan's like, no, I don't. I'm bundling the active and pass. So what this is telling me is Stefan is going to ignore the Radiant Charizard, which is a risky play.
Yeah.
Because it means that Victor essentially just KOs you back without... It KOs everything in Stefan's deck.
Yes.
Without really trying. And if you're going to KO the Charizard, you kind of have to KO the Kyurem. So... it's a little awkward, honestly. I can see what Stefan's doing, and I like it. The prize map 2-2-2 is better, but it does lead you in an awkward situation where you kind of have to just let Victor have the Radiant Charizard, because if you're going to do a 4 KO prize map, then you need to start last turn.
We did see an energy switch there being played. Going to get energy onto the Regidrago. Ooh, there is no Regidrago V-Star in that hand there, Ross.
There is not. Remember, there's only 1 available in the deck.
We do have Till Dance still being able to be used here, but tell you what, they're going to have to be, these Ogerpon are going to have to do some good dance moves to get Victor out of this. What was that? It was Hawlucha. We've got 1 more use of Till Dance here, potentially.
I love Hawlucha, but that was not the right time for it to come out.
Worth noting, Victor did draw into his 1 copy of Switch. He will be able to maneuver Kyurem if he would like, but hasn't got a Regidrago V-Star yet.
Nor does he have the 3rd energy yet.
Very
and if
true.
you keep attaching him to, does he have enough to attach for Teal Dance and then for turn?
Yes. Yeah, he hasn't attached for turn yet. So looks like we are going to see Teal Dance activation number 2. What is this card going to be, Teal'c's Ogerpon? It's a Pheasantipity EX, Ross, that. Unless my eye deceive me, is not a Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, he didn't have another energy, but he did have an energy switch. So the energy wasn't the issue there. The issue was no V-Star.
Goodness, looks like this 1-prize active. 1 prize is staying active here. Now Stefan has the opportunity. I think has a boss orders in hand, actually.
Well, so he only had 2 left in the deck, and they were both in hand.
Yes.
So he should have 2 in hand.
So can we get this Iron Bundle out the active. We do see a bait. Okay, well that works. That's going to get you out the active. And can remove 2 energy off of Regidrago here as well. That's fantastic. Photon Blaster will be very efficient here, looks like. Yep, Boss Orders is still in the hand, so can just do that. No, nothing really else to do in that hand, though, because it's all full of supporters and Pokemon, and when you bench start, you can't do that. So I imagine we're going to see that Boss's Orders being played and remove 2 energy and a Regidrago V from play.
Yeah, I really like this play. It means that Victor has to work so hard. And, I mean, basically you need double energy switch. Oh,
I like this.
Using Iron Band. There we go.
Just saying, nope, don't want to hit that, so I'm going to Boss's Orders anyway. And then that frees up a bench spot as well for Stefan.
We've all done it. We've all used a card to make your opponent choose a new active in the hope that they choose the one that we want. It's the World Championships. That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
But like you say, freed up a bench spot. It had to be the Regidrago there. That does go and get KO'd. Stefan takes the first 2 prizes again. But Victor, any attack here is going to take a Fire Energy and 2 energy switch, whether that's on a Regidrago V-Star, whether that's on a Radiant Charizard. But here's the thing I'm thinking if I'm Victor. Stefan has given up the prize map that involves 2 one-prize Pokemon. So if I get my free energy onto a Charizard, Stefan still wants a 2-prize KO. I might have that attacker for the rest of the game now, or force Stefan into an awkward prize map.
Yep. That is something to keep an eye on, as we do see Victor bench a Serendipity EX and then use Flip the Script. Worth noting, Victor's top deck for the turn was Ultra Ball, so he was very close to that Regidrago V-Star last turn, was 1 card away. Looks like Victor did draw into the copy of Night Stretcher as well, so plenty of ways to get the Regidrago V-Star. As we are going to see a superior energy retrieval being played. Discard 2 cards from your hand and then grab 4 basic energy from your discard pile and put them straight onto your hand.
And of course, when you're playing this deck, you've got your Teal Mask Ogerpon on the board, so it doesn't just give you energy, it puts the energy on the board and gives you draw power as well because of those Teal Dance abilities, like we just saw there. Now, we've got a Fire Energy, we've got an energy switch at least. Do we have 2 by any chance?
I don't think there's 2 in hand, but if we do see Night Stretcher for Regidrago V-Star or Ultra Ball for Regidrago V-Star, you can use Legacy Star to then grab back some from the discard pile. So I think Apex Dragon is definitely live this turn, but whether Victor would opt to use that or use Combustion Blast from the Radiant Charizard, both are live right now.
I like using Combustion Blast just because it almost forces Stefan to deal with it and then go onto an uneven prize map.
Yes.
Or ignore it and give you an attacker for the rest of the game, either of which is quite nice. The downside is, if you put all the energy on there and Stefan does deal with it, that does get rid of a lot of energy very easily.
It really does, especially if you have to use Legacy Star to then grab back your energy switch to power up Combustion Blast. That now means you have less to use to try and power up a Regidrago if you need it for the rest of the game. We are going to see Regidrago taken off that Ultra Ball there, though. So Legacy Star will be available if Victor chooses to do it. Let's see what he does here. Yeah, we are going to see Legacy Star, so discard top 7 cards of your deck and then grab any 2 cards you like from your discard pile. Oh, okay, a lot of energy there. Cleffa, Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, Boss Orders, and Professor's Research, but now Victor can grab any 2. Now I imagine Energy Switch is going to have to be at least one of these.
I mean, right now, you need a second energy switch in order to get an attack. Actually, it might be double energy switch coming back.
Yeah.
I don't mind this at all. You need energy right now. And here's the thing. Teal Mask Ogerpon, great at getting energy into play.
Yeah.
But it doesn't put it in the right place. It's not... it can attack. And obviously in some matchups where you're against Charizard and hit for weakness, yeah, fine. But in a lot of matchups, it is just there as an engine. There we go. This is what I was imagining was going to happen.
Yep.
And this puts Stefan in a very awkward situation.
It does.
You KO it, but you could have had a 1-prize KO a minute ago and you turned it down, so you're on an uneven prize map. Or you don't KO it, but then Victor can every turn just go, respond with Charizard.
Yeah.
Respond with Charizard. So this is a very awkward situation Victor's put Stefan into, and I love it.
I tell you what, I don't think Stefan's hand's particularly that great, you know. We see Professor's Research in the hand, but there is no Arven. Or there is an Electric Generator, I should say. So has got some resources to work here in an Ultra Ball. But yeah, it's really awkward because you have to deal with this Radiant Charizard, or you can try and race and grab 2 more 2-prize KOs. But like you said, all Victor has to do in that scenario is just announce Combustion Blast And if you miss a single turn, then you swing the game back over. So this is a very, very interesting game.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you're taking big 2-prize knockouts, so the theory is simple. Take the first knockout, don't stop taking knockouts.
Yes.
Simple as that. But if you take out the Charizard, that's kind of like taking a turn off knocking out.
Yeah,
if you don't knock out, that's obviously taking a turn off knocking out. So Stefan doesn't really just need to get an attacker rolling. He needs to get an attacker rolling with gusting, knowing that you need the same thing next turn. Although, if Stefan does get the KO, will draw that Prime Catcher off the prizes.
Yes. That is something to keep an eye on for sure. As Stefan is going to grab a Serendipity EX from the deck, so Flip the Script will be live. Love that. Going to get 3 cards from the deck. One of the cards, new cards from Shrouded Fable. We're going to draw 3 there, and let's see what these are. We know there is definitely at least one electric generator in hand. Oh, Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a very good card at taking 2 prize KOs. Well, unless it's not hitting into a V-Star, of course.
Do we have bosses? I think we still have one boss's orders in hand.
There's one boss's orders in hand.
Okay, so Stefan doesn't know he's going to draw into the Prime Catcher off the prizes. He knows he's got a 50% chance. But I think the play here is just Blood Moon Ursaluna onto a bench 2-prize Pokemon. Hope you hit Prime Catcher next turn.
Yep.
Jobs are good, and now you need free energy on Blood Moon Ursaluna. And that's the issue.
You can't electric generator to it, so...
No. So it's almost a downside. Victor's not taken enough prizes here. But it at least gives an option for the final KO.
Yes, it really does.
And with a full bench, you don't need much. Right, 1 energy. You need 1 energy for your Raikou here. Raikou can attack for 2 energy.
Oh, no!
It's a whiff!
Oh, goodness. That is not the turn to whiff electric generator there. All of a sudden, I'm not even sure if an attack is possible here for Stefan.
That was it. But, if you get the energy there, you get the KO with a boss's orders, and then you can next turn Prime Catcher plus Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that's the game. There's your 6 prizes.
Yeah, but that's not going to be possible. And I don't think there was any other electric generator in hand. I mean, you could halve them, but that means you're not going to be able to then...
There we go. Yep. And that's the thing. Like, there is a reason Stefan has not played a support yet this turn. Because you want to end the turn on boss's orders taking a 2-prize KO. This is really awkward, but you're going Bravery Charm. Essentially here, you are trying to take a 1-prize KO and survive.
Yes. And that's going to be interesting. Bravery Charm forces Lost Impact to be used, but then Victor, we've seen a lot of energy switch there being played, so it might be hard to get the Apex Dragon rolling. Electric Generator, and there's a 2. So that's not bad, to be fair. Would have loved that to be on the first Electric Generator, but we do see 2 here off this one.
Yeah, it's just so annoying that it came when it's too late now.
Yeah.
To go and play your boss's orders, so you're kind of forced into attacking into the active, which I'm not sure you even necessarily want to do.
I mean, we could see a retreat and promotion of the Raging Greninja, and that is possible.
I think that's it. I think you put a 1-prizer active and basically play Victor at his own game.
Put the Bravery Charm on just to make a boss's orders KO on the Rhydon even harder. Let's see what Stefan opts to do here. You are correct. There's many different lines. We're going to see the retreat. We are going to see an attack, though. Throw it on Blaster KO.
It's not a bad play by any stretch of the imagination, because what you're doing here, you're not helping your prize map greatly, but you're hurting Victor. That, like I said a minute ago, this takes all the energy off Victor's, or all but 1 energy off the board.
Yep.
So it means that Victor is going to have to work really hard to get a return KO in conjunction with a Bravery Charm.
Yep.
Instead of trying to just put a 1-prizer active, Stefan's gone, I don't think you can KO this back.
Yep.
And it's going to work out.
Yep. And, you know, did actually take the Prime Catcher from the prize as well. So that's an option for Stefan next turn. Looks like Victor is going to promote the Regidrago V-Star. Energy switch in hand, there's not. We need to see energy switch this turn.
Yes.
That is a non-negotiable if Victor wants to attack. We're going to start the turn off with an Earthen Vessel. Going to try and thin the deck. Is there even energy switch there? Is there? I don't think there is.
Yeah, one.
Oh, there is
deck.
one. There is
in
one.
Deck.
There is one in deck.
Okay.
Oh, so there is. Yeah.
Free INO, energy switch, Squawkabilly, Nest Ball, energy, and is that Earthen Vessel?
Which one?
The one that's Squawkabilly.
Oh
no,
Vessel.
Yeah, it is an Earthen Vessel.
It was an Earthen Vessel, yeah.
That's the entire deck. That is everything Victor has left to play with.
Okay, so there's one energy switch there. How many energy are in hand? How many Till Dance have we got? Although you need to attach fire, actually.
You have to attach fire.
Yeah, we have to attach fire.
We got one in hand.
We got one in hand. Okay. So, okay, there's 2 copies of Basic Grass. We can get 2 uses of Till Dance. We need to see energy switch here, folks at home. Till Dance. That is not an energy switch. Oh,
I know.
Goodness gracious me. Just gonna count the cards here. Oh my goodness. Obviously can use Iono here as well to try and get there. You'd love to try and see it off the Till Dance first though. But let's see what Victor opts to do. Looks like we are gonna, oh, he's debating it. Here we go. Are we gonna be Till Dance? He's debating.
He's certainly thinking about it.
Here we go then, Ross. Are we gonna see it?
We
Till
need
Dance.
energy switch.
Energy switch. Nest
No,
Ball.
Nest Ball.
Okay. So, we will have to play the Iono here, I would imagine, to try and get there. Still not? Well, sort of draws 4. There's more than 4 cards left in the deck, so it's definitely not guaranteed. Going to reset Victor's hand down to 4 and Stefan down to 3, putting both players' hand to the bottom of the deck, and they draw 1 for each prize card left.
And this is a classic example of why cards like Iono, putting cards to the bottom of your deck is so big.
Oh, no! One more card! Oh, he hit it off the last card!
Hit it off the final card!
Woo! Okay.
Made us work for that. Oh, I had Pheasant Dipty.
Oh, did add Pheasant Dipty as well. Did get the Prime Catch. I'm not going to use that now, though. We need to be slamming into the active. But I tell you what, though, actually. If you was to use Lost Impact here, you have to Lost Zone 2 of your energy. And we know that all the energy switch are being used here. That means it's going to be very hard to attack again.
There is an argument here to say Prime Catcher the Squawkabilly, copy Dragon Bolt, do 200 while you've got damage counters onto... Is there any more gusting available for next turn for Victor?
Not out the gates, no. I think you're right. I don't think you can afford to Lost Impact here. I think you're right. You have to Dragapult and then go into Lost Impact.
Resources are getting very, very slim.
2 cards left in deck there by the looks of it, so... Yeah, Nest Ball, is it? Oh, no, it's more than 2, so it is 3. Okay.
No, I like this. They're going to be going after something else instead. No prizes for guessing what Stefan's going to promote, though. Although there's an argument you kind of need that to draw cards next turn. The Greninja, obviously, is what I'm talking about.
So it looks like... No, we are just going to see... Yeah, we are just going to see the Lost Impact, KO the active. They go into the Lost Zone, 2 basic energy. Okay.
You kind of had to, because there was no other way you were going to do it. Because even if you copy Dragapult, put 6 damage counters on the Rhydon, that would have brought it down to 210, which is still not in range of another Dragapult attack.
But on the next turn, you can just use Lost Impact to win the game, right? So
could, but then there's the energy question. You're right, though.
Yeah, so it was awkward. Over to Stefan's side of the board now, as Victor is on 2 prize cards, worth noting. Over to Stefan. Does promote the Squawkabilly. Going to start the turn off there with the flip the script. Going to draw 3. Oh, goodness. They didn't look like a very good 3 there. Can't quite had a chance to see what it was. Did get Iono to 3, of course. Let's have an Electric Generator. Forest Seal Stone. Good few cards there. Arven, switch card. So let's see what opts to do here.
Got Raichu in hand, but again, that's more kind of for the last KO. I mean, do you just gust? No, you kind of have to go after the Red Drago V-Star here, I think. And then you gust for the final prize next turn. Oh, it's so awkward, because Stefan's starting to run low on energy as well. There's 2 Lightning, 1 Double Turbo in hand, so maybe you do go Prime Catcher this turn and try and finish with a big Raichu next turn.
Yeah.
But then that gives Victor 1 more turn of Regidrago, which could be enough to then win the game in that regard. It's a lot of options here, Shay.
It really is. I mean, you've seen all 4 energy switch there being used. We know there's not a lot of energy left. Maybe you just try and say, right, I'm going to carry something else and hope you can't Apex Dragon next turn. It's possible. We do see a retreat there into a fleet-footed. Might have been a switch card there, it looks like. It's not quite Prime Catcher in game 1 off the fleet-footed, but does have Forest Seal Stone available and Electric Generator and a basic energy in hand. So plenty of options here for Stefan to work with. Just trying to work out what is best.
Worth noting, we've gone below 5 minutes in the game now.
Yep.
So the chance of getting a game free, although these games can be very quick, chance of getting a game free here is becoming very, very slim. So it really is very big at this stage as to what we want. Like Stefan needs to try and win 2-0, and here we do see. Remember, there was a turn earlier in the game he could have had the Kyurem and chose not to.
Are we going to potentially see a boss's order and say, you've got 2 cards left in deck, I've seen you play Switch, I don't think you can move this Kyurem? Is that what we're going to see?
We could. It's a risky strategy.
And we're going to see a Motivate as well. I like this. Motivate, grab 2 basic energy from the discard pile and attach them to your bench Pokemon. Oh, but this have Prime Catcher and basic energy, so it can bring up, well, any one of those 2 prize Pokemon and carry them with Lost Impact. Victor is winning our game 2 here, and it's all going to go down to a game 3.
And we are going to see some fast play from these players. And look, especially Miraidon is a deck that can go very, very fast. But we're sitting at 1-1 here. We've got about 4 minutes left, probably nearer to 3 by the time we start. Plus the customary 3 turns. It is going to take quite a lot for one of these players to wrap this up in the allotted time remaining.
It really is, but I tell you what we saw it in game 1. Miraidon took that first big KO. It's definitely possible, and Regidrago is not a slow deck by any means, so it's possible. Let's see what happens.
The deal here, take 2 prizes before time is called. Once time is called, you will get 2 more turns. So if you can take 2 prizes before time's called, that gives you 2 turns to take 2 more 2 prize knockouts, and 2 plus 2 times 2 is 6. That is how many prize cards you need to take to win a game in the Pokemon TCG. So that's the goal. It's not winning before time is called. It is taking 2 prizes before time is called. You do that, you're in a decent position.
Really are. So let's see, both players are drawing their cards. Looks like Victor has a basic Pokemon. Stefan, I think, has mulliganed twice here. So we're going to have to shuffle up and try and get a basic Pokemon at least to start the game. Let's see what happens here. I'm intrigued to see. I wonder what Stefan opted to do. Go first or second? Maybe second, right? I would be the pressure.
I would be very, very tempted to go second here. And it's risky. You don't always get a great opening hand. But my theory is, my opponent takes 1 turn. I have a go fast turn, take a KO, and I have got 2 more turns to try and win the game. That's what I'm going for here.
So it looks like Stefan has got a basic Pokemon this time. So in the game, our game 3 is about to start here in our Swiss Round 5 feature match here at the 2024 World Championships.
And Antoine will be going excuse me, Antoine. There is another French player, the lovely Antoine Boulet, who is also playing Miraidon in this tournament. It's easy to get confused. This is Stefan, who is choosing to go second here. So, potential big go fast turn?
It's definitely live right now, as Victor has led a Regidrago V. So that will be a 2 prize Pokemon in the active. Stefan has led the Radiant Greninja. That can retreat for 1 though, so that means you can put the rescue board on there and then be able to get out of there. So over to Victor here, going to Ultra Ball there for a Regidrago V, and going to pop it, I'm not sure into play, but at least into the hand at the very least.
Yeah, and we're looking at the time here. When time is called is very important. When time is called, that player finishes their turn and there's 3 more. So if time's called on Victor's turn, he gets the end of that turn plus 1 more. Stefan gets 2 full turns. If time is called during Stefan's turn, here we go. Okay,
here we go.
Stefan, you have 1 minute. End the turn on a KO before time is called. I know I'm asking a lot, but that is how you end up winning this match rather than getting a tie. You have 45 seconds to complete your turn and KO that Regidrago in the active. Go.
So harsh. It has an electric generator in hand and a Forest Stone, but it has no way of getting a Pokemon to use. So I think it's going to have to do a Squawking Seas, getting rid of those valuable resources there. And there are a ton of them. Got a Squawking Seas, get 6 new cards. Are we going to see enough to take a big KO? And are we going to see it in 20 seconds? I'm not sure, but Stefan's doing his very best to try.
It has to be before time is called. I know you can take extra prizes with your Iron Hands, but the problem here is that you just not got enough time, and Iron Hands doesn't do enough damage. Time has now officially been called. That is a tie. Neither player is going to be able to finish up. Stefan wins game 1, Victor wins game 2, and we end up here with a tie. Stefan's deck goes fast. unfortunately not quite fast enough.
Yeah, and that was tough. It would have been interesting to see if Stefan did have like a nest ball in that opening hand, because did have a lot of resources there, I reckon, to be able to take a 2-prize KO, but unfortunately didn't have a way to find a Pokemon. So our round 5 here will end in a tie, but a fantastic game there nonetheless. We saw just, again, similar to our round 3, where we saw in game 1 Miraidon set up perfectly and did what it had to do. In game 2, Regidrago was able to get the victory there, showing how versatile it was, being able to copy multiple attacks. But unfortunately, there was just not enough time there for a game 3.
No, it is unfortunate sometimes. And look, we've got to keep this tournament rolling, right? It's the World Championships. We need to get through all the rounds today, but sometimes time runs out and you just go, I was kind of enjoying that. Would be nice if we could have a few more turns, but that is not how the game works. We all know what the time limit is before we come into the event, and unfortunately not quite enough. So here comes a replay here. This is game 1 with that giant KO on the very first turn there for Stefan, which really set the tone there. We then see that Victor had a very large return KO using Tealmask Ogre Bomb to KO that Miraidon right back, even it up at 2 prizes each.
Yeah, and that was a massive, massive turn there, but Stefan was immediately able to respond with another Photon Blaster, and that was pretty much all she wrote there. Victor was constantly playing on the back foot, and obviously did get that Prime Catcher from the Raikou fleet-footed to close that game up. Fantastic. Then coming into game 2, Victor was, able to sort of get back here from that big Photon Blaster, and that Radiant Charizard coming in to really set the tempo, even it all up. And I think as soon as Stefan was forced to take the KO this Radiant Charizard, he was then on the back foot. Didn't want to have to take a 1-prize KO at any point.
No, did not want to have to do that. And here we go. We see the Radiant Charizard coming out with a very large KO. Taking out the Miraidon nice and easily. And that was a bit of a threat, and then it forced into an awkward situation where we had to take out that, and then that just put the prize map off a little bit there. And that was a little bit of a theme in game 2. Victor able to get their Regidrago just rolling, taking big KOs, using Lost Impact to take big KOs. But in game 3, it was just not enough time.
It really, unfortunately, it just wasn't. And yeah, could have been possible, but the way the cards fell, Stefan wasn't able to get up a big Miraidon straight away and take the 2-prize KO. Very close with that open hand. If there was a nest ball or an attacker, had the Forest Seal Stone, had the electric generator, but unfortunately in the top 7 cards, that just didn't fall for Stefan.
Still would have been awkward to get it all done in time. It's very upsetting. Right, I got an update for you, Shay.
Have you?
How many Miraidon do you think are currently sitting at 5-0 after the round? I'll tell you, all the 4-0 Miraidons have concluded their game. Okay. There were 6 of them. 6. How many won? How many are sitting at 5-0?
Right, well, we know one of them. They're just tied. We just watched it.
We just watched it.
So it can't be the full 6. I'm going to say half, unfortunately, tied or lost. So that would leave 3.
4.
Okay.
There are 4 Miraidon at the World Championships sitting at 5-0. And 5-0 is a very important score because 6-0 guarantees day 2. You want to keep going.
Yeah, of course.
You want to keep getting some points.
Yeah.
Try and get yourself towards top 8. But, or that asymmetrical top cut, which of course can be more than top 8 today or this weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are 4 Miraidon players sitting with 5 wins, no losses, 1 win away from guaranteeing day 2. It's a good time to be a Miraidon fan. That's all I'm saying, Shay.
It really is, fair play. Your castle position so far seems to be doing quite well. And as I was watching that game, I was sort of thinking, I can see why players have been gravitating towards this Miraidon and why it seems to be floating to the top of the pack. I mean, anytime there's multiple 2-prize Pokemon, Tealmask, Ogre, Pheasantipity, or even Vs that haven't evolved yet, that's when Miraidon sort of licks its lips and says, I'm quite good at KOing these guys. Let's have a little crash bang wallop and start KOing them as early as your first turn. That's ridiculous pressure.
Yeah, also can confirm the Iron Fawn's mirror did not end in a tie.
Oh, really?
So congratulations to Fernando Cifuentes, sitting at 5-0 with Iron Fawns. I think we got on quite well during that game, didn't we, Shay?
Yeah.
Pair of us, we're pretty good friends. We got on quite well.
Okay.
Time to have an argument.
Oh.
It is the next round of our A-Spec bracket. This is where we stop being quite so nice to each other and start arguing about our favorite ace spec.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I love a good argy-bargy me. So I'm currently 1-0 up so far. Unfair Stamp versus Neutralization Zone looks like it's going to be our one here. I think it's going to be a tough one, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Our first semi-final, it looks like our semi-final has been chosen, our top one, and it looks like I've had confirmation. I have Neutralization Zone.
I was going to say, after how bad it went for me last time, I think I deserve Unfair Stamp. Who's going first?
I'm not sure. I haven't been told who's going first.
Oh.
Looks like I'm going first with Neutralization Zone. Oh boy. Okay, I'll try my best, chat. I'm going to try my best. Oh goodness. I think as I've had my time here. There's my time.
There we go. Go.
All right. So
Go.
we've seen how important taking prize cards is in the Pokemon TCG. That's how you win most of the time. So how about if you just say, hold up, you're not going to be able to take many prizes at all. I mean, how many rulebook Pokemon are in the format right now? Yeah. Quite a lot. So Neutralization Zone just says they are all useless right now. And it's a stadium. That means you can get over multiple uses. Ace specs are normally one per deck, but you can get a lot of use from Neutralization Zone. Bang. There you go.
Very nice. I was going to interrupt you then. Didn't even need to.
Didn't
right.
have to.
Oh, I feel good about this one, Shay. You feel good about Unfair Stamp.
You feel good about Unfair Stamp. Okay,
I feel like it might not be terribly fair that I got to have this one and you didn't, but I am cool with it. Let's get 30 seconds on the clock.
3, 2, 1. Go on, then.
Okay, unfair by name, unfair by nature. Your opponent takes one prize at any point in the game. You put them down to a 2-card hand. You get a 5-card hand. Oh, you're playing against an aggressive deck. Need some time to set up. Brilliant. Put your opponent down to a 2-card hand. It's late in the game, 2-card hand. Randomly in the mid-game, 2-card hand. And that's not forgetting, look at how many decks are playing it and are winning with it. It is clearly a top 2 ace spec in the game right now. Easy.
Stop. Come on now, you got that easy. That one on the line there, that easy word there. Goodness. Yeah, Unfair Stamp's good card. Neutralization Zone, no. Come on, chat. So if you're on Twitch right now, you'll be able to get on the poll and vote for what your favorite ace spec is. Now, I think this is a bit of a David versus Goliath, but if I can rally up the chat here for the upset, that would be fantastic. So when that poll is open on Twitch, make sure to get involved and vote for what your favorite or most impactful ace spec is.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of ace specs that are real powerhouse ace specs that get played in so many decks and are so impactful all over the place. And now I'll be honest with you, Shay.
Right.
I love Unfair Stamp.
Right.
When I'm being objective. When I'm being subjective, I like decks that go fast. I've had many a game of mine ruined by Unfair Stamp since that card came out. I do like taking those early prizes. I do not like drawing nothing. It's yeah, little bit of what I do like. I'm going to give some love here to the card designers who called it Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, that is.
Because you know what? Yeah. It's not fair. It's one of those cards. You know, the first time we see it, I have a look, and yeah,
it's like, wow, that's a tough card. That and to be fair, that'd be a fantastic card against Miraidon, right? Like imagine if after that big turn 1K, you just say, hold up, mate. Boom! Have that 2-card hand. You're like, ooh.
It's particularly good against Miraidon because Miraidon tends to play a lot of kind of one-shot things. So, you know, your Squawkabilly, Pheasant Dipty, which only comes in after a KO, it doesn't have that on-board every turn draw that a lot of decks do. Yeah. So putting it down to a low hand when it's got a very large deck and there are lots of cards in there, it can really, really ruin a day.
It really can. It is a terrifying ace spec, and it's like just the threat of Unfair Stamp being in format makes you think sometimes, like, do I actually want to take this KO? Because if my opponent just Unfair Stamps me, I could be in a whole world of trouble. So that's just the power of it. Why am I arguing for Unfair Stamp, actually? Why am I saying how good it is? Stop. No. Vote for Neutralization Zone, please.
I mean, I don't need to say anything else.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I've always made my argument for me.
Losing my mind.
The stamp you know what else is unfair, Shay?
What's that?
We sit here, we make our arguments.
Okay.
I think we got quite passionate, right?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Yeah, we don't get to see the results yet.
Oh.
You guys have to come back after the break when I'm pretty sure there's going to be a new pair of casters, and we're going to have to run to the green room to get there in time to see the results. You guys grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. The results of that and lots more Pokemon action are going to be coming up very shortly indeed.
Vote for neutralization zone, please.
We're on a journey to meet Pokemon fans, known as trainers, and help them evolve, just like their favorite Pokemon.
I'm Andrew Mahone. I'm here to dive into the game and take our trainers to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers personally and help them grow in real-life challenges along the way. Oh my
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
There's always that fear of rejection.
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I feel ready. Let's go. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
I love you, but it's time to attack, and I'm gonna hit you with a G-Max pedal.
All right.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak.
Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with us as we embark on an epic road trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Welcome back into the trading card game stream here at the World Championships 2024. Look at those beautiful scenic shots. We got them big Pikachu out there greeting all our fans that have gathered here to celebrate Pokemon and be involved with this historic event here in 2024. We have brought you all the action so far. I'm Shelby Vu here with Kyle Sablehouse. We've been having a blast. Kyle, what do you think about our matches so far?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, the ties are starting to wear on us, sure.
They're adding up.
But at least we're seeing some great gameplay out of our players.
That's true.
Give them like 3 more minutes. Come on.
Yes, add a little bit more time to finish some games, but unfortunately we're seeing the ties, but fantastic gameplay out there. But we're still bringing the heat here. Not only are we bringing you some expert, awesome commentary, but we have some drops for you as well over in the Twitch chat. Twitch drops. You familiar with any of those?
I've
Kyle?
done a couple of those once
Yeah?
or twice, and it looks like we're featuring a few different games this time around too. So we'll be featuring, looks like a whole bunch over here for the TCG.
The swag.
On the Pokemon trading card game live. Look at that. You get the deck box, the sleeves, the beautiful coin to go along with it. We've definitely loaded those packs for you too. There's a guaranteed EX, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Probably not.
I don't know if we could say that, Kyle, but you definitely want to be involved in the stream. Earn these Twitch drops while you're watching and having fun alongside with us, and swag out those decks and your sleeves with all of this World Championship merch here digitally. And you're having a fun time playing the Pokemon trading card game as well. We do have some other games, as you mentioned, though, Kyle. Not just the TCG. Well, we are having fun over on the TCG a little bit more here. Pecha Run's coming out with the Subjugating Chains. You can pick up this card for yourself here with, just go ahead, download it on your account right now with Outburst Worlds 24.
That is a great art. I'm absolutely typing that code in and getting that card. I mean, we've seen it's also pretty strong, too. It's featured in a lot of decks right now, and you don't have to worry about Snorlax. Hey!
Hey, yeah, that is very true. I've heard some of the stories out in the field of Pecha Run just cleaning up there in those Snorlax matchups. So it's out there. It's doing stuff. Pick one up for yourself. Over on the VG side, though, one of our evolutions, the Sylveon here, walking into the stream. You can receive your own here with Sleep Talk Worlds code into your Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
I need some help over on the VGC side. My team's struggling. This could definitely help me out a little bit, and it's also one of my daughter's favorite Pokemon.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Kyle's current team's like one Cherubi.
It's bad. It's bad news.
I didn't even know you played this, Kyle. So
we've been fighting that first gym for quite some time.
Well, definitely make sure to pick up this Pokemon and start your VG game in here from our World Championships giveaways and Twitch drops. All that cool merch coming up. We left you off with Ross and Shay. They were doing a little bit of debating, so I heard, about our community bracket, which is the best A-spec. I didn't get to hear it, Kyle, but I'm excited to see what you all
I'm thinking it may have been a little bit unfair.
Oh, the unfair... Wait. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's decimation levels right there. Shay, you have to do a better job. You get 30 seconds. Come on, let's see your best.
Yeah, we got to see your best there, but honestly, that was a bit unfair there.
Yeah.
Unfair stamping its way into the semifinals here in our best A-spec Twitch bracket. Thank you all so much for participating in the votes for this A-spec. Do you play any of these A-specs? Which one's your favorite? I know we all like the artwork and the material of the cards for sure. They're pretty stellar.
I like that it's pink.
I do like pink as well, and it's kind of themed for the weekend.
There we go.
There you go, indeed. We'll have to see what our next one shapes up to be between Legacy Energy and Secret Box. I'm excited to see what happens there. But we are going to be starting very soon into our next match. We're going to be, if you can believe it or not, Kyle, in Swiss round number 6. I mean, where has this day gone?
Yeah, we have players already with the potential to lock up day 2 here with the next win. It's also a fair bunch of players that are already there. When you think about 92 players already with that guaranteed round 1 victory, it really just adds to the amount of players that potentially could reach that 6-0 mark, and it's quite a few.
Yeah, let's talk about the tournament structure for our day one so far. How we touched on it a little bit this morning about how it's much different from previous years now, and this type of tournament structure is much more similar to our regional events as far as our play. But what are the numbers, Kyle, that our players are looking to hit to get into our day two?
Right. The days of old, the World Championships, that opening day was basically a grinder where you tried to work your way into the real competition of the next day. So you'd win a certain amount of games, and then the points didn't matter from that point. You would qualify, and then you'd play in the true World Championships. No longer the case. All of these points matter. Win as many games as you can in this opening day. And also the competition is open to all of those players that earn their invitation. Yes, some of them do have that early win, that match victory that they come into with the 3 additional points. But other than that, you need to earn 18 match points total in this opening day if you want to continue play tomorrow.
18 match points. That's what you are looking for to secure your spot in our day two. And then it goes up from there. We are going to be having an asymmetrical cut. What is the simplest way you can kind of explain that to our viewers, Kyle?
It looks like this.
Hey! Are we dabbing right now?
There will be a bubble point in the tournament where the players who will reach the top 8 have already locked themselves in, but any player that has the same record as that person who's already in at the 8th seed will also join the cut. So if 30 points is the mark, whatever it may be, then any player who's already at that point, the 9th place, 10th place, 11th place, it can get tricky there.
Go down,
they will have a play into the top 8 against the person on the other side. So we'd see 8 play against 9, 10 play against 7, and whatever continues from there. So a lot of extra Pokemon. Everyone gets their fair chance into the top 8 if you earn those points.
I like it a lot as far as, there used to be a lot of looking at what is the resistance that's going on, how am I going to get in, am I going to get into this? What is your preference on an asymmetrical cut?
I mean, when you think about everything you've done throughout the entirety of the tournaments and the whole year, and it gets down to resistance points, is that really how we want to handle Pokemon? No. We want to play against another person and beat them up with cards.
Yeah, you
so
want to
give
earn
them an
your way.
opportunity to win their way in.
Exactly.
I'm all for it.
I love it. I love it indeed. I think that's when we get the grittiest matchups that we get to see players playing into the top cut. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
It is so sweaty, and I'm all for it. It is perfect. Yeah, we've done this once before. We had the inaugural version of that in London, and we're bringing it back once more. It's going to be really exciting to see. And I mean, there's always the potential we do have that natural cut at 8, and we don't see this. But I want to see some extra Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to see some extra action too, Kyle. Well, that is just what we have saved up for tomorrow. That's why you have to stay tuned in because it's just getting more intense from here on out. But we still have today to focus on. We have another match coming up for you very, very soon. I know they're working things out on stage right now with our players, but I gotta say, I think this is going to be a crowd favorite, Kyle. We're getting the good ones today.
Yeah, we got some really great players coming up. We also have some great players sitting at the top of our standings, which we can check out to see which players are potentially vying for that 6-0 spot. Every single one of these players still with an opportunity to lock it up right here, right now. And there's some big names.
Oh, yeah, huge names here. I'm sure you recognize a lot of them if you're in the chat right now. Definitely tell us who you're rooting for here, who's still hanging on. I mean, look at all these 5-0 records. It is so many. Miloslav is sitting at the top of this graphic here. We were talking to him earlier. He was featured on our stream. Now at 15 match points here, trying to close things out into potential day 2 with this next win for Miloslav. That'd be pretty cool. But who are some other players you're seeing here? A lot of our players to watch are here on this list right now.
Yeah, exactly. We're representing all across the world. We see the Australian Kaiwan Kababe in there. We see John Ang, who was one of my picks to do well here. Yeah, the deck's a little wonky, but it's working.
It's working.
And speaking of wonky decks that work, Jesse Parker, hey there, 5-0. We're not missing that name. It's there's a lot of big talent here that's looking to continue to build up on those points.
Exactly. It's always great to see so much representation here from so many different regions. This is a World Championship, and it is definitely showcased within our players, not only with their skill level and how great they are to make it to this World Championships and qualify for it, but also just representing their regions across the board and fighting out there to get even more representation for their player groups or people back home that maybe couldn't travel over here to Hawaii to be involved with the event. But hopefully you're watching at home. Definitely let us know if any of these players are people who you've tested with and who you're rooting for.
Yeah, out of this list, who do you think will make that 6-0, be one of the first players locked into Day 2 contention?
Woo.
Certainly could see upwards of 8 players, it looks like there, but there's also some players off this list, or some of the players at the 4-0-1s that are in great contention as well, that have the potential to have a fantastic opening day here.
You know what I'm a bit surprised about, Kyle?
Let's hear it.
That we haven't seen Lugia yet.
Where'd it go?
On our stream. That was like, what, the third highest played deck here in our Day 1 at the World Championships, and we have yet to see it. I wonder if it is in any of the hands of these players here.
Did the Wancho curse get laid down? Is it no longer viable the second he says it's the best deck ever?
I do feel bad for Wancho about that turn of events, but I'd be interested to see if there's any Lugia out there. Is there any decks that you want to see featured on the stream, Kyle?
Where's my Bane at? Is that still hanging
You're
in there?
one person?
Yeah. But once we share who that one person is, you'll understand. I don't want to give it away, but that would be pretty cool. I mean, other than that, we haven't seen Raging Bolt just yet, so that'd be a fantastic one to feature. Obviously, it's one of those very scary, intimidating decks, but also it's super linear, so you give and take there, but it's certainly a deck that has the potential to coast into Day 2.
Hey, you know, I kind of like watching those linear matchups sometimes because they can get hyped. Cards are flying, giant knockouts are happening, and it is exciting to watch.
Yep, it's like watching NASCAR for the car crashes.
Oh my goodness! A little grim there, Kyle.
Oh,
but
what? You just want to turn left? Is that what you're here for, Boo?
It's like wanting them to fight in hockey games.
Yeah, get them.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's take a look at our notable matches that we have. Who will be facing off against who? And is there anyone on this list here, Kyle, that maybe you're seeing is going to have a interesting matchup? Oh, Kobe Kawasaki there.
Oh yeah, there's certainly some spicy matchups we see on this list. A bunch of different decks. The Snorlax, I think there's a Snorlax mirror going on in one of those. There's a Golden Go in there featured.
Yes, we won't say who.
Yeah, we've seen Stefan already, so we know what's going on there.
Daichi Shimada there at the bottom of the graph here, going to be facing off in this next round.
There is a 5-0 Ancient box sprinkled into the mix.
Also true.
And we also have Tord Reklev. I've heard about that guy.
Yeah, I've heard about him once or twice here, Kyle, but it is nothing short of to say Tord Reklev is one of our storylines this weekend. This is probably the one tournament that he is wanting more than maybe any other player out in this field.
I mean, League Cups are cool, but World Championships is crazy.
Yes, exactly. And we're going to see him facing off against Anthony Ribeiro as well in this matchup. On our featured stream match, are we going to see Tord take a win here and advance, sitting at 13 points at this moment in time? So we'll have to see how this turns out, but I'm really interested to see, and I'm sure all of our viewers are as well, what is Tord choosing to bring to the World Championships? And is it Gardevoir?
Without further ado, it's time to visit the table and introduce both of our players. Of course, we've mentioned Tord Reklev already, the 5-time international champion, on unreal level of accomplishments. Top 4 at the World Championships and looking to build on that performance. Second at the World Championships as well. Just unreal, the accomplishments that we've seen from him. Many have proclaimed him as the #1 player to ever touch the card game.
I did that.
Wow, you're one of those? All right. Well, we know which side Boo's on.
No,
Come
I was
on,
actually about
Anthony.
to say, I think I'm on Anthony's side because he's playing Raging
There you
Bolt.
go.
And I was looking for some excitement here. So, hey.
Rev up those engines.
Yeah, rev them up. Is Tord Reklev going to be able to take down this Raging Bolt EX? The first time it's hitting our stream now here, being piloted by Anthony Ribeiro. I'm so excited to see it.
Yeah, this is certainly a scary matchup on both sides. We can see a lot of big knockouts left and right. the interesting dance that there is between the Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Charizard EX when you incorporate the weakness, let alone the fact that Raging Bolt knocks out just about anything on the other side of the board and clean up maybe that pitch out at the optimal time. We'll see Pokemon catcher flips. Gamers, settle in. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yes, it is, Kyle, and I'm here for it. Anthony over here on our left side did get a top 32 at Orlando Regionals in 2024, but that's all I'm seeing for the accomplishments here for Anthony, but still has to be a skillful player here, showing up to the World Championships to this record now, a 4-0-1, but now facing off against Tord Reklev. How do you think he's feeling having to go against Tord and on stream, Kyle?
Well, you know, the beauty of having such few accomplishments is you leave room for big ones.
That's true.
And what an accomplishment it'd be to not only build on your record at the World Championships, but to do it through Tord Reklev. Has that opportunity here
so sweet.
right now. And it all starts with a couple cards in the hand and a few prize cards. We'll see if these are beneficial to either player, as we know how important this could be.
Yeah, let's try not to put some sort of curse on these prize cards this time around, Kyle.
Have we been doing? Oh no! I'm so sorry.
They don't.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Not the box.
The secret box there, sitting right at the top. That is the ace spec here. What about on Tord's end? Whoa! It's a dung beetle.
Yeah. Hello, Rapska. How you doing, little buddy?
Yeah, hanging out there in the prize cards there. Is there anything else you see that's too detrimental for either of our players, Kyle? That's kind of mixed.
We can work with this on both sides. Not too bad. Obviously, Tord plays a bunch of singleton cards in this list. That's how these control-esque styles work. It's hard to call this like an aggressive deck when it's a 2-1-2 Charizard line. It feels slower, but it certainly does perform just fine.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to get into the intricacies of this deck. You know, what it looks like on paper, how it functions here, because this is not your usual Charizard EX list, that is for sure. But honestly, I expect nothing less from Tord Reklev here. So we'll see if Anthony is able to bring the fast-paced Raging Bolt into action here against Tord Reklev. Maybe take things down. Let's kick off this game.
That was a hand wave. Tord is done with turn one.
What? Oh no, just a Pheasantipity in the active position here for Tord.
He didn't even start his engine. How's he gonna race?
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, Tord has spun out at the starting line here, and we're over to Anthony's side. I mean, you want to see that.
Oh, that's a Sada. Hold up, we're almost there.
We're there, Kyle? We're almost there?
We're almost there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, oh, well, Squawkabilly coming down here. That Raging Bolt, of course, starting in the active position. We've already concealed cards, discarding that grass energy into the discard pile, drawing 2 cards. We're going to discard this entire hand now to Squawk and seize off that Squawkabilly EX into a fresh set of cards here for Anthony.
I'm here? I've made it this far? There's a chance, and we're not seeing the cards lined up on the other side of the table. It's actually a pile of energies and a Pokemon catcher that doesn't do anything.
Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Wow. The bling is out though, I'll tell you what, Kyle.
I mean, Anthony was pretty close to a turn 1 knockout if the cards were, any of these cards were featured in the last hand. But Squawkabilly had to throw them all away. You lose access to that Sadas, and yeah, you take a risk at that point to not have the turn 1 knockout. But there's a world where you just Sada the 1 card, draw 3, find a Teal Mask, and win the game that way.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
Already a little bit of a question mark there as to this opening. But I mean, if this hand here is just tough to work with.
I mean, yeah, potentially a little clunky here, but Anthony is having to work through this awkward hand. This is kind of, I guess, maybe sometimes the downfall of this deck. If you don't get that fast-paced start, it could go downhill pretty quickly from here and get a little bit awkward. But that Earthen Vessel going to search out these 2 energy cards here for Anthony now after a quick discard.
Yeah, anytime you're thinning your deck out just to fill your hand with energies, you know you're probably in a bad spot. And that is the case. Just take all of them that you can, and hopefully the next draw is something helpful.
You hate to see it though, Kyle. This deck has so much potential here. We just needed some of those pieces. especially facing off with just a Pheasantipity EX in the active position from Tord. Now, if Tord has any sort of supporter or top deck something real good, hopefully we can make this deck or hand work on this next turn coming up. But Anthony still going through this turn here. We've discarded quite a lot of resources already. This is how these decks work. They throw a lot away, they get them back with these energy retrievals, but I'll tell you what, this is not usually the sequencing that you see so early in this game.
So it was such an expensive hand, and it's gone?
Yeah, and now it's just, oh my goodness!
Oh, there it goes.
It's gone.
That is a way to play Pokemon, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
Throw the cards away with the Burst Roar. Hopefully draw into a cleaner hand for the next turn.
Exactly.
Maybe Tord does that little hand wave again, you know?
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. Well, Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to get us somewhere at least here for Tord Reklev now.
Or will it?
Oh, yeah, because
they're all evolutions.
not even, yeah, that's, I guess it'll get a Hisuian Heavy Ball into the discard pile, Kyle.
I mean, at least Tord performed an action this time.
That's true.
That's got to feel good.
That is very true. Tord, can we flip the script? Can we turn things around maybe here in this game? We're going to have to see something happen here. What is in the hands, Kyle?
Yeah, that is the big question right now.
Yeah.
We know it's not Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Exactly.
Or else that would have been played. Maybe,
Nothing playable.
maybe that's the top deck. But no, this is this could be bad.
The dice
Perhaps
have fallen.
Arvin, maybe one of those peppers we've been hearing about.
Yeah, we need the salt, we need the pepper, we need everything we can get right now. Arvin is going to come out, so that's going to get us somewhere here for Tord Reklev. That's going to lead us to an item card as well as a tool card, and you see right away this Buddy Buddy Poffin as well as that technical machine being eyed up here to at least start setting up now. So that turn that Anthony potentially could have capitalized on going second with just a Pheasantipity EX in the active is going to start changing real quick here. But the pacing, is it off, Kyle, or can Tord at this point catch up? What do you think?
Yeah, there's plenty of time. You expect your opponent to have a turn one knockout in a deck like this, and it just wasn't there. So thankfully, you're here at least playing this game. The problem now is you have a TM evolution, and you still don't even have an energy to evolve. And even if you wanted to evolve, Pidgeotto's in the prize cards.
Oh, no. Oh, how did this happen here, Kyle? We were saying, oh, we can work with these prize cards. Now it's getting a little bit more awkward here, but Tord already knows that there, having had a look at the prize cards off that Hisuian Heavy Ball. But yeah, as we said, at least we have some Pokemon out here. Now we're over onto Anthony's side of the field. We're going to see that Teal Mask Ogerpon hit the bench here, and it's going to start working right away, or should I say dancing right away,
It is dancing right now, and it's inviting the professor over too. There's plenty of energies to go around here, multiple of those Raging Bolts too, so energies will be flying left and right. This is going to be quite the board state. And you can't flip the script from the discard pile.
That is very true. Good point, good point. Well, we have several Teal Mask Ogerpon EX out now. Let's talk a little bit about this deck, I guess, Kyle, since we haven't seen it on the stream yet. We've talked a little bit about how it functions. It's, basic Pokemon that hit very hard. They discard the energy here, and then you retrieve those energy back and just try to keep up that pace. But is there anything else you want to mention as far as the strategy that Anthony should be pursuing in this match against Tord's Charizard EX? Very interesting Charizard EX list.
No, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what you're looking for. You take these knockouts when you can. Sure, it does line up for the Charizard EX to make its way into the mix, but if you have those grass energies on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, you have the potential to immediately return that knockout. It only takes the 3 energies against that fully loaded Charizard EX to deal 360 damage and return the favor. So if you have these grass guys, maybe some superior energy retrieval along the way, as we saw plenty of energies tossed by the wayside.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable as Anthony.
Exactly. Teal Mask Ogerpon is a major proponent of this deck. As you see, it accelerates the energy with that Teal Dance. Draws you an extra card as well. And then it has an amazing Myriad Leaf Shower move and the grass typing that plays so well into these dark Pokemon that we see in our format here, especially if we have a lot of Roaring Moons running around too.
Yeah, there's now the question for Anthony, if he has cards like the Pokemon Catcher, maybe you think about taking down the Charmander, but looks like no access there. It just take those 2 prize cards and say, you know what, thank you. That's pretty solid for me.
Yeah.
Teal Mask Ogerpon still has that 1 grass energy and will be a threat next turn, but here comes the candies.
Here comes the candies. We're going to see these evolutions now coming down for Tord Reklev. First one here in that Pidgeot EX. We have the quick search happening for a rare candy. All these combo pieces being put together nice and quick here for Tord. Putting together these pieces, Charizard EX joining the board into that Infernal range straight away, accelerating these up to 3 energy, just going to be 2 here. That's the requirement onto the Charizard EX, into a Super Rod.
Super Rod, the lone dippity. We like to see that, and there's even the Iono to go along with this, limiting the hand size for Anthony, the potential for the Ogerpon to return the knockout. A lot of things looking towards way when it was looking pretty bad for a second, but that's the power of Pidgeot.
Yeah, Pidgeot is a huge factor in this deck, allowing you to search out those key pieces to make these giant combos happen here for Tord. And so that is what we're seeing. I love the matching sleeves to the shirt, too. Those are perfect.
It's looking pretty snazzy over there.
Yeah, taking a quick look at Anthony's resources already used, making sure to keep track of those. Counter Catcher is active here because Tord Reklev is behind in the prize cards. Anthony having taken 2 already straight into the Iono. Anthony is going to have to shuffle up that hand, put it to the bottom, draw a fresh 4. Tord is going to get 6.
Yeah, and this is a great strategy from Tord. You understand that the real threat is the Teal Mask in a matchup like this, so target that grass energy on the Teal Mask. And that was something we didn't see from Anthony on the following turn or on the previous turn where he discarded. He had an opportunity to leave both Teal Mask with a grass energy, avoid a play like this. Instead, now walks right into it, and there's even room for more. Things could be getting unfair.
Oh my goodness, you are so correct, Kyle. Wow, unfair stamp. I mean, Tord's got the script here, that is for sure. Maybe we haven't flipped but he's got it.
The dippity top deck?
No, I was saying that he's got the script as far as knowing exactly how to compete against this. Knocking out that Teal Mask Ogerpon to take the threat off the field as well as the disruption. The disruption is really the key to taking down these Raging Bolt EX decks. If you can make sure their resources are as limited as possible, and then you have answers with your attackers next coming up, you are going to be sitting in a good position. And Tord has done everything to limit Anthony's ability to recover from here after also taking a knockout. 2 prize cards down for Tord. Now we're tied up, and it's up to Anthony to respond here. Just a couple cards in the hands after that draw.
There's an Earthen Vessel, but how many basic energies are actually still remaining at this point? We've seen plenty thrown by the wayside to get to this point. 12 energies in the deck, but gosh, it has to be somewhere around like 7 in the discard pile at this point, right?
A lot.
Where it's getting to a scary point, but there still should be a little more ammunition there for a Radiant Greninja to conceal cards and hopefully find some help.
Well, that Earthen Vessel is going to discard a Pokemon there in that Teal Mask Ogerpon, get these energy out.
Thankfully, it is the fighting and the grass. So you have the fighting energy for the Raging Bolt and the grass for the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Pokestop, spin the wheel.
Oh, we're spinning the wheel. These 3 cards.
No! Oh. Well, you got the Palpad for the Sadas, so it's a net win, I suppose.
That's true. That's true. You get a nice little item there off that, but a couple of resources down and being recycled potentially down the line here for Anthony. But that Sada is going to be discarded and brought right back. What else can we see coming out of the discard pile off of this Palpad? Another supporter here. So it's just going to be those 2 Sadas that are going to be recycled back into the deck.
Yeah, I'd like to see the fighting energy discarded by the Radiant Greninja with an opportunity to see 2 additional cards. You can always bring that fighting energy back to the Raging Bolt after you use the Sada's Vitality, and that basically is the only way you're drawing out of this mix. What was that?
I don't know.
It looks fancy. Oh, it's just the Sandy Shocks. Oh, no.
Just the Sandy Shocks. The Teal Dance has been used now. We had the concealed cards. We're going to see a Trekking Shoes. Counter Catcher going to go into the discard pile. It's not there yet,
but there is a Pokegear.
Pokegear. Can we see a supporter here off this top 7?
There it is.
Oh, here we go. Professor Sada's Vitality, an ancient card that pairs very well into this deck. You target your ancient Pokemon and then attach basic energies from your discard pile onto them. You also get a nice little bonus of drawing 3 additional cards.
That works out just fine. A grass energy or a way to find additional energies would be fantastic at this spot with the Teal Mask in hand, but we're not seeing it, and that means every energy on board is going bye-bye.
Oh, Kyle, we've seen a bit too much of discarding here for me to be comfortable with.
Okay, here we go. Well,
Oh.
let's flip the script and see if we can find some more help.
Are we flipping the script? Tor did take a knockout there on that last turn in that Ogre Pawn. Presentipity being benched down. We're flipping the script, Kyle. What can we see off these 3
Just
cards?
Wants to play an energy for the turn. And looks like now that is the case. Lightning energy there. But do you leave this energy on a benched Raging Bolt? Looks like that would be the play.
Yep, it's going to go down onto that benched Raging Bolt. That's the energy attachment for the turn. Only one for each player.
To think of where we came from, this was a 2-card unfair stamp and knockout on a Teal Mask.
Yeah, like how many cards have we drawn now? This is quite
of
a
them.
bit here. And look at this. This is exactly how this deck functions, discarding all of these energies now to be able to hit hard off of this bellowing thunder.
Bellow.
Yeah, we're bellowing. I think just making sure that all the math is correct here on the board, but that Raging Bolt is raging indeed, taking a knockout on Charizard EX. It's going down. That's another 2 prize cards for Anthony Ribeiro in this matchup. And Tord Reklev is sitting on the other side. Pidgeot EX in the active position here. We're going to jump straight into the deck. First off to start with that quick search.
Yeah, there's a couple questions on Tord's mind now. It's how safe do I need to play? My opponent has thrown so many resources to get to this point. But is there a situation where I can afford to avoid EX Pokemon in play? If you do that with the Professor Churros, then sure, you can pick up that Pidgeot after use, leave all these single prize Pokemon in play, and then maybe you have that follow-up rare candy held in hand, and work in that Charmander, Candy Charizard, but it's risky. you're leaving yourself with a Radiant Charizard and hoping to get the job done. If your opponent knocks that out, you need to have the answer right then and there without a Pidgeot in play.
Gotta do what you gotta do. We'll see what Tord chooses to do here as we play through this turn. We're starting off with an Ultra Ball, discarding an Arven as well as a Bibarel.
It starts with that Charmander. Of course, if you have the Radiant Charizard and the Charmander at the same time, your opponent has to pick one of them to knock out. The other one has the potential to close out the game, whether it be Boss's Orders, Prime Catcher, Rare Candy Charizard. All these things can lead to 2 more prize cards on the next turn.
Yes, exactly. You're setting up these future turns here. That Charmander on the bench now with the fire energy attached.
Spin the wheel, Tord.
Spin? Oh my
No,
goodness!
no, don't.
Stop! Do not.
Could you
do
imagine
this, Kyle.
just rips rare candy?
Oh, well, we are going to see that Professor's Turo there from Tord Reklev. Get that Pokemon out of there. And now we're over to Anthony once again.
So where'd all those Pokemon go that I wanted to knock out? This is nearly as cool.
Yeah, we're just sitting with some very low HP Pokemon here right now, and that Radiant Charizard as well.
Oh, look at the size of the deck at this point. What is that, 3 cards?
What?
It is dangerous. If you use Turo, you could lose.
Wow. I mean, I'm not that surprised. We've seen so many discards in this game, so I'm not super surprised. But Anthony definitely needs to be careful here. Yeah, that's 3 cards,
That's 3
Kyle.
cards.
That is 3 cards.
You can't use Turo unless you have a way to refill the deck.
What?
Palpad's already been used. What
Yeah,
other
it
resources
has.
potentially can get you there?
Just like your energy. Oh,
that's the
it.
resource you can use. Time.
That-
Let's
yeah,
go to
hey.
game 2.
Got to do what you got to do. We're going to a game 2. Anthony just realizing, wow, I have 3 cards left in my deck and all my resources have been utilized already. Can't recycle anything here. I'm just going to scoop things up. And Tord is rolling into the next game with a win.
We were, what, an Ultra Ball away from game 1 Anthony in 2 minutes. And sure enough, Tord finds a way out of this, plays it flawlessly, and finds that spot to pick up the Pidgeot, move in these single prize Pokemon, and really leave Anthony in a bad spot. He was going to have to play his way into a deck out in order to take a knockout in that turn, and you don't really win from those spots, do you?
No, you don't, Kyle, unfortunately. But I got to tell you, that was so close there throughout that game. We had a really intense match between our players here, and it could have gone either way. I expected it to be very explosive, and I don't think I think that's what we saw.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a false start with the Pheasant Dip.
Oh yeah, that was true. Yeah.
Other than that, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, we hit the brakes right away with that one.
Both players
I was
did.
about to say Tord did for sure. But hey, here you go. Tord able to pull out a win here in our game one between these players. If I recall, there was a ton of time still left on our clock, especially with these fast-paced decks, or at least how these players are playing. But we had a lot of back and forth here in this game between our players. As far as the prize cards, they were flying.
Yep, I want to see a little cleaner play on Anthony's side as far as those Teal Mask Ogerpon, really use that resource. Those energies need to stay on there as much as possible. Other than that, though, both players with a great opportunity to find a win in this next round, or this next game. And, I mean, Tord showed us everything we needed to see. Just, yeah, you lose the Pheasantipity early, but it lines up every knockout for the rest of the game with your Burning Darkness. And it almost looks calculated.
Yeah, it almost does. Hey, who knows? Maybe it is. Tord's been calculating all these matchups for weeks.
He's been sitting in the hotel for 3 weeks doing a hand wave to practice
that Pheasantipity.
Yep. Well, take the bird.
Take the bird. Hey, we're going to take the win there in that game. Anthony, I'm hoping to see some recovery here. As you said, Kyle, maybe a little bit difference in the sequencing. I feel like we've talked about how linear this deck can be, but it does have a lot of sequencing that you have to nail in order to get the full potential of what this deck is.
Yeah, drawing the right cards in the right order is the name of the game, and this is not it. This is really tough.
Yeah, that's not a great start.
You don't see anything like a squawkability to help out in this spot. And, oh, well, I suppose there was a pass of the turn. We're just going in.
I love just the look of this board right now. We have the Relor on the active position here for Tord. Sitting there. It's damaged now from that Sandy shot.
Yeah, knocking your shocks off there.
Oh, my God. I can't recover from that one.
Oh, I got it, Boo. Don't worry. Here comes the TM Evolution and Buddy Poffin.
Oh, here we go. Arvin helping us out here. Tord is going second, so we're going to see that supporter getting us all of these resources we need. Whoa, look at the prize cards.
Yeah. I mean,
the Poffins, but we got them already secured.
Yeah, we can work with this. This is too bad. I mean, none of these prizes are going to be helpful throughout the rest of the game,
that's
but
true.
At least you have all your resources to find.
That's what I'm saying.
I think this could be a pretty solid start, especially if there's an energy. Nope.
Oh, no. You spoke too soon there, Kyle. Once again, Tord Reklev whiffing the energy. But, hey, we've seen a lot stacked up against Tord, and he's always able to somehow pull things out. We'll have to see if it's able to happen in this game, too, between these players in our Masters Round 6. Anthony Ribeiro going to kick off this next turn here coming up. Sandy Shocks was the starting Pokemon, I believe, in the active. Now we still just have that Teal Mask Ogerpon. What are we working with in the hand?
We need some help.
Not again.
We need some help really bad. There's no energy to accelerate with the Sada.
Oh, no.
Pokemon Catcher Stall doesn't even work, as obviously we're intimidated by the Railor.
Yes. That is a fail there, unfortunately.
You gotta be kidding me. There's nothing.
Just another Sandy Shocks here, the magnetic burst. That Relor is slowly, very painstakingly being taken out here, Kyle. And Tord is just getting these free turns to work with here. This is the opposite of what you want to see when you're playing such a fast-paced and explosive deck such as Raging Bolt. We don't even see a Raging Bolt out there, and Tord Reklev is setting things up even more now. We saw the Pokemon come down on the last turn. Pheasantipity is out there for support down the line. Now we're able to get into more of these rare candies, into more Pokemon to chain these cards together. Tord Reklev is churning through this turn.
Yeah, the rare candy Pidgeot really just speaks to the pace that this game will go for the rest of the game. Finds another buddy, can play it slow, set up a nice board that won't run into any issues throughout the course of this game. Sure, give up a prize card at this point. It doesn't matter. It's going to actually help Tord at this stage. Maybe even incorporate Defiance Belt, whatever it may be, something to help with additional damage output against relevant Pokemon, not Mr. Shocks over there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Shocks. Yeah, that's a good point, Kyle. All right, we're just going to see all of these Pokemon be established now on the bench. We have a full bench here for Tord. That Relor has been tanking these turns, which is hilarious because it only has 50 HP, which is pretty...
It's a wall!
It is a wall here, but hey, it's sticking through. No pun intended there, Kyle, either. But we have this full bench for Tord, and we're just passing back over to Anthony now.
There's not even a retreat option.
Oh my gosh, we're just seeing it again. Hey,
he doesn't want the knockout.
And I know, but at least we're doing something. We're doing an action here, Kyle.
I mean, there's a play for Anthony. If he had another energy, he found Raging Bolt. He just can't retreat and put the energies in the discard pile.
No.
For the Sada, he's stuck.
We got another tank coming in.
Oh, but weakness. Look out.
Yeah, that's true. We have that fighting weakness here on that poor little Bidoof, but it is still holding tight. 70 HP.
That's just disrespectful to read this card after it's attacked you 3 turns in a row.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is not the turn of events I was expecting here, Kyle, but...
Is there no weakness? There is no weakness in the...
I was about to say, did they take it away?
Magnetic Burst doesn't apply weakness.
Oh, no.
All right, maybe we all need to stop and read the card.
Oh,
I apologize to all the Shock fans out there.
Well, Bidoof now just at 20. I mean, it just gained HP at this point.
Honestly, flex.
Bidoof holding up strong there in the active position. Tord Reklev, like I said, running away with these turns so far. This is just tragic to see at this point, Kyle. I know we're laughing, we're having a good time, but Anthony is not having a good time on the left side of our field here, especially at such a prestigious event as the World Championships to be shaping up like this. Just a couple of hits from a Sandy Shocks and nothing else that you can be working with. And Tord Reklev.
All right.
Keep going.
Let's give him a CD and let him help me out a bit here.
Starts pumping the jams here. Technical Machine. Evolution. We're going to start seeing these evolutions come out onto the field now here for Tord into that Rapska.
Yep.
I was like, what
all right,
is
we
this
can
name?
read this card. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, yeah, that one's okay to read there for sure. And Charmeleon as well coming down onto the field for Tord. Like I said, these are just free turns here, and Tord is slowly establishing an almost unbeatable board state here now against Anthony. What do we have now? Was there anything we could work with on a top deck?
Should I lie to you?
Yes.
It's great.
Oh, no.
You're going to love it.
Oh, no.
We heard you like Raging Bolt, so we put a Raging Bolt in your Raging Bolt deck.
Oh, my gosh. That's going to be it. This Bidoof still tanking its way in the active position. Now it's at 40.
They're chanting, MVP, MVP, MVP.
Hey, we love Bidoof out here. I got to tell you. And that's like one of the cutest artworks as well.
He's doing work. You know,
absolutely
there
doing
was a lot of talk about his brother protecting himself on the bench. No.
No.
This guy gets the job done.
In the active position, too. Pitch out EX utilizing that quick search. Any card from the deck here now. Tord, I see a slight smile here as how this game is going. I'm sure he's feeling nice and happy here. Going to attach another energy to this Bidoof and the boss's orders.
No wonder he's smiling. He just attacked with Bidoof at the World Championships.
What? We see a rollout 30 damage from a Bidoof onto a Teal Mask Ogerpon against Anthony.
It's relevant.
It is. That's
relevant.
the funny part.
It's relevant for Darkness.
It actually is. I cannot believe this is happening right now, but Bidoof absolutely is relevant. You were right about him carrying the team.
Oh,
right
no.
now.
But he walked right into it. Now the retreat leads into the Sada.
Oh, my goodness.
He doesn't even want it. He's going to just roll with the teal mask.
Well, we see another teal mask. That's going to be the one accelerated to now on the bench here for Anthony.
No
Draw another
shot.
card. What do we have?
Finds a Pokegear. If we see a third Sada's added, this is just a ridiculous game. Boss's orders. There we go.
Oh, here we
Sprinkle
go.
it in.
That is a nice supporter here. Boss's orders to find off of that Pokegear. Top 7 cards, any supporter card. And that is definitely a good supporter card indeed here for Anthony.
Yep. At this point, Anthony hoping maybe Tord prized, 4 fires and a Turo. Maybe we can lock something up.
Little does he know, it's 2 irrelevant Buddy Poffins in the prize cards. Oh my goodness, Boss's orders is going to be played now. That was what was sought out after that Pokegear. Pheasantipity joining us in the active here. And Sandy Shocks, this is now, what, the 4th time?
That is 100 damage.
It has attacked.
5 magnetic bursts.
All to different Pokemon. Yes.
Well played.
Well played indeed. I mean, Sandy Shocks has never seen this much play, I think. Usually it just pops out of nowhere and hits for the end game in some of these matchups. Or at least
maybe
as
tries
another
to beat
option.
up a Mimikyu here
Yes,
and there. But
exactly.
Yeah, this is not its stomping ground.
No, not at all. But I'll tell you what, it is stomping. That is for sure. It's spreading damage all over the place on Tord Recklif's side of the field. If only it was more relevant there for Anthony. Tord Recklif, on the other hand, getting that relevant damage out onto the field from on Anthony's side and into an Ultra Ball here for this turn to start us off. Temple of Sinnoh, as well as a Pokemon going into the discard pile.
And at this point, you have to think about your energies. If you have the Super Rods, which we know he does, that's not in the prize cards, you're not going to be as susceptible. But maybe we could see some shenanigans. We see Thornton being held in the hand, perhaps a surprise Charizard come into the woodworks at some point.
That'd be wild.
I mean, you can set up things like this when your opponent's dealing 20 all game, so who knows?
Accurate. I gotta say, when I was wanting a Raging Bolt matchup, I was hoping it was not gonna turn out like this. But hey, that Bidoof is now evolved into a Bibarel. And we're gonna see this Industrious Incisors here for Tord Recklif, drawing into 1 card up to 5 in the hand.
Yep, no rush.
Yeah, we're cruising.
Just,
We've slowed things down here. That Pidgeot EX as well, utilizing its Quick Search. I mean, it's crazy. Quick Search is so wild.
You can't give Tord this many resources.
I know.
Not okay.
It's unstoppable.
When we forced him to draw 2 at a time, he still found what he needed. But when he could just go pick it out of the deck, that's just brutal.
Yeah, that is dangerous indeed. And we're seeing the effects of that. Tord Recklif getting everything needed here to set things up in this matchup. Professor Turo's scenario.
What?
Scenario.
That's,
Wait, what did I say?
That's up to either one of us. You can pick whichever you want.
Getting things done here. Palpad also being utilized here from Tor. Didn't see the supporters that were chosen off of that, but they're being put back into the deck now.
I'm going to assume that Turo was one of those.
Yes.
In a game like this where your opponent is just grasping at straws, hoping to lock you in the active spot, you want to make sure you have that resource as many
Call
times
them
as
out.
you need.
Exactly. Make sure you put those obstacles in their way, and Tord has been doing that here, even if those obstacles looked like Bidoof and Arelor. And now we're going to see a lot of switching here happening.
Yep. This was available last turn, but instead the energy retrieval was used. Professor Turo to find 3 additional cards. Can they help? No, it's some energies in another. It's Sada.
I was about to say.
I'm getting my professors mixed up.
Oh, yeah. The Ancient and the Future here, but we're on the Ancient Professor Sada's Vitality to draw some cards. Raging Bolt being benched now with an energy attachment as well for the turn.
Are you going to hurt me? Power Gem?
Power Gem?
What is this?
Looks like they're discussing, they're discussing the Power Gem.
All right, you knocked me out. Thank you. I've been trying to get rid of this Pokemon for a while. I need those energies back.
Oh my goodness. Yep, that is going to be surprisingly our very first knockout of this game 2 between these players.
Those ones. 6 full turns, 7 full turns.
Oh yeah, I think that's exactly what we're sitting at now.
That's
Kyle.
the thing.
Yeah, this has been a match for sure, and Sandy Shocks has been carrying the team from Anthony's side.
Knock.
Yeah, knock.
Counter catcher at your door.
I know, exactly. Just when you take a prize card, you unlock so much there for Tord Reklev now. Just having a free counter catcher because he's currently behind in the prize cards. Instantly promoting that Raging Bolt EX into the active position here now. Defiance Band coming down onto that Charmeleon here for Tord. Also being unlocked.
You can't make it much easier than this at this point. The single prize taken in combination with the Defiance Band leads to knockout on the active Pokemon. Take those initial prize cards and it gets scary from here. We see the Super Rod to add back in those additional resources. Love to see fire energies here as you kind of need to pull those back out of the deck with Charizard.
Yes, that is very true. Luminion going back into the deck with some energies here for Tord, being shuffled back up. We've already used that Flip the Script because of that knockout on the last turn as well, also being activated. I mean, there's so many cards in this deck that play so well once you're a little bit behind the curve. You get behind the curve for a second, but then you actually take control of the match with all of these pieces that come together in a seamless way for you to line up your strategies.
You have a false sense of security, typically on the other side of the board. And it looked a lot more believable in the opening game, but the game 2, that was a forced prize card, and here comes the pain. Charizard EX ready to go.
The pain from the infernal rain, Kyle, making it rain some fire energy here now from this Charizard EX ability, accelerating these energy down. It's taken so many turns, but we are here now with this Charizard EX, and it is ginormous. 330 hit points, as well as a Defiance Band attached to it. Lots of damage it's doing, and it is, now this is a wall.
It is, yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's 2 prize cards down. Raging Bolt, it was only there for 1 turn. Now it is wiped off the field. Here, Sandy Shocks joining us once again in the active position. It's like, oh, you're putting me back to work?
Coach, I've been waiting for this moment. I promise the 7th one will be much better than the 6th.
We're using some of our teal dance here, both being utilized already from Anthony to draw into some additional cards. Nest Ball as well, going through the deck here to search out a basic Pokemon.
Yep, there's not too many surprises from this point. No energy switch potential to work in a surprise knockout by the Teal Mask Ogerpon, so we'll see all of this coming, and sure will Tord, as he knows that, he can just target those guys down with boss's orders.
Exactly.
Lines up pretty well. 210, sign me up.
I know, it's so unfortunate here. I mean, you have so much support, you're hoping for those big initial turns, but then once you get into the late game, then you're like, wish I had a little more HP on my field here, but hey, at least the Pheasantipity is coming out. It is also 210, but it's flipping the script, drawing some cards here for Anthony. At this point, we need anything that we can get to try to rescue this right now, but what are we working with here for the turn, Kyle?
Yeah, you try to pick apart this board state and find a weakness on Tord's side where you can potentially remove a relevant Pokemon, but also take knockouts and keep energies on your board, and you just can't do all these things at once. It's not going to happen, so deal with the threats that you have in front of you. 2 energies from the Teal Mask, 2 energies from Sada, and 1 energy for your attachment for turn. It deals with the Pokemon here, but that is asking so much every single turn, and we still haven't seen the unfair stamp, I believe.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of disruption because there really was nothing to disrupt.
Nothing's happened.
Exactly, so all of those disruption items for Tord are still at his availability, able to be accessed from this deck and utilized against Anthony in the worst way possible coming up. But hey, at least we got that Professor Sada's Vitality here, got those energies accelerated, and here we see a counter attack coming from Anthony's side of the field onto that Charizard EX. We saw it in the last game. A clean hit here, taking out that Charizard EX despite its giant wall of HP. And now Tord's back at it again.
Yep, there's another counter catcher in the hand. It's 4-3 prize cards. It's like Tord knows the script exactly
That's
how
what
it
I'm
plays.
saying.
You can't beat this. There's the unfair stamp, the counter catcher, the Radiant Charizard to go along with this. It is a dangerous place to play Pokemon.
Yes, I would say so. Indeed. Here, Tord has all the pieces after that Arven searching out a tool card, an item card and a tool card.
A slight debate here from Tord if you target down maybe the draw engine or the teal mask that was.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I agree with this play wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Do not let Anthony see 3 cards for free.
Exactly. You're going to be drawing 5 cards. Your opponent is only going to be drawing 2 cards. That is the disruption that Tord needs to really set this over the edge. Not that we really need that as much, but hey, you want to take as safe of a play as possible when you're playing on the big stage at the World Championships. Tord Reklev is doing it at this point in time, and he's definitely giving us a show.
Oh, it's all lining up here. You see already in the hand, a hand that likely doesn't see any replacement from Anthony's side of the board. Not really a deck that features that disruption, just the solo Iono to help out. Rare Candy, multiple Rare Candy, the Ultra Ball for the Charizard EX, and the boss's orders already ready to go in the hand for Tord.
That is brutal, Kyle. That is brutal. I mean, we know the script because we see both the hands, but it's not looking great. It is not looking great. Super Rod being utilized here now to draw a couple of cards out of the discard pile, shuffle them back into the deck as well. Tord has really worked out every single thing in this matchup. We're going to see a Bibarel as well as 2 Fire Energy being shuffled back in.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't even think you need the Bibarel.
I was about to say, yeah,
enough.
you don't.
And I don't see a reason not to use Ultra Ball at this stage. Your opponent, if they handle the Charizard, they lose. If they handle the Radiant Charizard, you have the Charizard EX waiting for them on the bench. So you might as well just promote all these and avoid any shenanigans.
I agree with that. Well, we're going to see this evolution now. That little Charmander, thanks to a Rare Candy, it ate a nice little bonbon, and now it's a Charizard EX.
No love for Charmeleon. Just.
Hey, we saw one for a while.
It is in the deck. It does not care.
Yeah. That is very true. Well, Radiant Charizard, not only do we have the Charizard EX, but we have a Fire-type Charizard here, the one we're a little bit more used to. And that is going to be what is utilized here. A single prize card Pokemon taking out that Pheasantipity EX. This was after so many cards and disruption have been played from Tord Reklev's side. 2 prize cards left to take a 2-0 victory in this matchup. Just under 10 minutes between these players. Anthony Ribeiro left once again with a Sandy Shocks in the active position. But hey, now we see a new card.
Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher.
Okay. That works
Taking
out
it back
pretty well
out.
here.
Yeah, it actually does. This is a new card here from Shrouded Fable. You put a Pokemon or a basic energy from your discard pile back into your hand.
It's fairly well there. Find 3 additional resources, but they're not lining up for knockouts at this point. That's really what we need to see. It has to be Professor Sada's at this point to see a relevant knockout, and if that happens, you don't remove the boss's orders from Tord's hand. How do you take a knockout without a Pokemon that's probably an EX?
Exactly. It is a tough situation to be in here, but Anthony is not giving up. We're seeing these teal dance happening on the bench here from these Ogerpon, drawing into some additional cards for Anthony. Raging Bolt EX out there on the bench. Pheasantipity has already flipped scripts here. Concealed cards being utilized as well. Now bench down that Radiant Greninja, drawing into 2 additional cards. Anything that you see, Kyle, that might change the pace of this?
Oh, we're running out of options. The energies typically help, but so many abilities already used at this point. Yes. It just hasn't led to too much, and I don't think we see the supporter for the turn.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, we haven't seen any of these. The energy attachments here. We've
You would
just seen
never
them.
imagine that 7 additional cards were drawn this turn because
Yeah, exactly.
nothing has happened. Yes, the energies are in play there, but just so
That's
unfortunate that it hasn't turned into even a chance at a knockout.
Well, here's the manual attachment now. That fighting energy going down onto the Raging Bolt EX. That's one piece of the future puzzle here, but I don't think it's enough here, Kyle.
Yeah, we're asking a lot for Tord to not have boss's orders at this point of the game, but we're gonna go out of this world the same way we came in. We're gonna magnetic burst a little bit.
Again?
I think there's one energy there, guys, but sure. Oh yeah, the magnetic burst does additional damage. Yeah, I think we're fine. Boss's orders, energy for retreat, Charizard EX is going to close this thing out. Tord Reklev, 5-0-1. Only tie on his record against another former world champion, Jesper Eriksson. So,
oh my goodness.
These guys doing work.
Yeah, here we go again. Such a unique Charizard EX list. But Tord Reklev played it almost effortlessly. I mean, it was a bit difficult to watch, especially in that second game. Anthony just did not have anything. We saw so many turns pass us by with that Sandy Shocks. Just sprinkling in a little damage here, sprinkling it there, and then Tord would just evolve or pick it back up.
The replay is just every part of Tord's turns, right?
Yeah, right.
Was there a relevant turn that Anthony could take on the entire game too? Like, it's not his fault. He just couldn't find the resources.
Exactly. I don't think there was anything that we could have seen done there, unfortunately, for Anthony. Very unfortunate turn of events here for Anthony, but Tord Reklev on the other side going up another 3 match points now, taking that win with the 2-0 victory in this Swiss round 6. He was sitting at 13 before. Now we're going to be sitting at 16.
Eye on the prize here, of course. One more match victory would mean that Tord Reklev plays in day 2 here at the World Championships once more, as well as a couple ties, if it leads to that. Hopefully not for his case, but a great opportunity nonetheless, and he's been waiting for this every single year. This is the one that he marks on his calendar and says, I am going to give it my all, and it looks like 2-1-2 Charizard is going to potentially do that.
I know. I was about to say, are you surprised at the deck that he chose to bring?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the list the night before, and I looked at all the cards and said, those are 60 cards. But if Tord says they're going to work, then yes, you just agree.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess you can't contest it, especially if he's succeeding with it.